Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Hollywood, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair bring you Humphrey Bogart in your theater of romance.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair present your theater of romance from Hollywood.
Tonight, we're delighted to bring you Warner Brothers' thrilling new picture, Conflict. An amazing story of a man in desperate love. A story filled with surprise and shock. The star of the picture and of tonight's adaptation is the master craftsman, Humphrey Bogart.
Do you know what it's like to hate someone so much that you can fairly feel it stretching into your fingertips every time you look at them? Have you any idea what it can be like to be married to that hate? Stare at it across the breakfast table, come home to it at night, day in and day out, until the days stack up to a suffocating height, blacking out sun, air, and reason. Well, that was the way I felt on the happy occasion of my 5th wedding anniversary to Catherine. I celebrated it early in the day by asking her for a divorce and got the usual violently negative reply. Catherine had suspected for some time that I was in love with her younger sister, Evelyn, and she was right. Evelyn was everything I'd ever wanted and never been able to get. Doc Hamilton gave a party for us that night, drove over with both Evelyn and Catherine, and my thoughts about them were a conflict inside me that had me almost crazy, but no one seemed to notice. Certainly not Evelyn.
Just what kind of a doctor are you anyway, Dr. Hamilton? I know you mess around with the brain, but how?
Well, Evelyn, I deal with thoughts and dreams which no amount of surgery can handle. You see, sometimes a thought can be like a malignant disease and start to eat away the willpower.
What causes these thoughts, Doctor?
I should say that love and its frustration is the worst offender.
Oh, Dr. Hamilton, love has been man's inspiration for centuries. Look at Romeo and Juliet, Anthony and Cleopatra, Abelard and Eloise.
But they didn't live for love. They died for it.
Oh, it doesn't matter what happens to people as long as they have something to live for.
Evelyn, darling, perhaps you'd better leave this entire subject alone until you're married.
Oh, dear, I wish I could express myself better.
Oh, I think you expressed yourself very well. Hate can become a restless, prowling thing that gets inside a man and eats away at him. My nerves were raw, my heart was full of pain. A dangerous combination. As I drove Catherine and Evelyn home from the party that night, I drove much too fast.
Do drive carefully, dear.
I am driving carefully.
Did you enjoy the party, Evelyn?
Oh, very much.
Oh, by the way, dear, I got a letter from Mother today. She seems to be awfully lonely. I got the feeling she thought it was about time you came home. Oh, she didn't say so in exactly so many words, mind you, but
You felt she wanted Evelyn to come home?
Yes.
Well, I've been thinking about that myself, Kathy, and I've...
Richard!
Well, old man, you had quite a jolt, didn't you? How do you feel?
Hi, Doc. Now, my leg hurts.
Oh? We'll keep you in a wheelchair or on crutches for a few days, and then you'll be as good as new.
How's Evelyn?
Well, she's all right, just a few scratches.
And Catherine? Is she dead?
No, she escaped without a mark.
I knew then I was going to kill Catherine. I planned it slowly, methodically, very carefully. Pretending my legs still hurt, I stayed in a wheelchair for several days after I could walk. I planned a trip to the mountains with Catherine, but on the morning we were supposed to leave, I had Freston, one of my men, come out to check some blueprints so that I wouldn't have to leave with Catherine. I promised to join her the following day by train.
Will you be all right alone tonight?
Of course. Oh, you look good today, Catherine. I always did like that green suit.
Well, that's the first compliment you've paid me in a long time.
Oh, well, I'm not such a bad guy when you get to know me. Now run along and have a good time. Wondering at my sudden kindness, Catherine drove off. How was I to know that she would stop for a moment to speak to Dr. Hamilton?
Hello, Catherine.
Oh, this is a nice day for working in the garden.
Come along and I'll show you the results of fertilizer and lumbago.
I can't. I'm on my way to Mountain Springs.
Without Richard?
Oh, he's coming up tomorrow. Would you drop by the house after a while and make certain he's all right? He's all by himself.
I'd be glad to. Here, let me pin this rose on your lapel. It goes with that suit.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Hamilton.
Goodbye, Captain.
She was well up the mountain when she rounded a turn and saw my car parked across the road. She got out of her car and moved slowly toward me. Hello, Catherine.
Oh, Richard, I was so afraid. I saw your car and I thought that... Richard, you're walking. You're walking without help. Richard. Richard, how did you get here? Why are you here? Richard, why are you here? No. No, Richard. No!
I put Catherine's body back behind the wheel of her car, then I released the brakes and sent it hurtling over the edge of the canyon. As it rolled over the edge, it scattered a pile of logs that went crashing down on top of it. The logs completely hid the car. Then I got back in my car and drove home. I was just back in my wheelchair when Preston arrived from the office, just as I had planned. At that moment, also as I had planned, I was on the telephone. The timing was perfect.
Evening, Mr. Mason.
Oh, hello, Preston. Sit down, will you, until I finish this call. Hello? Hello, Mountain Springs Hotel? Oh, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Richard Mason, please. This is Mr. Mason. She hasn't? You're quite sure? Oh, well, have her phone me the minute she gets in, will you? Oh, thank you very much.
Something wrong, Mr. Mason?
Well, I don't know. My wife left for Mountain Springs this afternoon, and she hasn't arrived.
Hello, Richard. How are you?
Hello, Doc. You know Preston, don't you?
Well, yes, of course. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
Catherine asked me to look in on you tonight. Feeling all right?
Well, frankly, I'm a little worried, Doctor. Catherine hasn't arrived there yet, and it's getting late.
I say, that is something to worry about. Why, she came to my house shortly after 2 o'clock. Maybe you'd better call the highway patrol.
Yes, I guess I better.
Mr. Mason, you said she was wearing a green cameo ring.
That's right.
Did she have any other jewelry with her?
No, she left the rest in the safe. Oh, yes, she did have a locket. One she always wore. I gave it to her. It was heart-shaped, flat, yellow gold engraved, Richard to Catherine. She had my picture in it.
How was she dressed?
She was wearing a dark green suit, and she had a rose pinned to it. She looked very smart. I remember I commented on it.
Mm-hmm. Are there any intimate friends or relatives of hers we could question?
Richard, I don't like to interfere, but...
Oh, go right ahead, Doctor.
Don't you think we should send for Evelyn?
But I already have.
Dick, I'd like to ask you something.
Sure, go ahead.
Did you notice anything strange or unusual about Catherine before she disappeared last week? You see, I felt something was worrying her, something she was trying to hide.
Well, for one thing... Well, now, you must realize, Evelyn, that I'm telling you this in confidence. But for some reason, she imagined that I had fallen in love with you.
With me?
Yes.
Where on earth did she ever get an idea like that?
I don't know. Ridiculous, isn't it?
Why, of course it is. I couldn't possibly think of you as anything but Catherine's husband. And even if you weren't married to Catherine, there's such a difference in our ages. And
Yes.
I'm very sorry to hear that, Richard. I wouldn't come between you and Catherine for anything in the world.
Hello? Oh, hello, Dr. Hamilton. You where? At police headquarters. Well, why didn't they phone me? Oh, yes, I was out for a little while this afternoon. They found what? All right, I'll be right down. Come on, Evelyn. We've got to get right down to headquarters. They picked up a clue of some sort. This may be the end of our waiting.
Laura, did you hear the news? Mr. Norris has made Jean his private secretary.
Oh, that's not fair. Mr. Norris himself said I was the best stenographer in the office.
Yes, I heard him, but... Well, Laura, dear, I think a little breath of trouble is holding you back.
If ever there was a case for Colgate tooth powder, this is it. You see, anyone can be the victim of a little breath of trouble. It happens to thousands without their knowing, marks them down socially, brings them unhappiness. So just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Scientific tests prove that Colgate tooth powder, in 7 cases out of 10, instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Money can't buy a dentifrice that will clean your teeth better than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder. And now the second act of Conflict, starring Humphrey Bogart. Richard Mason was on the threshold now of incredible events. He sat around a table at police headquarters with Dr. Hamilton, Evelyn, Detective Workman, and a hobo. On the table was the cameo ring that Catherine had been wearing when Richard saw...
Ring. I've told you. Out of a lady's pocketbook.
Where?
A big crowd a couple of days ago. This lady, she's standing on the other side of me, see? And her pocketbook was open, so I just stuck my hand in and come out with the ring.
Did you notice what she looked like?
No.
Was she wearing a hat?
Yes, a green one. She was all dressed in green. I like green, so I noticed that.
He's lying. Can't you see that? He's lying. He either found the body or killed her himself. Why don't you do something? Don't just stand there staring at him. Beat it out of him. Beat it out of him.
Richard, take it easy.
Okay, Doc. I'm sorry for blowing up. It's the strain of waiting, not knowing what's happened to her. Let's get out of here.
That's okay. Dr. Hamilton, why don't you take Mr. Mason home?
You gave the servants the day off, didn't you?
It wasn't the servant. Someone's been in this room wearing... Well, can't you smell it?
Yes, strange. Richard, look. What's this key on the bed?
Key. That looks like the key to the safe. There are only 2 keys to that safe. I have one, and Catherine... Give me that. That's what it is, all right.
You sure it isn't yours?
You bet I'm sure. Mine is never off the ring. Holy smoke. Hamilton, get police headquarters. Tell Inspector Workman that someone has broken into this house tonight.
Is anything missing?
No, but something's been put in the safe. The wedding ring my wife wore the day she went away. And so I began to wonder if Catherine was dead. I knew she must be, and yet the hobo, the returned wedding ring, the key all pointed in another direction. And the next day when I arrived at my office, there were further signs.
Mr. Mason, a lady called while you were out. I thought she said she was Mrs. Mason, but she may have just repeated Mr. Mason. The connection wasn't a clear one, and then she rang off.
You probably misunderstood. This thing is getting on everyone's...
Something else, Mr. Mason. That letter on the desk.
Letter?
So much like Mrs. Mason's handwriting.
Ah, it is Mrs. Mason's handwriting.
What is it?
It's a pawn ticket.
Isn't there a note or anything?
No, there's nothing. Just a pawn ticket. It's the Granville Loan and Jewelry Company, 17 Bay Street.
Are you going down there?
You bet I'm going down right now. Is this your pawn ticket?
Yeah. You want to redeem it?
Yes.
Let's see the number. 22777. Oh, here we are. It's a locket.
A locket?
Yeah, it's engraved. Richard to Catherine. Pretty, ain't it?
Who pawned this locket?
Didn't you?
No, who did?
Wait a minute. It ought to say right here in the book. Yeah, here it is. Mrs. Richard Mason.
Miss... When did she pawn it? How long ago?
9th? Day before yesterday.
Do you remember her? What did she look like?
Yeah, I remember. Nice-looking lady. Blonde, sort of tall. Wore a green outfit.
The day before yesterday. I'll redeem it. How much?
Nothing doing. Come back in 80 days and you can buy it. New state law. Only the party with pawns or stuff can redeem it.
Yeah, but I have the ticket. That's my wife's locket. I'm Richard Mason. I've got plenty of identification right here in my wallet.
I'm not interested. Come back in 80 days or come back with the lady what pawned it.
I'll come back with the police. I tell you, this is the shop. It is the shop, Inspector. I was here less than an hour ago.
Honest, I swear it. I ain't had no gold locket in here for months, maybe even a year.
Don't give me that. Where's your partner?
I have no partner, no clerk, no nobody. This is my shop, and I run it. You got the ticket?
Never mind the ticket. Get the book.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that's right, the book. I saw her name written in it in her own handwriting.
Well, here's the book. What was the number?
22777.
22777. Ah, here you are. A watch pawned by Casimir Imber. Look, read it for yourself.
That's what it says, all right.
You're lying. You've switched books. You've hidden the locket. Tell me where it is. Tell me or I'll beat the truth out of you. Tell me now. Dirty, lying little rat.
Let go of him. Of course, it's possible that you might be mistaken about the pawn shop.
Oh.
To like. There's no reason to get excited, Mr. Mason.
No reason. How would you feel if all these things were happening to you?
Well, I suppose I'd feel I was getting soft in the head.
Dr. Hamilton, I need help. That's why I came to you. Now listen, Doctor, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe people live on in this life once they've left it. But I saw Catherine today, or someone that was like Catherine.
Where?
Downtown. I saw her passing in the street. I tried to follow, but she disappeared into an empty building before I could catch her.
How do you know it wasn't Catherine?
Why, What do you mean?
Catherine may be a victim of amnesia. I've thought that possibility for some time. I've been hoping she might be picked up and identified.
Oh, but that couldn't happen. How about the tramp?
His story may have been true.
Yeah, but the key, the wedding ring.
In her sleepwalking state, she may have returned it herself. A subconscious desire to renounce the marriage.
The phone call.
A mistake on the part of the operator.
Yeah, but the pawn ticket, the locket.
She needed money, Richard. It would be the natural thing to do.
I tell you, these things may seem natural to you, but they seem unnatural to me. You sit there complacently droning on, trying to give me logical explanations for these things, trying to make me think I'm crazy. I'm not crazy, do you hear?
Then why don't you accept my explanations? Why do you go on torturing yourself with these doubts?
Now, look, Hamilton, you've had great experience with mental cases. Do you think I'm beginning to imagine things? I'm sure I saw Catherine today, or someone very like her. Have you ever run into anything quite like this before?
Only once. Many years ago when I was a student in Vienna.
Well, what was it?
Well, a man who murdered his wife.
I walked out with those words ringing in my ears, and I knew at last that I would have to drive back to that canyon. I would have to find out if Catherine is still in that car. It was night when I arrived, night when I climbed down that canyon, making my way slowly down with the aid of a flashlight. Night when I turned that flashlight to the driver's seat and saw that it was empty.
All right, Mason, this clinches it. No use trying to run. You're surrounded.
You haven't anything on me. She's not there. She escaped. The body's not there.
We took her body away the day after you killed her.
That's right, Richard.
Hamilton.
I'm here too, Richard.
She's not dead. I really saw her today. I saw her on the street. Tell them, Doctor.
It was I who told them you killed her, Richard.
You? Oh, you couldn't do that. What do you know about it? You have no proof.
You made one slip, Richard. You said she was wearing a rose the last time you saw her.
Well, she was. Pinned on her coat.
And I pinned it there. That was a rose I gave her when she left for the mountains. A rose you could only have seen when you were supposed to be helpless, sitting at home.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
Smart enough to know that that wouldn't convince a jury. I had to drive you back to the scene of the crime.
Come along, Mason.
So, you did all this?
Yes, Richard. And even if I do say it myself, it took quite a little invention. I had helpers, of course. The handwriting expert, pawn shop, the tramp, policewoman who impersonated your wife. But most of all, your conscience.
And, Evelyn. Was she in on it, too?
No, not Evelyn. Evelyn was absolutely innocent.
Ah. Well, that's better. That makes me feel better. I'm glad it's all over. I'll be happy now. I can get some rest. But you're wrong, Doctor. You're wrong about one thing.
What's that?
That Evelyn was innocent. You see, Evelyn was the thought you talked about. Evelyn got in here, got inside my head. She may be innocent to you, but to me, Evelyn was the cause of the whole conflict.
You have just heard Conflict, starring Humphrey Bogart, who'll be back in just a moment.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For soap shampoos leave a film on your hair. But Halo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling film. The very first time you use Halo, you'll notice your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The deep, full, natural color and luster comes sparkling through like sunshine through a clean... And remember, even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff, grease, and dirt. Needs no lemon or vinegar rinse because Halo leaves no dulling film. Nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. Join in thanking Humphrey Bogart for a thrilling performance as the star of Conflict. Mr. Bogart, millions of your fans now have the opportunity of seeing this great Warner Brothers picture at their neighborhood theaters. And believe you me, I'll be right at the box office to get my ticket. Our thanks to you for a swell show and to Warner Brothers for making your appearance possible.
The pleasure was mine, Frank, and I'm looking forward to future broadcasts of Theater of Romance. In particular, the Joe Cotton Show next week. Thanks again, and good night.
Charles Vander's production of Theater of Romance next week stars Joseph Cotton in One Life to Lose. And in the following weeks, you'll be hearing Loretta Young, Robert Walker, Barbara Stanwyck, and Ronald Coleman. Keep a date with Theater of Romance for all the weeks to come. These presentations of Theater of Romance come to you because of your enthusiastic recognition of Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. This is your host, Frank Graham, saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, and romance.
Ladies, remember how you saved fat to help grease the wheels of victory? You did a wonderful job, but don't let up. Your used cooking fat is still needed now for peacetime production. Automobiles, refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, soaps, alarm clocks, cottons, nylons, and no end of wonderful goods for good living require fat in their making. So help speed the wheels of commerce. Salvage every drop of used cooking fat you can. Fill a tin and turn it in. Your butcher still pays you 4 cents plus 2 red points for every pound of waste cooking fat. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. From Hollywood, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair bring you Casanova Brown, starring Henry Fonda. Colgate Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet, and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. Present your Theater of Romance from Hollywood. Tonight the curtain rises on your Theater of Romance and its production of International Pictures' hilarious comedy romance, Casanova Brown. Here is your play and your star, Henry Fonda. Once upon a time, in a small town just outside of Chicago, lived a very shy young professor, the last living descendant of one of history's most dashing lovers, and whose name, therefore, was Casanova. Casanova Brown. Since he was a quiet, conscientious, very good young man, people had long since forgotten the Casanova and simply called him Cas, or Professor, or, hey, you. That was something of an error, as you presently shall see. At this moment, Cas is preparing, somewhat nervously, to officially request the hand of his chosen lady.
All right, darling, let's go in. Don't look so frightened. You know Dad's bark is always worse than his bite. He really loves me very much.
I do not.
Oh, listening again, eh? May we come in, Dad?
No.
Cas wants to talk to you, Dad.
Well, that's different.
Hello, J.J.
Come on in. Not you, Madge.
Go ahead, Cas, darling. I'll wait downstairs.
What a revolting female she is. Sit down, Cas. Now, what can I do for you?
Well,
I've missed our little talks. Ever since you came back from New York, you've sort of avoided me.
Oh, not really. You see,
I've not been entirely blind to the little trap Madge has set for you. But I know you're much too intelligent, much too shrewd to be taken in by that dreary female.
Perhaps I'd better make my position clear, J.J., before you say anything else. I want to marry her.
Marry whom?
Marry Madge, of course.
Madge? Are you out of your mind?
I am not.
But whatever on earth for?
Because I love her, of course.
Love Madge? Oh, come now, Cas. That's just downright silly. You must have some better reason than that. Besides, you don't know what love is. You've had no experience.
I have had experience, and I do know what love is, and I want to marry Madge.
You're insane. Absolutely insane. Get out of it while you still can. Get on a train. Get on a plane. Get on anything. And get out of here.
Now, see here, J.J. I'm going to marry Madge, and not you or anyone else is going to stop me.
You'll regret it. Mark my words, you'll regret it. Hello, Cas. Ready yet?
Hi, Pop. I will be in a minute.
Never mind a pop routine. You aren't my son-in-law until after the ceremony tomorrow. And then may heaven help you. You know, you've still got time to get out of this booby trap. By 1 o'clock tomorrow, you could be across the border, into Canada.
It's no use, J.J. I'm not going to be demoralized by a cold-blooded old sinner like you.
Oh, well. I suppose under democracy, every individual enjoys the right and privilege of being as much of an imbecile as he pleases. Oh, by the way, I picked up your mail downstairs for you.
Thanks. Just throw it on the table. We've got to get over that wedding rehearsal.
Say, what are you doing canoodling around with the maternity hospital?
Don't be silly. Who's canoodling around with a... What?
Well, that's the return address in this letter. Ellen Harris Maternity Hospital, Chicago, Illinois.
Oh. Well, that's probably just an ad. Toss me that blue tie, will you?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Ad? Well, they got a nerve soliciting a man's business before he's even married? Sounds unethical to me. Shall I open it?
Go ahead.
Dear Mr. Brown. Well, this is a rather sinister method of solicitation. Dear Mr. Brown, a matter of personal importance and one which I would rather not be obliged to take up in correspondence unless you prefer. I was involved in a little blackmail accident at one time. The letter sounded exactly like this.
Well, finish it, will you?
I suggest that at your earliest convenience, certainly not later than the end of the week, you call at the hospital and consult with me. Cordially yours, Martha Zernicke, M.D.
Let me see that.
Have you been in or around Chicago recently?
No, not Chicago. There must be some mistake.
Well, if that letter's a mistake, we are in a very pretty position to knock up a little quick dough. They can't run around scaring young bridegrooms with letters like that.
It may not be a mistake.
What? What did you say?
You see, I don't know. I can't find out. I tried to call her on the phone long distance, but the number's been temporarily disconnected.
Call who?
Oh, gosh, I don't know what to do. I'm in a very strange situation.
Yes, I should judge so.
But why Chicago?
I don't know why.
If it had been New York.
Yeah, New York. Yes?
But Chicago.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, that's going to be a little difficult. You remember last spring when I went to New York to see about selling my book?
Yeah?
Well, while I was there, I met a girl.
Ah, now we're getting somewhere. What was she like?
Oh, she was like no other girl you've ever seen in your life. I liked the way she walked. I liked the way she looked. I liked the way she looked at me. So we got married.
You what?
We got married.
What makes you think that bigamy is an attractive state of affairs?
Oh, we aren't married now. Her family had the marriage annulled. She was underage. Her family and I didn't hit it off, and she sided with her family. The reason I've never said anything was because, well, it all happened so fast I never even had a chance to break the engagement with Madge.
Oh, people like you should never be allowed in New York unprotected. What are you going to do about it?
Well, I guess I better go to Chicago and see what this is all about. If I fly, I can be back in plenty of time for the wedding tomorrow. It may be some sort of mix-up. The letter doesn't say anything about Isabel or a baby.
Okay, go ahead, Papa. You may be lucky enough to get out of this marriage in spite of yourself.
I don't want to get out of it.
Foolish boy. Foolish boy.
Now, see here, I didn't come up here to answer a lot of questions or go through all these ridiculous physical examinations. I came to see Dr. Zernicke.
You will in due time. You cannot expect a changed hospital procedure, you know, Mr. Brown. Any tuberculosis in your family?
Of course not. I come in here for a talk with Dr. Zernicke, and I'm stripped, weighed, fluoroscoped.
Any member of your family subject to fits?
Don't be insulting.
Insanity?
No, not yet.
That's all. You can put your coat on now.
Oh, when do I see Dr. Zernicke?
Right now, Mr. Brown. The record complete, Mr. Carr?
Yes. He's in excellent physical condition.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Would you mind telling me just what concern my physical condition is to you?
Why we naturally want it as a matter of record. You may file the report, Miss Carr.
Yes, Dr. Zernicke.
When is the wedding, Mr. Brown?
Tomorrow. How did you know about that?
We make it our business to know those things. That's the reason we were in such a hurry to get a record of your health. The usual procedure.
Is it?
Why, yes, Mr. Brown. Don't you think it's a good idea?
Oh, so that's what your letter was about. Well, it seems a little premature, but I'm sure it's very efficient. I didn't know what to think when I got your letter. Well, goodbye, Doctor. If there's ever any blessed events in our family, we'll get in touch with you.
Just a moment. Don't you want to see your baby?
My baby?
Oh, you must. She's such a little love. You just come along with me. Just look through the glass. There she is. The one on the end.
Whoa. I'll be doggone. Say, could I go in and hold her for a minute?
Oh, I'm afraid not. No one is allowed in there but the doctor.
Oh, I suppose not. Well. This certainly is a surprise. How does she compare with others of her age, weight?
Oh, perfectly normal.
Just normal?
Well, maybe a little better.
She has all her arms and legs and fingers and toes and all that. Nothing missing, I mean.
A full set. The customary number and variety.
Oh, isn't it wonderful?
Oh, it's quite usual. Wouldn't you like to see her mother?
Her mother? Is she here?
Well, naturally. Yes. That is a lovely child. It's going to be a very lucky family that gets her for adoption.
Get her for what?
Adoption. Didn't you know? Miss Drury has registered the child for adoption. That's why we needed your medical record.
Well, she can just unregister her. You're not going to peddle my daughter around as some lazy idiot who hasn't any family of his own.
Miss Drury's title, her title to the child is clear and legal. We've already checked into it.
Well, we'll just see about that.
I'll take you to Miss Drury's room. Perhaps it would be better if you two discussed it together.
Hello, Isabel.
Hello, Cass.
Gee, you look good.
Thank you. You look pretty good yourself.
How do you feel?
Oh, I'm feeling fine.
Well, then what's the idea of giving my baby away?
Your baby?
Isn't it?
Well, technically, yes.
Oh, then what's the idea of giving my technical baby away?
You seem to forget, Cass, that I'm under no obligation to account to you at all. What I choose to do with my baby is my own affair, not yours.
Well, that's a fine attitude.
Well, suppose I had a chance for a marriage that meant a lifetime of complete and wonderful happiness. I certainly couldn't risk that happiness by presenting the man with someone else's child.
Good grief, are you planning on getting married again?
I only said suppose.
That's ridiculous. You can't marry anybody.
Why can't I?
Because you're a mother.
Well, that's not stopping you.
I'm not a mother.
Well, you're a father.
Well, you can't do it, that's all. You can't throw that baby away and marry some creep you've dug up. And while we're on the subject, why didn't you write to me? You know I loved you. You knew there was no one else in the whole world for me. No matter how nutty your mother and father were.
I did not know. You never wrote to me. I waited and waited. I waited until it seemed foolish to wait any longer. As far as I could see, you'd just forgotten. And keep my mother and father out of this.
I never forgot. You were never out of my thoughts for one single day. I've tried to drive you out again and again, but I couldn't.
Please, Cass, you're in love with someone else.
Me? Who?
Well, you are engaged to be married.
That's right. Holy smoke, I almost forgot. I got to get out of here. Now, see here, Isabel, I'll have to come back later and argue with you, but don't you dare give my technical baby away.
I'm sorry, Cass, but I'm going ahead with my plans, just as I've made them.
That's your final word?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, we'll just see about that.
Dr. Zernicke! Dr. Zernicke! Dr. Zernicke!
Calm yourself, Miss Clark. What on earth is wrong with you?
I went to get the Drury baby for a feeding, and she was gone. The attendant said a tall man who said his name was Dr. Brown took it away.
We have no Dr. Brown.
It must have been the baby's father. He must have stolen the doctor's coat and mask somewhere.
Have the building searched at once. If you don't find him, call the police.
Hello? This is J.J. Parrish speaking.
J.J., listen. I find myself in an extremely awkward predicament.
Of Casanova Brown, starring Henry Fonda, a word for Colgate tooth powder.
The young married Conlons are going to give a party. Betty and Jim Conlon are making up the guest list.
Say, Betty, you haven't put down Marie's name. How could you forget my sister?
I didn't forget her, Jim, but, well, a little breath of trouble is tagging Marie.
Well, gosh, why don't you tell her?
No, Betty can't very well tell her sister-in-law that she has a breath of trouble. I mean unpleasing breath. It's clearly a case for Colgate tooth powder. You see, anyone can be the victim of unpleasing breath. It happens to thousands without their knowing, marks them down socially, brings them unhappiness, and they seldom suspect the real reason. Don't let that breath of trouble catch up with you. Do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate tooth powder. For Colgate tooth powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Scientific tests prove that Colgate tooth powder, in 7 cases out of 10, instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleansing, money can't buy a dentifrice that will clean your teeth better or quicker than Colgate tooth powder. Remember the name, Colgate tooth powder, with the accent on powder. And now,
Colgate Tooth Powder and Halo Shampoo bring you the second act of Casanova Brown, starring Henry Fonda. We find Kaz in a room at the Windsor Hotel, bending anxiously over his offspring. One of the hotel chambermaids is changing the baby as Frank the bellhop comes in the door.
How is she? She's fine, Frank, except she's gained an ounce since her 10 o'clock feeding.
Holy smoke!
There you are, honey. I tell you, Mr. Brown, you ought to get her formula from the hospital. I never heard of such growth. She's gained a pound this week.
Yeah. I guess instead of weighing her 5 times a day, I better check her weight every hour today. If this keeps up, I'll have to do something. Why, if she gains a pound a week, that's 52 pounds a year. At that rate, she'll be about 12 feet high and 4 feet square.
Have you tried all the formulas in the book?
I'm on the 12th now. Monica, I think today we'll combine several. We'll take a base of pablum wablum and lace it with milk and vitro.
Formula.
Frank, how'd you get it?
I asked for it. The minute they heard your name, they gave it out to me.
You didn't tell them where I was.
I didn't tell them. What do you take me for, a chump? I just walked in and I said...
You walked in?
In that uniform?
Sure.
With Windsor Hotel written on your sleeve?
Holy jumping Jupiter, I never thought of that. Gee, Mr. Brown,
Keep still and let me think a minute.
You think they'll come for her?
Sure they'll come for her.
But how can they, if you're the father?
Being a father's not enough. You've got to be a mother, too. A man's not capable of taking care of a child, not according to the courts. He can build bridges, he can fly around the world, he can be president and run the whole United States. But taking care of a child is too much for him. For that, you've got to be a woman. Any woman.
You mean if you married again, you could keep her?
That's right. That's right. Monica, I find myself in an extremely awkward position.
Yes, sir.
Are you married?
All right, I'm coming.
My name's Parrish.
I'm
an old
Paris.
friend
I'm
of
looking
Mr.
for
Brown's,
Casanova
and
Brown.
I
I'm in Hillsbury, and I want my baby.
Quiet.
I think...
Quiet.
If you'll excuse me, I'm a little confused. I'm Frank Bellhop.
Well, perhaps you'll all be kind enough to let me explain. I'm J.J. Parrish, an old friend of Mr. Brown. This is my daughter Madge, whom he was to marry. And this is Isabel, who is the mother of his child. We all met at the hospital. Now, would you be good enough to tell me where Mr. Brown is?
He's getting married.
Married? What?
Really? Who made bingo this time?
A Miss Monica case of Cicero, I believe. It was one of those whirlwind romances.
Oh, Cass. Oh, Dad.
Oh, nuts.
Mr. Brown, it's me, Frank. We got you moved into this room just in time. The whole mob's in there now, waiting for you.
Where'd you say I was?
Down at City Hall, getting married?
Good. We're going down to get the license as soon as they clear out. You let us know, and then you can come over and watch the baby while we go.
Well, where's Monica?
She's downstairs getting dressed. Did anyone see you come in here?
I do.
Isabel. Oh, Frank.
Oh, you spied on me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's a bad habit. I'll try to do something
Well,
about it.
well, I'd better get back and keep an eye on the other one.
Keep him over there, will you?
Yeah, I'll try.
Where's the baby, Cass?
On the bed.
Oh, Cass. Look how she's grown.
Too much, you think?
Oh, no. No, she's just perfect.
Don't touch her while she's feeding. It makes her nervous. She's very high-strung.
Not too high-strung, is she?
No, just sensitive.
Oh. She hasn't been sick at all.
Of course not. She's had the very best of care. I've tried to keep abreast of all the best authorities. I've read all the latest books on the subject of child care, which you might have done yourself if you had been interested in her.
Oh, Cass, you fool. You idiot. I never meant to give her away. I couldn't live without her.
Then why did you say you were going to?
Because I wanted you to come running and stop her. I wanted you to see her and want her and want me again. I just came to Chicago to have her because I thought that'd be the easiest place for you to get to.
You did?
Uh-huh. The course, now it's too late for anything.
Too late? Why is it too late?
The bellboy told us what you've done. And, Kaz, I do sincerely hope that you'll both be very happy.
Who's both? What are you talking about?
Didn't you get married this afternoon?
Of course not. Are you crazy? It takes 3 days to get married in Chicago.
You mean you're not married at all? To anybody?
No, I'm not married to anybody. Are you?
No, I'm not, Kaz.
Well, would you marry me?
Kaz, I'd love to marry you.
Oh, Isabel, I do love you so doggone much.
Hey, if it's not too much to ask, would you mind telling me just what you were up to, Casanova?
Oh, hello, J.J. Say, I wonder if you'd help me out. I understand Madge is waiting across the hall, and Monica's waiting downstairs, and Isabel and I will...
Yeah, it's perfectly obvious about Isabel and you. As I think that once more you'll find yourself in an extremely awkward position.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
All right. I'll explain to the ladies. Only, do me a favor, will you? I'm an old man, and I can't take much more of this. Marry this one, will you?
He's going to, Miss Ferris.
Bet I am going to, J.J. And this time it's going to stick as long as we live. Come on, honey, we'll take the baby and go down to the License Bureau and make this whole thing legal.
Henry Fonda, star of tonight's presentation of Casanova Brown, will return to our microphone in just a moment.
Halo, everybody, halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So halo, everybody, halo.
Use Halo shampoo if you want naturally bright and beautiful hair. For soap shampoos leave a film on your hair. But Halo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. The very first time you use Halo, you'll notice your hair glistens in all its natural brilliance. The deep, full, natural color and luster come sparkling through like sunshine through a clean window pane. And remember, even in the hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather. Halo quickly carries away loose dandruff, grease, and dirt. Needs no lemon or vinegar rinse, because Halo leaves no dulling soap film. Nothing to hide your hair's natural beauty. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Use Halo on your children's hair, too. Get Halo shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Halo glorifies your hair.
So halo, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo shampoo to glorify your hair. Join in thanking Henry Fonda for his performance as the star of International's Casanova Brown. Welcome home to Hollywood, Hank.
Thanks. It's great to be back. And it was fun to appear on the Colgate Halo Theater of Romance. Next week's appearance of Jimmy Stewart should provide a lot of entertainment for the steady patrons of Theater of Romance. I know I'll be listening, and I hope that someday soon I'll be back with you. Until then, good night and good listening.
Bulletin for the future. Next week, Charles Banda's production of Theater Romance for Colgate Tooth Powder and Halo Shampoo stars Jimmy Stewart in No Time for Comedy, to be followed by Robert Walker and Robert Taylor. Keep a date with Theater Romance for all the weeks to come. You'll always hear your favorite stars. These presentations of Theater Romance come to you because of your enthusiastic recognition of Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and Halo Shampoo to glorify your hair. This is your host saying good night and wishing you love, happiness, romance. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance, Stories of love and adventure, of excitement and daring do. Today transcribed The Courtship of Mrs. O'Toole by Anthony Ellis, starring Gloria Gordon. A story that asks the question, can a middle-aged widow in County Galway, Ireland, find love and happiness in the arms of a herring fisherman?
Dear save us all, it happened. Oh, terrible, terrible.
What's happened, Finnegan? What is it, man?
Oh, never did I think that I'd see the day. O'Toole will turn in his grave, so he will.
But will you stop your blether, Finnegan, and tell us what's the matter now?
Oh, destroyed, entirely destroyed.
Oh, way out of that, man.
Who's destroyed?
Mrs. O'Toole. She's been beaten. Beaten in the contest by 3 pound 4 ounces.
Dennis Finnegan, if this is your idea of a
Dear,
joke...
help me if one word isn't the truth.
Who did it? Who?
Who else would it be? The man from Mayo, making up to her courting like. The great hulking creature, shunned by the people of Mayo. Terence Nolan did it and all. Shame it is. And she respecting Nolan the way she did. There's not a decent soul in the whole village who would not say shame.
Have you seen Mrs. O'Toole?
I saw her, indeed, I did. I did. And the black cloud of thunder never looked more terrible.
Not in 20 years has such a thing happened. It's desperate, so it is.
He's coming. No, he's coming, the man himself. Who?
'Tis Nolan.
Ah, he's coming in then, is he?
I think so. Aye, he is and all.
And you'll not serve him, Leary. You'll not give him a drink.
My license says I will, Dennis Finnegan. But me heart won't be in it.
I'll never open your mouth to say a word to him that I won't. Now, remember now, not a word.
Good day to you all. I'll have a pot of ale if you don't mind, Mr. Leary.
I mind. But I'll give you a pot of ale, Nolan.
Not a word, Finnegan. Not a blethering word will ye utter.
You said something, Mr. Finnegan?
I said nothing. Nothing to the likes of you.
Sure, is there something wrong?
Wrong? Did you hear the man? Did you hear him, McQuaid? Leary, I ask you, did you hear him? Wrong.
What's the matter with you?
You ask that. Shame, Terence Nolan.
That'll be 6pence, Nolan. And then I'll thank you to drink up and take yourself out of here.
Have you all gone mad? We were friends this morning, so we were. This morning we thought so. This afternoon, that's a very different thing. What have I done? What the love
You
of
beat Mrs. O'Toole in the contest, and know it well.
And I did. Fair. She's a good fisherwoman, and I'm a better one. Where's me sin in that?
No one's beaten Mrs. O'Toole. Not since O'Toole himself passed away. Not for 20 years.
20 years, Nolan. 20.
So she's been beaten. Is all that the bother? Because I caught 3 pound 4 ounces more herring than Mrs. O'Toole? That's the bother, well enough. We think no decent man's done on this day of the year in 20 years.
Since O'Toole died, we made the vow that so long as his widow lived and fished the waters, no man would beat Rosie O'Toole on Herring Day contest. Everybody knows that.
'Tis your own self broken the vow, Nolan.
How did I know? I ask you, how? Nobody told me they didn't.
There is no excuse for the thing. For a 5 pound note, you brought shame to Ballyshallah. You sold yourself to wickedness and the devil for the evil winnings. Much good may it do you.
Away out of that, little man. I don't care for such talk. Don't say any more.
There, you see? Threatening me. You heard, eh? You all heard. It's the police you'd better be fetching Leary. He'll be doing violence next.
Now, now, Finnegan, peace. There'll be no physical discussion in this place. You'd better leave quietly, Nolan.
Nolan, leave and go back to Mayo. We don't want you here.
No man tells me what to do or where to go. But I say what's in my mind. A woman's place is not in a fishing boat, not at all, but at home where she belongs.
Hey, hear him! It's Mrs. O'Toole he's speaking of.
Aye, Mrs. O'Toole. And if it's the money I won that's worrying you, I'm off to give it to her now. Nobody can say that Terence Nolan took the bread out of a widow's mouth. And as for you, you're a lot of silly old woman. And it's happy I am to be leaving this place. Here's your sixpence, Leary. And you know what you can do with your ale.
Murderer!
There's no need to smash down my door. Oh, it's you, is it?
Mrs. O'Toole, it has been brought to my attention that I've committed a terrible crime. That of beating you fair in the herring contest.
I have nothing to say. Good day to you.
I've not finished, Miss Say.
Get your foot out of me door, Nolan, or I'll shoot it off where it lies.
The aggravation is such you'd hold a gun to me. It's such a wrong that I've done you.
When O'Toole was on his deathbed, he said, Rosie, you're a poor defenseless woman. Always keep the shotgun beside the door. I've never broken my promise to do so.
Will you let me come in for a minute and explain? If there's a way to make things straight, I'm for doing it.
Mr. O'Toole was a Mayo man. Being so one yourself, I might have trusted you before today. But not all the lambs in the pasture is white.
You can hold the gun at me. All I want is to talk for a minute.
Very well, come in. But remember, you're not invited as a friendly visitor. More like the tax collector, a necessary difficulty. Sit down. No, not there, man. That's O'Toole's chair. Sure, his spirit would hurl you out the window. Over there.
Mrs. O'Toole, will you believe me when I say I never knew until I went into Leary's place about you and the contest? I never knew.
Sure, and I don't know what you're talking about.
You know what I mean, Mrs. O'Toole. The men letting you win every year.
I win because O'Toole was the finest fisherman in Galway, and he left me his total knowledge of how to do the thing right. That's why I win.
Are you saying, Mrs. O'Toole, that I didn't win for fair?
I'm saying that 3 pounds 4 ounces of herring to win is suspicious.
I come here to do the right thing by a poor defenseless widow. Here's the money. I want no part of it. It's yours, so it is. Go on. Take it.
You didn't know then, did you? Sit down, Mr. Nolan.
Sure, and I will.
After all these 20 years, it's hard to believe.
What is hard to believe, Mrs. O'Toole? And I'd be obliged if you'd put down your shotgun.
I might as well tell you, Mr. Nolan, I lied to you.
I'll not be believing it.
But I did. It's true what you said about the men letting me win. It's sort of what you'd call me widow's pension. Me own pride wanted me to think I'd won fair. And I'm a foolish old woman, that's a fact. I apologise to you, Mr. Nolan. And you'll keep your fair winnings.
I'll not hear of such a thing, Mrs. O'Toole. Calling yourself an old woman, a fine broth of a girl in a praying. If you don't mind my saying so, who shouldn't? The £5 you'll take for a remembrance, for to buy yourself something that O'Toole would have wanted you to have. From what I've heard, there never was such a fisherman in the whole of Ireland, and though I never knew him, it's proud I am to sit with his widow.
Mr. Nolan, can I make you a cup of tea?
I'd be happy to enjoy it with you, Mrs. Oh.
Now, what's the blether? Will you excuse me, Mr. Nolan?
Mrs. O'Toole, dear, help us all. We were afraid he'd come here to murder you.
Have you seen him?
Who? The Spalpeen himself. The beast of Mayo. Nolan it is.
Mr. Nolan is having a cup of tea with me, and I'll thank you to
He's inside, boys.
There he is, skulking in a widow's home. The same he has cheated out of her rights.
What are you talking about, Finnegan? The matter is finished.
No, it is not, Terence Nolan. Mrs. O'Toole, you never lost the contest. We had another way in.
We did and all, and you won, Mrs. O'Toole. Sure, and you won.
Fair you won. The dirty foul rat weighted his catch with lead shot. Would you look a here? With 2 honest pounds, you won, Mrs. O'Toole.
Now, what have you to say for yourself, Terence Nolan?
We'll return to romance in just a moment. A police precinct house in a big city is a fascinating and mysterious place to a visitor. You'll get the very feel of it in that taut and authentic CBS radio program called 21st Precinct, which you can hear tonight and every Saturday over most of these same stations. And now for the second act of Romance.
Well, Nolan, it's a lie, Mrs. O'Toole.
You miserable man, insinuating yourself into me graces these past months, and now this. Get out.
Mrs. O'Toole.
Hand me gun, Mr. McQuaid.
There's no need of it. We'll take him out for you. Are you going to come quietly, Nolan, or do we assist you?
The first man that lays a finger on me gets his head split. I leave, Mrs. O'Toole, because you asked me to. But I say here and now that I was never a party to such a thing as lead in me catch. That's the way of it. Good afternoon.
Well, he'll not be troubling you no more, Mrs. O'Toole. We'll see to it. Come along, boys.
Wait a bit, Nolan. We'll have a word with you.
Sure. You're not getting out a bit so easy. Isn't that so, boys?
I want no trouble. Don't give me cause for it.
'Tis the weight of guilt on you, Nolan. I want no trouble either if I was you.
You'll be leaving Ballyshallah, Nolan.
Who says that I will?
We say so, Nolan.
Aye. It's the will of the people, Nolan. Don't attempt to make resistance.
I never put no lead shot in the fish. A man that says I did suffers for it. Well, who says it so?
Now, you hear him, boys. Telling his bare face to lie. Denying what you all saw with your own sight.
I'll say it, Nolan. I'll say it, and to the devil with you. You waited your catch with shot for to beat the widow O'Toole.
There, all right, take him, boys. How do you
Nolan, there's someone to see you.
I'll see no one.
It's all one with me, but she says...
She? She? Who? Who is it?
Mrs. O'Toole.
Come here to rub her hands over my difficulties.
No, I have not, Mr. Nolan. I'd like a word with you. You can close the cell door, Mr. Hurley. I'll talk on the other side of the bars.
Is there no peace for a man bludgeoning at me? You've had my reputation ruined. What more is it?
Mr. Nolan, I've come to ask you, did you put lead shot in the herring?
I did not.
I've had 2 days to think it over, and I believe you, Nolan, and I brought you pie baked this morning to prove it. You'll not find such food here. Now take it.
If it's your conscience has done the cooking, I want none of it.
'Tis me trust in a man from Mayo who reminds me of O'Toole himself. Do you know when your trial is coming?
Tomorrow.
It's battery charges and all against them 4 you're standing with.
I know.
4 broken heads. I only saw the last bit. Oh, but it was a lovely sight to behold. O'Toole couldn't have done better.
What I should like to know is who did the thing.
With the lead shot?
Aye.
I tried to find out, but no one is saying anything but you. 'Twas yourself did it. They're for throwing you out of Ballyshallah after your sentence, and you know that. The judge will give you 3 months. He doesn't like the men from Mayo.
I was afraid of that.
I'd not want to see you go, Mr. Nolan, to prison or away.
You give me more reason to stay then, if you don't mind me saying so.
I don't mind.
You're a fine woman, and I'm grateful for the pie, I am.
There's a nice filling in it. Perhaps you'll let me know what you think of it the next time I see you.
I will, too.
Time's up, Mrs. O'Toole.
All right, Mr. Hurley. Don't eat your pie until it gets dark, Mr. Nolan.
If you say so, I won't.
Good day to you.
And to you. Oh, the dear heart never spoke a true word. What a pie! What a filling it is!
Inside, quick. Did anyone see you?
I don't think so.
Oh, I was that afraid for you.
Sure, and you took a terrible chance putting the file in the pie.
It was the only way. If we are to find out who put you in this trouble, it must be done before tomorrow. It's a desperate situation.
I'll put me money on Finnegan or McQuaid. Both have been somewhat unhappy with me ever since I came here.
Shall I tell you something, Nolan?
Aye.
I think Finnegan is jealous of you. McQuaid, too. Since O'Toole died, both have been courting me these 20 years.
I can't say that I blame them. In a way of speaking, I've been doing the same myself, if you've noticed.
You think they would have done this dreadful thing to win me affections?
I do no less myself.
Nolan, dear, you're a gallant man. And I don't mind saying it'd take 10 of them to make one of you. But we have to think of something before the night's out.
Who do we start with? McQuaid or Finnegan?
You can't show yourself in the village, dear man. They'd have you back in the cell in no time.
Then what's to be done?
That's it. What indeed?
Yes?
I go down to Leary's place and spread the news. You've escaped, I'll say. Escaped and looking for the man that's ruined your good name. When you find him, you'll strangle him to death.
But I don't see...
If McQuaid or Finnegan or whoever else did the thing there, they may give themselves away.
No, I never yet had a woman pull me coals out of the fire, and I won't start now.
Dear, love him obstinate like O'Toole. So then you'll settle for 3 months in prison. I'll make you a cup of tea, man, and you'll sit here till I return. That's me word it is, and you'll abide by it.
And when was it he escaped, Mrs. O'Toole?
Oh, an hour ago, they say.
Heaven preserve us, the foul murdering devil. My brains is still trying to push through the wound where he struck me.
They say he'll not sleep nor eat until he finds the man. He's still here, they say.
Oh, sure, and there won't be a soul safe in his bed while Nolan's afoot.
Mrs. O'Toole, you'd better be off home. Lock and bar your door. You never know what the madman will do.
I'd take pleasure in accompanying you to your door, Mrs. O'Toole.
And I. There's safety in numbers, they say.
You may be right, and it's that grateful I am to you both. We better go now. It's a dark night, and who knows where the criminal is lying in dreadful wait. Good night to you, Mr. Leary. Good night, all. Good night, Mrs. I'm glad 'tis not I will have to be walking back alone through the village this night.
The police will have caught him before long.
I've been thinking it might be as well if we ask protection until he's found.
You have nothing to worry about, Mr. Finnegan. Nolan's a fair man, at least till now he always has been. He'll only be after the one that leaded the herring.
You think he knows who's the one?
Hey, what are you saying, man? Is Nolan himself did it?
That's right.
Well, here we are now. Will you both come in for a cup before you go? Mr. McQuaid, Mr. Finnegan?
Well, no, I'd like that, but it's a question of yourself, McQuaid.
How so?
Well, I'll not take an unfair advantage of another man, and since we've both been caught in Mrs. O'Toole...
You're sure it's not because you don't want to walk home alone?
You'll put up your hands against me with such talk as that. I'm afraid of no man.
You'll both come in, then. I'll hear no hard words between you two.
Is there something burning, Mrs. O'Toole?
I hope not.
Smells like a pipe to me.
Like a pipe, so it does.
Now, isn't that strange? So it does. Sit down, will you, and I'll boil the kettle.
Finnegan, don't say anything, but there's pipe ashes on the table.
Where? Dear, help us.
Oh, a man's been here, maybe here now.
Himself.
Might be. One of us should go for the police.
Yes, I will. I'll go this minute.
Why should it be you going? I'll do it. I can run the fast.
No, you won't leave me here alone. Sure you won't. If he thinks it's me who leaded the heron, he'll tear me to small pieces.
And what are you two whispering about?
Well, I just remembered, Mrs. O'Toole, there's something I left at Leary's, and I'll have to go back and fetch it.
I'll go with you, McQuaid. Protection like.
Oh, you stay here and protect Mrs. O'Toole.
Oh, no. You won't leave me to the devil's fury.
What's come over you both?
He's here, Mrs. O'Toole, shrouded like an adder in the dark. Or he's been here. Ashes on the table. Nolan it is for sure.
Would you make yourselves pleasant conversation? I'll not be long. If the police, I'm fetching Mrs. O'Toole.
I'll not stay here alone, McQuaid. It's not me he's after.
What do you mean by that, Finnegan?
You know what I mean.
Would you keep your voice down, Nolan? Maybe in the next room.
In my house? Away with you, man.
Yes, I'll be going.
And I'll come with you.
No.
I'm thinking, McQuaid, while you're going for the police, Nolan finds me here, crushes me head completely, and is hanged for murder, leaving you and Mrs. O'Toole. Well, I won't have it.
Oh, you're talking mad.
Am I? Who put the lead shot in Nolan's herring?
Aye. Who indeed?
Dear save us, Nolan.
Who was it, Mr. Finnegan?
It wasn't me, Mr. Nolan. You wouldn't hit an old man such as me now, would you?
Who did it?
I'll get the police.
You stay!
No, you spare me. I'll tell you, Mr. Nolan. 'Twas him. I saw him. We went back to see the catches, and I saw him dropping the lead in the sacks.
For shame, Finnegan, and you said nothing?
Oh, you're a liar, Finnegan.
It's the truth, Nolan. 'Twas him, not me. I knew you was making progress with courting Mrs. O'Toole, and I thought it would be better to get you away before taking care of McQuaid.
Oh, you'd have informed on me. You'd have done that, you scurvy. Shut up, both of you.
No, get out, you tell me.
Out!
Nolan, dear, did ever a woman have such suitors?
And deserving, Mrs. O'Toole, but not such as they.
Such as yourself, Nolan?
If you'll have it so.
I might be inclined.
But you'll have to stay at home, Mrs. O'Toole, and don't hold with women fishing.
I don't think there'll be any further need for it, Mr. Nolan.
Romance is produced and directed by William Frug. You have heard The Courtship of Mrs. O'Toole, specially written for Romance by Anthony Ellis, starring Gloria Gordon as Mrs. O'Toole with Raymond Lawrence as Nolan. Featured in the cast were Charlie Long, Richard Peel, Ben Wright, and Barney Phillips. This is Dan Coverly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. It's Gunsmoke every Saturday on CBS Radio. You're invited to action, excitement, and the something extra only Gunsmoke offers Western fans. Stay tuned. It's next on many of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of excitement and daring do, of conflict and human emotion. This week, a story of Hawaii, as Stacey Harris and Lillian Baeff star in William Frug's unusual romance, The Golden Face.
This is the story of a boy and a girl, of how they met, and of what happened to each of them because of their meeting. It's a simple story without violence or melodrama, yet its meaning is clear. It began in that most exotic of locales, the Hawaiian Islands. More specifically, the city of Honolulu, on the island of Oahu.
Boy, take Mr. and Mrs. Snodgrass to room 211. Yes, sir?
Do you have a single room?
I believe we're filled up. How long would you need it?
All the weekend, tonight, Saturday and Sunday.
I see. Well, let me check.
Thanks.
Have you tried the Halekulani? Or perhaps the Royal Hawaiian?
No, I haven't.
Let me see
Just
now.
anything at all, huh?
Mm-hmm. Ah, you are in luck, Lieutenant. Single checked out less than an hour ago. At 3:12. That'll be $10 a day.
All right, that'll be fine.
This is our biggest season, you know. Waikiki men had just phoned, said they were sending their people down to Honolulu. Not much of a vacation staying there, I don't imagine. Well, here you are, if you'll sign right here.
Right.
Now, your address, Lieutenant.
USS Claremont.
Good. Boy, show the lieutenant to room 312.
Not unlike the old days, this new Hawaii. During the war, there had been hotel lobbies jammed with uniforms. Now, the same lobbies, newly redecorated, were crowded with straw-hatted tourists wearing brightly colored leis and even gaudier sport shirts. But it was the same Loana Hotel on Waikiki Beach, and the young lieutenant felt good to be a part of the holiday excitement. In his room, he unpacked his canvas bag and looked out onto the huge banyan tree in the courtyard.
Yes?
Bob?
This is Lieutenant Tyndall.
Bob, it doesn't sound like you. Do you have a cold?
As a matter of fact, I don't. I feel wonderful.
Bob, is this really you?
Who is this?
Is Lieutenant Kendall there?
Oh, my name's Tyndall, Tindle.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Bob Kendall there?
No, I'm afraid he isn't.
Well, thank you.
Oh, no, wait. Don't hang up.
I beg your pardon?
Look, I don't know the man you're looking for, but, well, maybe I can help you find him. Is he in the Navy?
Yes.
Shore duty?
No, he's aboard the Fairlane.
Well, that's a destroyer, isn't it?
Yes, the DD-1798.
I think I may have seen it out at Pearl. It could be there now. Look, let me help you. Where are you?
We're in the lobby.
And the house phone's next to the cashier's window?
Yes.
Now, don't move. I'll be right down.
He knew why he was impelled to rush out of his room and down to the lobby as though his life depended on it. The lonely, almost pleading voice on the telephone sounded like a beginning for his weekend shore leave. And when he found the house phones and the girl standing beside them, he was sure. She was small and graceful, her light summer dress clinging to her gentle figure. Her raven hair was neatly trimmed about a face tanned almost golden in color. Her brown eyes were wide and slanted slightly at the corners, and her nose, thin at the bridge, curved up into full nostrils. To him, she seemed to glow with the freshness of an island breeze. He didn't know who this exotic creature was or what she was, and he didn't care.
Hello. My name's Alan Tyndall.
Oh.
I hope you like what you're staring at as much as I like what I'm staring at.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I should have left. But I thought I owed you an explanation.
Well, not here, huh? In the bar, we can have a cool drink with pineapple in it or anything in it, and then you can explain it there.
Really, I have to leave now. I shouldn't have bothered you this way. The switchboard operator misunderstood me. It isn't what you might think.
I'm not thinking anything right now except that, well, you're very beautiful, and I'd like to kiss that switchboard operator.
Thank you. Well, Lieutenant...
No, wait, please. One drink, no more, and no passes. You let me help you find Kendall if I can. If I can't, you've only wasted 30 minutes of your life, and, lady, you've given me a lovely day.
You really mean that, don't you?
Yes, I do, very much.
All right, Lieutenant.
Alan.
Alan?
I don't know your name.
It's Carol. Carol Hanoka.
They found a table in the bar overlooking the beach and the blue Pacific. Outside their window, 1,000 people sprawled on the sand, and native boys glided into shore, their surfboards cutting smoothly across the long, rolling breakers. They glanced at each other, and their eyes held and then moved quickly away.
Aloha. That can mean hello or goodbye.
Well, I'll drink to that if it means hello.
Why are you staring at me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you're smiling now, and a while ago you seemed sad. What caused the change, Carol?
Oh, out there, the sun, the sea, those people on the beach. You know, the world's a very happy place if you look at the right things.
Oh, I understand exactly. Especially right now.
You embarrass me.
I don't mean to. It's just that I'd like to know more about you. Unless you think I might be intruding.
Oh, no. I don't know why, but suddenly I want to tell you about myself. Everyone wants to be understood, really. But I especially want you to understand. Does that sound foolish?
No, it doesn't. You always lived in the islands?
I was born in Hawaii, not 2 miles from this hotel. A real islander. That's pretty rare these days.
Hanukkah. Is that a Hawaiian name?
Oh, my father was pure Hawaiian. He was descended from King Kamehameha. Unfortunately, he married an Irish waitress from Boston, which somewhat diluted the royal line.
Your parents still living, Carol?
My father lives on the other side of Oahu. He hates this side. Thinks the Americans have destroyed his country.
Oh, what do you think?
Well, I'm an American. Let me tell you about my mother. There was a girl. Vivacious, red-headed, terrible-tempered, a wonderful character.
She's not living?
I don't know. She ran off with a sailor when I was 7.
Oh.
Well, you're not going to feel sorry for me, are you? Oh, don't do that, Alan. Pity's a terrible thing. Self-pity's even worse. We'll have another drink, and then I must go.
They had another drink, and he listened as the beautiful girl told him about herself and her father. She was 28 years old. She lived in an apartment in Honolulu. She had a responsible job as a buyer in a department store, and she made good money. A successful young woman by any standards. And he found himself becoming involved in what she said and what she thought.
And I got the job because I knew what sort of native goods the tourists liked. Of course, most of it's made in San Francisco. Don't most of us live by a label?
Oh, I don't know. That depends on the individual, I think.
Not when you carry the label in your face, in the color of your skin.
Hey, you told me self-pity was a terrible thing.
I'm sorry, Alan, you're right.
Carol, I don't think you have anything to be ashamed of, not ever.
You sure? Alan, you didn't come downstairs to the lobby to help me find another man, did you?
No, I suppose not.
Why did you come?
Oh, I don't know. A voice, lonely, interesting. Maybe I thought you might have been someone to, spend a sailor's weekend with.
Do you still think so?
No, not that way. How about you? You sorry I lied to you?
No, it's been a wonderful afternoon. A happy time. I mean that, Ellen. I want you to always know it.
You sound like you're saying goodbye for keeps.
I am.
Oh, no. Now, that's absurd. We're just getting to know each other.
And we like each other, don't we? Please, Alan. Let's leave it that way, please.
Carol, does this have something to do with Bob Kendall?
You see, if we don't let it stand for what it is, a happy afternoon can be ruined.
All right, we'll forget Kendall or whatever his name is. He doesn't matter to me if he doesn't matter to you. Past is past and future is future. Oh, please, Carol, I'm trying.
The trouble with you is you're so convincing.
They stretched a happy afternoon into a happy dinner and a happy evening. Nothing serious. A kind of unspoken pact between them. They danced, they laughed, they talked about the Navy, Hawaii, hopes, defeats. The kind of things two people who like each other talk about. Then they made plans for Saturday. At her insistence, about midnight, he saw her to a cab in front of the hotel and sent her back to Honolulu. It was almost 10 o'clock the next morning when he was awakened by the telephone beside his bed. It was the operator phoning to say she was sending up 2 messages, and they arrived a few minutes later. They were both for Lieutenant Bob Kendall. Then there was a knock at the door.
Yeah?
Hi, my name's Kendall. I understand they sent a couple of messages up here by mistake.
Oh, Yeah, they did. Come on in, won't you?
Gee, I hate to bother you this way.
It's okay. I'm Ellen Tyndall.
Oh, well, they sound alike.
Yeah.
I checked out yesterday afternoon. I guess they could have gotten balled up.
That happens all the time. I was about to order a breakfast. Will you care to join me?
Sorry, I got a heavy date waiting down the lobby.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Flight nurse. Met her last night. Did you go to the dance at the officers' club?
No, I didn't.
Great Liberty Town.
Yeah, I know. Oh, your messages, I almost forgot. Yeah, I'm sorry I read them before I realized they weren't for me.
Oh, probably aren't important anyway.
One's from a girl named Carol Hanoka. Says she'll be here at 3 o'clock. Of course, that's from yesterday.
Oh, that dame? Man.
Oh, really?
And how? Plenty of action. And strictly available. If you want her phone number...
No, thanks. Just wondered.
Beautiful doll. Only if you call her.
Yeah?
She'll take you on a merry-go-round you won't forget. Well, thanks a lot. See you around.
Yeah. Yeah, see you around.
We'll return to romance in just a moment. Later today on CBS Radio's Kathy Godfrey Show, that man about instruments and popular recording personality Bobby Sherwood is among Kathy's guests. Vocalist Betty Madigan and Columbia record artist Peter Hanley are also on hand for today's fun. Today and every Saturday on most of these stations, the Kathy Godfrey Show is your open sesame to weekend pleasure. Don't miss it. And keep in touch with all our weekend news and entertainment at the Star's address. And now for the second act of Romance.
What would it have been like if he had never met Bob Kendall? All Saturday morning, the young lieutenant wondered that. But he had met him, and he could no longer think of Carol Hanoka the same way. Still beautiful, yes, still desirable, still many, many things, but no longer the same. Their date was for 3 o'clock, for swimming.
Hello.
Alan, this is Carol.
Oh, hi, Carol.
I'm here in the lobby. I brought my suit. Shall I change up there?
Yeah, sure, that'll be fine.
Alan, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. Come on up. I've been waiting for you.
For a moment, he'd been tempted to hang up the phone, but then he reconsidered. There were only 2 days and 1 evening left of his shore leave. If this beautiful exotic creature was out for fun, then maybe he'd been right the first time. Maybe this was a way to spend his weekend.
Hi.
Hi.
What a beautiful day.
Perfect day for a swim. Come on in.
For a minute there on the telephone, you had me worried.
Oh, how's that?
Well, you sounded so solemn. Not like you at all.
Periodic depression. Nothing my neighborhood psychiatrist can't manage.
Oh, silly.
Yeah, I am kind of silly, aren't I?
Yes, and I like you that way.
Okay. Okay, it's a deal. You dress in here and I'll take the bathroom, huh?
All right. I hope you like my suit. I just bought it today.
Really? You know, bathing suits were made for girls like you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Hey, funny thing, the hotel still thinks I'm Bob Kendall. They sent up a couple of his messages here this morning. He must be a busy guy. Phone calls from beautiful girls, messages. You go with him very long?
Not very long. Gee, this is hard to get into. I don't know why they make them so small.
I'll be glad to come out and help.
No, thank you.
You just say when, huh?
Oh, just a minute. There. You can come out now. Do you like it?
I like the way you look in it.
Alan.
Hmm?
Before we go down to the beach, could we talk a minute?
Sure.
You mentioned Bob Kendall. Alan, I don't want anything to ruin us, our friendship.
Not on your life, honey. That guy's the furthest thing from my mind.
Well, still, you did mention him. Maybe it'd be better if we did talk about it, get it out in the open, and then Then we'd never have to think of him again.
Carol, you remember what I said yesterday? The past is past. Now, if you make me start recounting my old girlfriends, we might never get down to the beach.
Do you really mean that?
Of course I mean it. We're grown people. We've had good times and bad. Now, today is a day for sun and swimming and not worrying about anything. In short, this day is ours.
And it was. They swam, they played tennis. He even tried to ride a surfboard and nearly broke his neck. It was a happy time. For moments, he would forget Bob Kendall and remember the girl he'd known yesterday. Then the thoughts would come back, and he would correct his perspective. That evening, they went dancing.
You know, I've waited 30 hours to hold you in my arms. It's worth every minute of it.
Are you that fond of dancing?
Are we dancing? I didn't realize it. Are you having fun?
Oh, yes. And yet, we hardly know each other. We just met yesterday.
Well, that doesn't really matter, does it, Carol? Does it?
Let's sit down.
Just when I'm beginning to like Hawaiian music?
Now I know you need to sit down. Come on.
All right. Excuse us, please.
Excuse me.
Pardon me. Here, through here.
Mm-hmm.
Is it always this crowded?
At Waikiki? Oh, yes.
Haven't you got a nice little remote island somewhere where a fella can dance with his girl without dodging waiters? What kind of a South Sea Island paradise is this?
Thank you. Well, have you ever been to Hilo?
No.
Oh, it's a sleepy little town. Lots of flowers, even a live volcano. It's on Hawaii.
Nope. Tourists there, too.
Well, then I have just what you're looking for. Now, Willy Willy. No, don't laugh. It's really a town. On Kauai. It has a lovely little bay, cane fields, rains almost every day, and no tourists.
That part I like.
At least, almost. Or how about Kaolui? Oh, it's a nice town. It's on the ocean, too. Island steamer makes it every week.
Oh? Maybe we could fly down there.
What?
Well, you know, spend a weekend.
Alan, are you serious?
Of course I'm serious. That sounds ideal.
Somehow that doesn't sound right. Not from you.
Why? Is there something different about me?
I don't know. Yesterday you seemed different. Maybe I'm just imagining it, Alan. Yesterday I believed you. Today I'm not sure.
Well, I'm the same guy, Carol.
But not the same toward me. Alan, yesterday afternoon I wanted to say goodbye. I said we shouldn't spoil a happy time. I meant it then. I mean it now.
I'm not trying to spoil anything, Carol. Look, I got an idea. Let's get out of this noise and smoke. There's a full moon out there, so let's go for a swim, huh?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, come on. It'll do us both good. Fresh air, a chance to be by ourselves. Come on, please.
All right, Alan.
The moonlight flooded the beach. The surf was calm, glistening with phosphorus. It was quiet now, deserted. Only the two of them in the gently rolling sea.
Oh, Alan, isn't it wonderful?
It's cold.
Fine naval officer you are, frightened of a little cold water.
Come on, let's get out a while.
Oh, this is wonderful. I could stay here forever.
Could you?
Uh-huh.
With me?
Alan.
Come here. I've wanted to do that for a long time.
Oh, Alan. Alan, please, no. Alan.
What? You cheap little tramp.
Alan, don't.
Why do you got to slap my face? Just who do you think you are? What's the matter? Are my kisses as good as Bob Kendall's, or was there someone before him who was even better? Or someone before that?
Alan, stop.
How many have there been, Carol, or have you lost count?
Probably a great many less than there has been for you. Didn't you tell me there were so many we wouldn't have time to swim if you told me about them? Then what gives you the right to pass judgment on me? Is there one standard for naval officers and another for women? Is that what you believe?
I believe you set me up for a sucker, and I fell for it. Look, I went for you in a big way, and you made a fool out of me.
Why? Because I wouldn't let you touch me? Is that how I made a fool out of you? Did I hurt your manly pride that much? Listen to me, Alan. I want to tell you something. Yesterday I thought you were something very, very special. You were lonely just as I was lonely. And you were honest. And we talked about real things, things important to both of us. And there was something I'd never felt before. Love. Do you understand the meaning of that word? Love. It's something people want and need, something people search a lifetime for. I liked you right from the start. And the same things were happening to you, I know, but then you changed. Suddenly it wasn't real. It was cheap and dishonest. You made it cheap, Alan. Why?
I don't know.
Because there'd been others for me as there had been for you. Couldn't you accept me as I am today, not as I was yesterday? Can't people change when they want to change? Alan, weren't you the one who said the past is past, or was that a lie, too?
I don't know, Carol. I don't know what I said.
Perhaps I remember because I believed you. Well, you've shown me something, Alan. You've shown me that I can't escape from myself. Maybe that's what I've been trying to do. Suddenly you've made me stand still and face myself, almost for the first time. And you know something? I'm not ashamed anymore. I don't have to run.
And then the girl who was half Hawaiian, half Boston Irish, and who was therefore neither one, turned slowly and walked back toward the hotel. She held her head high now. She had indeed changed. Her search for an identity was over. In rejecting the boy, she had rejected a part of herself, and she was proud. What of the young lieutenant? He sat quietly on the beach, looking out to sea. His pride had been hurt, but something more important. Her words had reached him, and for himself and all men, he felt ashamed.
Romance is produced and directed by William Frug. The Golden Face was written by Mr. Frug and starred Stacey Harris and Lillian Baev. Others in the cast were Parley Bear and Byron Kane. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. Guess where Eve Arden, as our Miss Brooks, finds herself on tomorrow night's show? Lover's Lane, that's where. And with Bashful Boynton, the biology teacher, the apple of her eager eye. Can Eve make time in Lover's Lane? Or will this latest effort to help Cupid help her fail like all the others? We know, but won't say. Listen in for CBS Radio's Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, on most of these stations tomorrow night. Stay tuned now for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Today, we're happy to welcome Miss Barbara Whiting, co-star of the popular program Those Whiting Girls, and Mr. Richard Crenna of Our Miss Brooks as our stars in a new play for radio. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, the story of two young people and a stranger's car, as Barbara Whiting and Richard Crenna star in Kathleen Heights' drama, One Way Trip.
I guess we're all running from something, in one way or another. I only knew I had to leave the East. The cold, the snow, the slush, the loneliness. And so when I read the ad in the classified section of the Times Friday morning, I phoned. It said, driving to Los Angeles, Monday. Take 2 passengers. Share expenses. It was signed Pete Russell. On Monday morning, we started out. 3 of us. Mrs. Felix Botkin in the back seat, Pete Russell driving, and me next to him. My name is Ann Merritt.
Say, Mr. Russell, I wonder if you'd mind rolling up your window the tiniest little bit. There's a draft just hits the back of my neck.
Okay.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks ever so much.
I could roll mine up, Mrs. Botkin.
Well, if you don't mind, dear.
This certainly is a nice car, Mr. Russell.
Oh, sure. Thanks.
I can drive. I mean, anytime you get tired or anything, I'll be glad to take a turn.
No, I'll drive, thanks. I plan to do all the driving.
My goodness, I couldn't even offer. I guess you young people can't understand that, but I never once learned to drive. But then I'll bet you don't like women drivers much anyway, do you, Mr. Russell?
Some of them are okay, I guess.
I'm supposed to be a good driver.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, men have said I am. Eddie, I always drove his car. He'd ask me to. I mean, well, he preferred for me to drive.
Eddie?
He was a friend of mine.
A good friend?
Just a friend, Mrs. Botkin.
Oh, well, now then you mustn't mind me. I'm not really prying, you know. I just thought we could pass the time finding out about one another. It'd be a long trip.
I didn't mean anything. There's just not much to tell about me.
Any family?
No, not really.
How about you, Mr. Russell? Any family to speak of? Mr. Russell?
No family.
Seems a shame. Big, fine car like this, no family to speak of, to take trips in it, no?
Maybe Mr. Russell just prefers a big car. Some men do. On the road, especially. I guess a big car's better, isn't it?
Yeah, it's better.
But a sedan, a big 4-door sedan for just one person. It seems such a waste.
Look, okay, it's a big, fine car. We don't have to talk about it all the time, do we?
Well...
The scenery began to change. The snow gave way to drab, gray landscape. The world around us was changing. Still cold and bleak, but always ahead was the promise of sunshine and warmth. Mrs. Botkin quieted down, and we didn't talk much after that. And Pete Russell seemed to relax a little and enjoy driving. He was nice looking, in a gentle kind of way, and I felt reassured and safe. That night we stopped at a motel somewhere in Ohio.
Here, I can carry that bag in for you.
Oh, no, it's all right. It isn't heavy.
Look, I just got crowded today when she kept up all that gabbing. I guess I'm not used to talky old ladies.
That's okay, Mr. Russell.
Oh, well, I'll knock on your door in the morning. We'll get an early start, okay?
Sure, that's fine with me.
You call me Pete?
Oh, sure. Sure, Pete.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Oh, my stars.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Botkin. I should have knocked.
Oh, my. I was so sure I'd locked it.
Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you.
Strange motel. Strange town. Puts me on edge. Can't for the life of me figure out why he chose to stop here anyway. Of course, I'm one who knows my place, and it isn't in me to butt in where I'm not wanted.
What's wrong with stopping here?
I don't say it's wrong, my dear. I say it's peculiar. Passing through all those big cities without a move to find a place to stay, and stopping in the middle of nowhere.
I don't see anything wrong with it, Mrs. Botkin. But if you didn't want to stay here, you should have said something.
To that one? No, ma'am, I know his kind. Just don't pay to cross them. Sullen ones like him bear watching.
Maybe he's just got things on his mind. Maybe he's worried or something.
Aha! You've noticed it, too.
I haven't noticed anything. I just said...
I know. You just said maybe he's got things on his mind. Maybe he's worried about something you said. Well, now, I just ponder that if I were you. Because what's worrying him might just ought to be worrying us.
Must you drive so fast, Mr. Russell?
What?
I say, must you drive so fast?
We're only doing 60, Mrs. Bodkin.
Oh, that's fast enough in this rain.
I think the car ride's good at 60. Don't you, Pete?
Yeah. Say, you folks mind if we drive a little while after dark?
In this weather? What's the big hurry?
I don't mind at all.
The more ground we cover, the sooner we'll get out of it.
And we covered Indiana and Illinois and part of Missouri that day. The rain was gone, and in its place was wind and sleet. Mrs. Botkin didn't have much more to say, and neither did Pete. You could feel the tension, and suddenly the trip was no longer relaxing, and I no longer felt safe.
And I'll bet you anything in the world he does it again tonight.
Are you sure? I mean, well, how do you know he slept in the car last night?
Well, to tell you the truth, at first it was just a feeling I had, a hunch, you might say. Strong as anything, I had this feeling. Well, sir, mind when I went in to pay the motel bill this morning?
Uh-huh.
Casual, like I was asking the time of day. I said to the manager, by the way, what room did Mr. Russell occupy last night? Well, he didn't know right off, and so he checked the registration. And then he looked at me peculiar and said, there was no Mr. Russell registered here last night.
That's funny. I wonder what...
You'd think he'd have the price of a room, wouldn't you? Anyone driving a big, flashy car like that ought to be able to part with $3.50 for a night's sleep.
Oh, but look, Mrs. Bodkin, there's nothing really wrong with a man sleeping in his car. It does seem funny, but it isn't against the law or anything like that. And it's really Mr. Russell's own business.
Mr. Russell? If that's his real name.
Oh, now, really.
You can't deny he don't care to discuss that car he's driving.
No, he does seem a little touchy about it.
Touchy indeed. That car belongs to Frank Marino. There.
Frank Marino? But
I
how...
looked on the steering wheel, that's how. Says so plain as day on that doohickey.
The registration slip?
Frank Marino. Now, you know what kind of a man he is. And I'll tell you something else. He may be a racketeer or whatever, but he's got plenty of money. And he is not the kind of a man to run a share-the-ride advertisement in the newspaper.
You think Pete, Mr. Russell stole the car?
I'm not saying. But there must be a reason why he won't talk about it.
Hi.
Oh, my.
Oh, Mr. Russell.
Began to think I'd lost you. Knocked on your door over at the motel. I couldn't rouse anyone.
Want something special, did you?
Oh, not special. Thought I'd have some coffee. Well, hey, care if I sit here?
Well, I'm sure that's up to Miss Merritt. I was just fixing to leave when you came.
Please sit down, Mr. Russell. Pete.
Oh, thanks.
Well, now that should take care of my part. Well, I'm going to bed.
Good night.
I won't be long, Mrs. Botkin.
That's up to you, my dear.
She's been bending your ear about me, hasn't she?
Oh, she just talks a lot.
Have you noticed there's some people who have to make trouble? They can never let well enough alone?
I guess so.
And whatever it was Mrs. Botkin was saying about me, do you believe her?
I don't know, Pete.
I hoped you wouldn't say that. I really did.
Well, what can I say? Why won't you talk about the car? And why are we driving night and day like the police were after us or something? Now, what do you expect me to think?
Never mind. Never mind. I'm sorry I asked. See you later, Miss Merritt.
Mrs. Botkin was asleep when I got to the room, and I was glad. I was worried and upset. But after I got in bed, it was all right, and I slept sound. Maybe too sound, because when I woke up in the morning, Mrs. Botkin was gone. Bag and baggage. She was gone.
return to romance in just a moment. There's potent drama in the daily routines of the doctors, nurses, and attendants, the drivers, gray ladies, patients, and visitors at every hospital. Their potent drama is summed up for you every Saturday in the daytime on CBS Radio's City Hospital. Later today, most of these stations bring you thrilling, realistic drama in City Hospital. And now for the second act of Romance.
Yes, ma'am. Help you?
I'm staying in number 12. The lady who was staying with me, Mrs. Botkin, have you seen her this morning?
No, haven't seen a soul. Of course, I just came on duty at 6. You think she could have left earlier than 6?
I don't know. You see, I really didn't know she was leaving.
Well, if she checked out, there'd likely be a record of it. Yeah, here we are, number 12, Miss Ann Merritt, Mrs. Felix Botkin. Nope, don't mention anyone checking out.
What room is Mr. Russell in? Mr. Pete Russell.
He checked in the same time last evening?
That's right.
Russell. No one registered by that name. You sure that's the right name?
I guess I'm not sure of anything.
How's that?
Oh, never mind. Thanks.
Hop in. Well, I think I'd run off without you.
She's gone, Mrs. Botkin.
Sure.
She's just disappeared. When I woke up, she was... What do you mean, sure?
Oh, I know she's gone, that's all. I took her down the road to the bus station.
But where was she going? She didn't say anything. I didn't know she planned to leave.
I guess she decided pretty quick. Said something about a sister in Oklahoma City. She didn't want to take us out of our way. She talked a lot, you know.
I don't understand. I don't know what to think. Everything's so crazy.
Oh, she said to give you this. The money's for the room, I guess. Suppose I take it, pay your bill at the desk, and we can get started.
What, I'll need a little time.
Yeah, well, not too long, huh?
He handed me the note. It said, decided to visit my sister. Hope you have a nice trip. It didn't make sense. None of it made sense. I went back to the room, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing at all.
Well, listen, I think I know why you came with me.
Why?
Because you haven't got enough money left to take a bus. That's the only reason why, isn't it?
I don't know.
Well, I'll loan you the money. The next stop, I'll loan you the money so you can buy a bus ticket, okay?
No. I mean, well, why should you? You don't owe me anything.
I just don't want you driving with me if you don't... Well, if you don't like my company, if I make you nervous.
Oh, no, Pete, honestly. Right now, I feel relaxed. For the first time since we left Ohio. Honest.
Then why don't you take the old lady's advice and have a nice trip?
I wanted to. I wanted to feel safe with him. If I'd met him any other way, like if someone had introduced us, I'd think, he's an attractive man, this Pete Russell. Kind of quiet and thoughtful. And I could like him a lot. Only nobody introduced us. There wasn't anybody for me to ask, what's he like? What kind of a boy is he? There wasn't anybody to ask, except him. What are you going to do when we get to Los Angeles?
Look for a job. I think maybe I'd like to live there. Always before, I just sort of passed through, you know. Never stopped to stay more than a few days. No, this time, if I can get a job, maybe I'll plant my own orange trees someday. Have a grove.
That sounds ideal.
This is your first trip?
First time west of Albany. I've never been anywhere, really. Mostly we just stayed at home.
Well, what was it like at home?
I ran away.
You running away now?
When I was 18. You know, I don't think my folks even worried. I don't think they cared.
I don't believe that.
It's true. There were 8 of us kids. Never enough food for all of us. When I left, it made it easier on the others.
You're homesick, aren't you?
Where should I be? There isn't any home now anyway. Not even as much as there used to be. My folks are dead.
Still you're homesick. I can tell.
Homesick is like being lonely and afraid a little. That's what you mean, isn't it?
It's not having things. It's not having a place that's yours or somebody that belongs to you. Or you to them.
Are you running away too, Pete? Is that why you're in such a hurry?
I ran away 5 years ago.
But are you still running? Are you running from something now?
What is it with you? You and the old lady both. Does a guy have to be running just because he doesn't want to tell his life story? Is that what you think? What right do you have to ask me that kind of a question? You think I'm a fugitive or something?
I'm sorry, Pete. It isn't any of my business. You're right.
Flat tire.
Do we have to stop here?
Where else would we stop?
But there isn't anyone to help. The road's deserted.
The road's deserted because I took a shortcut. And when the day comes I can't change a flat, I'd better stop driving a car. Yeah, here. You hold the flashlight. Well, you're going to help? You're going to just sit there?
Pete? Pete, is it really a flat?
What?
Is it... I mean...
But hold the light steady and keep quiet. I think I've had about enough of that from you.
This isn't your car, is it? Is it?
No, it isn't.
It belongs to Frank Marino.
Yes, it does. Does that make you happy?
Oh.
Just hold it steady, will you?
It always happens, doesn't it? I mean, you always get a flat tire out on some isolated road. I guess it never happens when you're on a busy highway, or in town, or near people. Oh, what was that?
The hubcap. It came off. It was supposed to come off. I was prying it off. But what the devil's the matter with you, anyway?
I'm scared. I'm scared to death.
Okay. If you're scared, get in the car.
I'll be scared there, too.
Look. Oh, look, I'm sorry, Anne. Now, come on. I gotta finish with the tire.
Don't come near me. Please, don't touch me.
Anne, listen to me.
Will you take me to a bus, please? Will you? Any bus? Please, I want to go on the bus.
Okay, just as soon as I get this tire changed.
What are you stopping for now?
I need a cup of coffee, and I'll find out about your bus. You coming?
I guess so.
We're just serving at the counter at this hour. No dinners left. Got eggs, bacon.
Coffee, black.
For me, too.
Coffee.
I'll bet I look a fright. I haven't put any lipstick on for hours.
You look okay. Will you lose your lipstick?
I'm looking for my coin purse.
I'll pay for it.
I'll pay for my own.
Okay. Have it your way. Here's a paper. I ought to give the bus schedule. Here. Look it up. I tried to be honest with you, but it didn't work. You've got your mind made up to be scared, so go ahead and be scared. At least I tried. Someday I hope you'll remember that.
Pete, wait.
Now what?
Frank Marino is dead.
What?
Look. Front page of the paper. It says, Frank Marino was found dead in his stateroom aboard the SS Monarch last night. The ship's doctor said Mr. Marino, who was bound for Europe, died of a heart attack. Well, doesn't it mean anything to you?
Well, sure, it means something to me. That's his car out there.
Does that mean he won't find out?
Find out what?
About his car.
What about his car?
Does it mean he won't find out you stole it?
Stole it? Well, look, listen, I'm being paid for driving Mr. Marino's car to Los Angeles. His chauffeur put an ad in the paper and I answered it. He wanted to spend Christmas back east with his family, but Mr. Marino wanted his car in Los Angeles, so the chauffeur hired me to drive it to L.A. for him.
Is that true? Honestly?
Call the police if you want. Ask them if it's a stolen car.
Couldn't you have said that about 2,000 miles ago? I mean, the way you acted about that car...
What about the way you've acted ever since we started, like I was a criminal or something? Listen, I understand you now. I didn't before. It's not me you're afraid of, or the car, or anything else. You're afraid to face yourself. This trip, pulling up roots, taking off for a strange place. You blame me for all your own fears.
I guess you're right. I did blame you.
Look, I didn't know how Marino'd feel if he knew I took passengers in his car. He was paying my expenses. Only I really needed the money, so... I don't know what I'm telling you all this for. You're probably worrying about the next bus.
Do you mind? If I don't take the bus?
Ride with me?
If you don't mind. I'd really like to.
Why? So you can dream up something else to be scared of?
I'm telling you, I'm sorry. Let me apologize, please.
You think you could stand my company for another couple of days?
I think I could stand your company for a long time.
Okay. Okay, we'll try it again.
And Pete, listen. I'm not scared anymore.
Romance is produced and directed by William Frug. One Way Trip was written by Kathleen Height and starred Barbara Whiting as Anne and Richard Crenna as Pete. Helen Klebe was Mrs. Bodkin and Don Diamond was the clerk. Music is supervised by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Dan Cubberly inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. The lighting of the White House Christmas tree will be a special feature on CBS Radio tomorrow when our program called On a Sunday Afternoon comes this way on most of these same stations. Songs by Bing Crosby, an interview with Howard Keel, and Carmen McRae in person as special guest star will be among the other features of On a Sunday Afternoon when it follows the regular broadcast of the Philharmonic Symphony. Stay tuned now for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, the story of an architect, a girl, and a scholar, as written by one of radio's most delightful authors, Walter Brown Newman, in Point of View.
Had I known when I first saw him what I know now, I'd never have wakened him. I'd have let him go on sleeping on that bench at the airport forever.
United Airlines Flight 23 now loading at Ramp G.
Mr. Trask?
United Airlines Flight
Trask, wake up.
Now loading at Ramp G.
Wake up, Mr. Trask.
What did you say?
Wake up, Mr. Trask. Are you all right?
Fine. Fine. Who are you?
Charles Brown, of course.
Oh, of course, Charles Brown. Pleased to meet you. How'd you know it was me?
I.
Mr.
What?
James Daly,
How did you know it was I? You said me.
Did I really?
I learned your identity by reading this tag attached to your lapel. I am Edward Trask, the architect engaged by Charles Brown. If not called for in 30 days, please return to Goldberg and Trask, 527 West Route 6.
Oh, yes, I remember tying it on. I want coffee.
There's a shop next to the baggage room.
Let's go.
Now arriving at gate 6.
Do you generally make yourself known to clients in this fashion?
Only when I travel by air. Sleeping pills knock me out, you see, but I have to have them or I'd scream from takeoff to landing. I'm afraid of airplanes, aren't you?
Certainly not.
Well, you would be if you were a coward. I'm a coward.
Telephone call
So's my
to Mr.
partner.
Richard Garrett.
Matter of
Please
fact,
go to
we
the
tossed to see who'd make the flight, and he was the coward that lost.
Then how is it you're here?
Goldberg very cleverly broke his leg.
Oh, dear.
Must we walk so fast?
Quickly.
What?
One doesn't walk fast, one walks quickly.
At this moment, one would be happier crawling, so if you don't mind...
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush.
You're not rushing. It's just that you're a big guy and I'm a little guy, and my legs aren't as long as yours. You're probably in condition, too.
I am indeed. Here we are, after you, Mr. Trask.
Oh, boy. Coffee. Smell it? I'm going to drink a couple of gallons of... Hold everything.
What's wrong?
My glasses have steamed up. Lend me a clean handkerchief, will you?
Here. Well, we might as well sit right here at the counter anyway.
Good morning. May I help you?
Coffee.
Yogurt.
How would you like your coffee?
Very much. Here's your handkerchief.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. Where were we?
I was about to say that I think it a mistake for a man to get out of condition when he leaves school.
I was out of condition before I ever got to school.
I don't do much boxing or football anymore, of course, but I am out for a run with a dog every morning. Do you own a dog?
The only animal I'd ever care to have for a pet is the sloth. It hangs upside down from the branch of a tree, you know, and remains motionless for days. Nothing stirring but its basal metabolism.
You're not serious, of course.
Coffee. Bless you, little missy.
Cream, sir?
No, thanks.
The club at which I put you up has an excellent gymnasium. Got facilities for weightlifting, boxing, fencing.
Please. Not while I'm eating.
I found it difficult to believe Mr. Trask was one of the finest architects in the country. His mind seemed so undisciplined and his manners so lax. He dawdled so over coffee, I was afraid we'd be late meeting Eliza. But we weren't. When we got to the hill, there was no sign of her. While we waited, he continued to ask me about all sorts, the most trivial matters.
If Millard Fillmore were alive today, would you vote for him for president?
I haven't given the matter much thought, huh?
Never mind. Has anyone ever tried to convert you to the Druid religion?
The Druid? Are you serious? Oh, you mean the oak tree and fire worshippers? Well, hardly. What time have you got?
I don't own a watch. I don't even own a calendar, come to think of it. Are you fond of bagpipe music?
No, I don't think so. This watch of mine is never more than a second off a day. It's 10:05. Eliza's late.
Remember what W.C. Fields used to say about being late?
No, I can't say I do.
Or Crazy Cat? You remember that comic strip, don't you? Crazy Cat and Officer Pup and Ignatz the Mouse.
I'm afraid not. I'm positive I told her to be here at 10. Oh, well, I imagine she'll have an adequate excuse. What do you think of the view from this hill?
It's nice. Conventional, but nice.
Conventional?
Yes, if...
Oh, excuse me. Here's Eliza now. You're late.
I'm sorry, Charles. I overslept. Please forgive me.
Well, it's quite all right. Eliza, may I introduce Mr. Trask? Mr. Trask, my fiancée, Miss Day.
How do you do?
Hello. You remind me of a girl I used to know, a cooch dancer in a carnival show. Is Dane your real name?
Oh, not serious, are you?
This girl later married a sword swallower. The ceremony was performed before a crowd of 3,000 morbidly curious people. Bridegroom and preacher all stood in the mouth of an embalmed whale.
Was it done for publicity?
Yes, you see, the manager of this
Does it matter, Eliza?
No, I suppose
Mr.
not.
Trask thinks the view from here is quite good, but conventional. We're rather fond of it ourselves.
Well, that's the school down there,
Yes,
isn't it?
that's the school. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's one of the oldest private schools in the country. It was founded in 1703.
1702, Eliza.
Sorry.
Yes, an ancestor of mine was on the first board of governors. The men in my family, when young, attended this school, every one before going to Yale. That's why I think it's so fitting to have the house built here overlooking it.
And it's so convenient for both Charles and the students. It's only a 4-minute walk from here to school. That makes it so simple for Charles to go to work and for the students to come to tea.
So, although you may be disappointed in it, I find it highly satisfactory.
Oh, I wasn't going to suggest any big changes. A few beds of Venus flytrap over here.
Well, you will
maybe.
learn what sort of people we are and what our tastes are like before long. That's the general idea behind your stay with us, isn't it?
Yes, I prefer to know something about my clients before I design their homes. It gives greater satisfaction to me as well as to the client.
So I can understand that. I approve. It's very sound. It pays.
Well, I don't do it just because of the money. Although, show me a man who's fonder of this stuff. I love a home I build as much as a parent loves his kid. I want it to be right. I want the people who live in it to be comfortable and easy with it. I don't want them to perform major surgery on it after I've turned it over to them. I don't suppose any relatives of yours ever got trampled to death by a panicky zebra, Miss Dane.
What? Well, no. But a grandfather of mine shot a lion in India and brought the skin back.
Lions are not found in India, Eliza, but in Africa. And could we continue this discussion some other time? I have an 11 o'clock class. I found the next few days to be trying, extremely trying. It was Mr. Trask, of course. He fairly haunted Eliza and me. We lunched together, dined together, walked together, drove together, spent evenings together, and in short, did all the things people can do together without creating a scandal. Worst of all, his fund of silly questions and pointless remarks seemed inexhaustible.
Grandmother of mine introduced the red cabbage to Saginaw, Michigan. You probably know people who've had their hands read by fortune tellers, but did you ever know anyone who had his feet read? I think Shakespeare gave Caliban a terrible deal in The Tempest. It was his family's island in the first place, wasn't it? I'd be interested to hear your views concerning the practice of putting sugar on oysters.
He almost made me lose my temper.
Well, was that after you left me last night?
Yes, he insisted that I walk him to the club. Then he walked me home. Then he made me walk him home again.
What time could you have gotten to sleep? It was almost 1 when you left me.
It was past 1, 11 past. I mentioned it rather pointedly, don't you remember?
Oh, yes.
How much longer do you suppose he'll remain?
Well, it can't be too much longer now. He's learned a great deal about us during the past 4 days, and he can't
5
possibly
days,
have much.
Eliza, not 4. He arrived here on Friday.
At any rate, I'm certain he won't be here much longer.
Well, if I didn't know, absolutely know, that his firm is considered to be one of the best, I'd have chucked the whole project long ago. I never thought I'd be subjected to all this simply to acquire a dwelling. As a matter of fact, if he does go on like this much longer, I shall simply tell him I no longer desire his services. That's exactly what I'll do, yes. To my surprise, Mr. Trask failed to meet me for lunch the next day, nor did he appear for dinner. Eliza and I spent a restful evening alone. When I failed to hear from him by noon the following day, I called. The clerk at the desk assured me that Mr. Trask was in, but was not answering the phone. After school, therefore, I paid him a visit.
Go away! Go away! I have a loathsome disease! Unclean! Unclean!
Mr. Trask? Mr. Trask? Now it's I, Charles Brown.
Come in. I was going to phone you. Sit down if you can find space. This place is a mess, I know.
I don't remember ever having seen so much crumpled paper.
Well, I've been working. I intended to phone you Thursday morning.
This is Thursday morning.
Really? What became of Wednesday? Never mind. This often happens when I'm working.
So you've begun to put down your ideas for us, have you?
Well, I thought I'd try to sketch a few things. All tentative, of course.
May I see them?
Well, no.
I understand. Natural reluctance to display unfinished work. But what style have you in mind for us? Georgian? Colonial? Tudor? Modern?
I'm embarrassed, Mr. Brown. I was going to write a long letter to you and Miss Dane because I intended to duck further meetings with you. I think I told you once that I'm a coward.
What? What do you mean?
I'm not going to design a home for you and Miss Dane, Mr. Brown. I'm leaving.
But why?
Don't think I haven't tried. I've been working now without sleep since I last saw you, but I haven't managed to create anything for you.
Why? I think I'm entitled to an explanation.
I'll write one and mail it to you.
Now, Mr. Trask.
I'd really rather not tell you.
I insist.
All right, then. Don't be angry or upset now, because I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
I'm waiting for your explanation, Mr. Trask.
Here it is, then. I haven't created a design for a home for you and Miss Dane because I don't think you two will be married.
What?
To each other, that is.
Mr. Trask.
Well, anyway, now you know.
Eliza and I not marrying each other? The idea is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's absurd.
I told you I could be wrong. But when I sit down to draft, and the pencil either doodles or makes no lines at all, there has to be a reason, and that's the only reason I can arrive at. I know I've upset you.
Upset me? You don't think for one moment I'm affected in the least by what you... Not at all.
Attaboy. As I've said, I could be wrong.
Has your pencil ever failed to deliver before?
A couple, 3 times, maybe 4 or 5.
And you were wrong then?
Nope. Bullseye every time.
I see. May I ask what it is about Miss Dane and me that has brought you to this fantastic conclusion?
I don't think I know myself.
Oh, now, come.
Well, that's the truth. I'm a very sensitive man, Mr. Brown. I register impressions, almost like a film does when you snap a picture. I don't know whether or not you were aware of it, but I asked you and Miss Dane a lot of questions.
Aware of it?
Well, that's the way I work. I ask a lot of provocative questions. At least I hope they're provocative. And I make a lot of provocative statements. You see, like most of my clients, you and Miss Dane are complete strangers to me, and I don't have much time to get to know you, so I have to draw you out. You understand?
A little.
Like I ask, do you know any Druids? I'm hoping that'll launch you on a flood of words that'll tell me something about your religious feelings.
See?
Or I ask, do you remember the comic strip known as Crazy Cat, say? Well, that could lead you to tell me your views about art and so on.
And when you asked about Millard Fillmore, you were probing for my political views. And all that talk about Venus flytraps was to sound out my views on flowers and gardens and decorations?
Well, sure, that was the idea. Well, I don't add and subtract all these impressions and come up with an answer. I just let them churn around inside me together, unaided, so to speak. And then I sense what sort of a home to come up with. I came up with nothing for Miss Dane and you, so I'm leaving. The deal's off.
But, what am I to tell Eliza?
Why, the truth, of course.
No, I couldn't.
You couldn't tell your fiancée the truth? It's very interesting. That sort of bears out my impression that you two won't get married, or if you do, it won't last.
Well, of course I can tell Eliza the truth.
So tell her.
But I'd rather not tell her this particular truth. Now, why should I upset her when you yourself say you might be wrong? Now, may I tell you where I think the trouble lies?
Well, sure.
Well, I think that you've received a false impression because you don't know us well enough. You haven't spent enough time with us.
I had a feeling your nerves were scraped raw because I spent too much time with
you. Oh, no.
You sure?
No.
I haven't irritated you?
Oh, no, not at all. I've enjoyed your company. Stay a bit longer, won't you?
Well, I really don't think it'll do any good, Mr. Brown. I have a very strong feeling that you and Miss Dane will soon break your engagement, but if it'll make you any happier...
Good. Then it's settled. You'll stay. To have an artist, an architect, a sensitive person, although a stranger, cast doubt upon one's relationship with one's fiancée, makes one take a closer look at that relationship. Deftly, guardedly, subtly, but thoroughly, I questioned Eliza concerning her feelings about me and our approaching marriage. Beautiful night, isn't it?
Yes.
It's good we see eye to eye in these matters. But then we agree about almost everything, don't we?
What? Oh, yes.
Yes.
except possibly long engagements. Oh, I know that I was the one who felt we should wait to be married until our home was ready. I've come round more to the opposite view. I think we ought to be married sooner than that, eh? You agree? Eliza?
I'm sorry. What was it you said?
I said I think we ought to be married sooner than we originally planned. What do you say? Eliza? Oh, dear. A penny for your thoughts, Eliza.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles.
Well, what were you thinking about?
I don't know. The oddest things. Panicky zebras and crazy cat and Millard film. Oh! Charles! You almost drove off the road.
Sorry. I felt a stitch in my side.
In your side?
Near my heart. It was clear to me that whether Eliza was aware of it or not, Mr. Trask filled her thoughts. But I ask you, what was I to do? I was in a cleft stick. If I allowed him to leave, I would have to tell her why. So I urged him to stay a few days longer. He grumbled a bit, and there was a great deal of telephoning and telegraphing to his home office, but he obliged me. And then... I'm coming. I'm coming. Who is it? One moment. Coming! Mr. Trask.
I had to show you.
What? What? It's 3:30 in the morning, Mr. Trask.
Is it? Put on more lights.
Well,
That's better. Here.
Well, what is it?
Have a look.
What is it?
I was restless. I couldn't sleep. What can it be, I asked myself. The dinner Eliza cooked for me?
You had dinner with Eliza?
Anyway, I got out of bed and tried to read. Next thing I know, my sketch pad's on my knee and my pencil's in my hand, and I'm designing a home. The ideas pour out faster than I can put them down. Here, have a look at a dream house.
It was a dream house. It was more than a sketch he showed me. It was a lyric poem to married life, an offering to the gods of the hearth and home, a song of connubial bliss, the deepest feelings of family made articulate and glorious and comfortable. It's perfect.
Yes, it is.
May I have it?
Oh, sure. It's in my head.
Thank you.
That's okay.
So, your impression was wrong.
I guess so. And yet...
Yes?
I guess it was wrong. And yet...
Yes?
Nothing. Good night.
I could hardly wait to show the sketch to Eliza. I phoned her from the faculty room at her usual breakfast time, but she wasn't at home. I phoned all day, every hour on the hour, but she never answered. Alarmed, rather anxious, I went to her home directly after the last class. As I approached her front door, I saw her going up the steps. Eliza.
Hello, Charles.
Where have you been? I tried to get you all day.
I've been out walking.
Whole day?
Since early morning. I've had a bit of thinking to do.
Well, I was worried. Oh, but never mind that. Here. Take a look at this.
A drawing?
By Mr. Trask. A dream house, he calls it.
Oh, Charles.
Yeah, I agree it is, isn't it?
Oh.
I can see us in every line of it, can't you?
I can see me. But I can't see you, Charles.
What was that?
I said I can see me in this house, but not you. That's what's had me walking all day. Charles, I'm returning your ring. Here, take it.
But I don't want it. I want you to have it. Don't you like it?
Oh, it's not the ring, Charles. As you well know, the ring is beautiful. But I've no right to wear it anymore. I don't love you.
Eliza.
I'm sorry, Charles, but there it is.
Well...
I wept when I first realized it. Shed tears at the thought of hurting you, but...
Eliza, now, is there someone else?
Yes. Mr. Trask.
Trask? Huh. He's gone behind my back, has he?
Of course not. He was quite surprised this morning when I told him how I felt.
He has gone behind my back. You had dinner alone with him last night.
All I can say is, evil to him who evil thinks. Honi soit que mal pense.
Honi soit que mal y pense.
Goodbye, Charles. Perhaps one day we shall be friends.
I walked 4 hours through the city, trying to understand it. All right, she'd returned my ring and broken our engagement. Very well, I accepted the situation. I didn't understand it, but I accepted it. What I could neither accept nor understand, however, was her choice of Ed Trask. Why had she chosen him? He lacked my breeding. He was weak where I was strong, short where I was tall. He lacked direction. He was badly tailored. He was poorly groomed. He had absolutely nothing in common with Eliza. And yet she chose him. Now, why? What did she see in him? I entered a bar, and I sat down in a booth and ordered a drink. And here the long arm of coincidence reached out.
Sorry to be late, Ed.
Well, doesn't matter, love.
It doesn't?
No. You're here now, that's enough.
It is?
What would you like, Eliza? How about a sherry? Or a Pernod?
It occurred to me that I'd never observed them alone together. Perhaps if I listened, I would learn what she saw in the man. I listened.
After dinner tomorrow, I thought perhaps we might go to a show. That new one by George C. Kaufman.
George S. Kaufman.
Or is it Moth Heart?
What's the difference? We'll see it anyway.
I'm really awful about names and dates. I never can remember exactly.
All right. You're not in a memory contest.
That's right, I'm not. I'm not, am I?
No.
I don't have to be right about everything, do I? Or always be on time, do I?
Not if it's a strain. Relax, love. Prompt or not, accurate or otherwise, you have my heart, if that matters.
Oh, it does. It does. It does.
They went on in that vein for almost an hour, and then they left. I listened carefully to every word, but at the end I was no wiser. Now, what does she see in him?
Romance is produced and directed by William Frug. Point of View was written by Walter Brown Newman and featured Whitfield Connor, Vic Perrin, Virginia Gregg, and Joan Young. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. This is Dan Coverly inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. In just a moment, another story explodes on Gunsmoke. As you follow United States Marshal Matt Dillon through today's fast-moving drama, you'll discover how many actions can be triggered by the relationship between a cattle owner and his son. Stay tuned now for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, the story of a man who could not live in the present and could not forget the past until he came face to face with it one hot afternoon in Rome. Vic Perrin stars in William Keneally's story, Roman Afternoon.
Rome was different. Oh, there were plenty of Americans along the Via Veneto, but they no longer wore the green scarf of the Fifth Army. The Excelsior Hotel was different, too. In the days when Rome was just another bivouac on the bloody march up the Boot, the Excelsior was reserved for staff officers and VIPs. So naturally, it was out of bounds to me. Today, anybody can get in. Anybody who has $20 a day for a room. So naturally, that's where we stayed. Helen and I. Coming to Rome was my idea. Staying at the Excelsior was Helen's. No wonder it's like the Palmer House in Chicago during a convention.
Mildred Hickenlooper, whatever are you doing in Rome?
Helen! Well, it is a small world.
Hello, Mildred.
Oh, hello, Jim. Gee, this is wonderful. When'd you get here? How long are you going to stay?
We just flew down from Paris this morning.
And from what I've seen, I'm ready to go right back. This hotel can't compare to the George V in Paris. And I hear the men pinch you right on the street.
That's right, but you get used to it. They're so handsome.
Oh, not me.
Oh, darling, believe me, Rome is heaven, not the least bit like Des Moines.
You didn't expect it to be, did you, Mildred?
Well, no, of course not.
Rome is the most wonderful city in the world.
Yes, dear. Mildred, that's all I've heard since we left home. What am I saying? That's all I've heard since we've been married. I swear to hear Jim talk, you'd think he had some unfinished business here left over from the war.
Maybe I have.
Look out, your unfinished business doesn't finish you. You're not as young as you once were, buddy boy.
Will you shut up?
Jim.
I'm fed up with your yak.
What, Jim?
You've complained about the food and the prices and the service. You've compared every cathedral in Europe to the Baptist Church in Des Moines and every old master to Grant Wood. You haven't closed your mouth since we started on this trip. And I'll kiss a carabinieri at high noon in the Piazza di Popolo if you said one intelligent word.
Where are you going?
Out.
But what am I going to do?
Why don't you catch a movie? I hear Gone with the Wind's playing at Lowe's Lasagna with English titles.
Jim!
Now, darling.
Mildred, I'm sorry you had to witness this.
Now, you just forget all about it, Helen. Come on. I'll take you to Alfredo's for lunch. You'll love it. Everybody goes to Alfredo's every day.
I just don't know what's come over him, Mildred. Ever since we left home, he's gotten crankier and crankier. But he never walked out on me before. And we got tickets for the opera tonight, and what's a carabinieri?
A policeman. Now let him go, honey. He'll be back in time for the opera. They always come back, American men. What you need is to have your hand kissed by a European. You'll never be the same again.
As I walked down the Via Veneto toward the Piazza Barberini, the cool shade of the plane trees untied the hard knots inside me. And it was as though there were two of me. For beside me strode the tall, thin combat infantryman I had once been, the BAR man up from Salerno and the Volturno and Bloody Anzio. And it was another hot June afternoon. The afternoon Mark Clark's tanks rolled into Rome bedecked with garlands of crazy, laughing girls.
How about this, Joe? Wow, I never saw so many tomatoes in my life. At least so many ripe ones.
Ciao, Joe.
Hey, what do you know? She knows my name.
Tutti gli americani si chiamano Joe.
No capisce, no speaking Italian, but that don't make no difference. We don't need to talk. Hey, what's the matter with your girlfriend? What's she crying for?
Piano, perché sono felice.
Sure, I'll take a half a dozen. Hey, kids, what do you say we tie on the feed bag, huh? Eat, spaghetti vino.
Okay, Joe.
Oh, you do speak the English.
Okay, Joe.
Fine, that's all the English you gotta know. I wonder what she'd do for a carton of cigarettes, Jim.
Do you want for me to ask her?
Uh-oh. Shut my mouth. This one's speaking the English.
A little.
I hope you'll forgive my friend. He was only kidding.
Oh, capisco.
Why are you crying?
I cry because I am happy.
Oh.
I thank you for coming, for giving us back Rome.
Ah, that's okay. Think nothing of it. Now, how about it? Let's all get ourselves a little chow.
Ciao. Ciao means hello in Italiano.
In American, it means food.
Oh, it's strange.
Ciao, Joe.
Hey, how's she know my name?
Paula thinks all Americans are named Joe.
Oh, well, they aren't, but I am. Now, what about chow?
Ciao, Joe.
You bet, Paulie.
If you would be so kind,
Come, my mother will fix food.
Joe didn't mean that. We'll take you to a restaurant.
My mother owns a restaurante, La Gioconda. It's just down this little street.
Oh, well, in that case, let's give Mama our business.
But you will not pay.
Oh, no, we're not looking for handouts.
I wish. My mother will wish. We wish to thank you.
Well, let's go then. What are we waiting for?
Now, you're sure it'll be all right?
I am sure. Come.
Oh, boy, Jim, looks like we're in like Flynn. This has turned out to be quite a war.
Joe, I never saw such a beautiful face in all my life.
Oh, now listen, buddy. You ain't gonna spoil everything by falling in love, are you?
I already have.
This is the ristorante of my mother. Enter, please. Mamma, guarda che ti ho portato. Dei soldati americani. Ed hanno fame.
Americani, entrate.
This is my mother, signori.
How do you do, ma'am?
It's awfully nice of you to have us,
E
ma'am.
chi sono? Americani, dei veri americani. Mamma mia, quanto sono grossi. E hanno pure fame.
And this is Paola's brother, Gino. He is Mama's waiter.
Hiya, Gino.
Buongiorno, signore.
Glad to meet you, Gino.
Signore.
Andiamo, Gino.
Sì, sì.
Paola, venite in cucina.
Hey, where are they going?
To fix the food.
Hey, let me help, too.
You know, this is very kind of you.
It is a great pleasure for us.
What's your name?
Rosanna.
Rosanna. It's like music.
And you? How are you called?
James.
James.
Mm-hmm.
Giacomo. You are Giacomo.
Yeah, I guess that's the way you say it in Italian. My friends call me Jim, though, and people who really like me call me Jimmy.
Jim. Jimmy, see. Jimmy is good. It tastes good on my tongue.
Where is she now? This Rosanna who found my name so pleasing so long ago. Might I find her along the narrow sidewalk of the Via Sistina, which we used to climb on our way to the Borghese Gardens? Or perhaps here at the top of the Spanish Steps, sweeping in graceful steepness from the Church of the Trinità dei Monti down to the lunatic traffic on the Piazza di Spagna far below. Everything was just as I remembered it. The children played their timeless games on the steps just as they always had. And later, when the sun sinks beyond the great dome of St. Peter's, the swallows will surely fill the evening air with graceful swooping and tiny squeaks of twilight happiness, while the bells of 1,000 Roman churches peal out in muted cacophony, just as they will forever in this city of eternal beauty, just as they did that wartime evening so long ago.
It is the saddest and the most beautiful time.
Oh, beautiful, but not sad.
I think it is sad to watch another day die.
But there's a new day tomorrow. In between, a night filled with stars. Yes, see, a moon, a full moon. I ordered it especially for us.
You are wonderful, Jimmy.
Mia carissima, bellissima Rosanna.
Vero.
Vero. Today, the Tiber still finds its sluggish way past Hadrian's tomb and laps the timeless banks of Caesar City. The great ruined galleries of the Colosseum still lock tight an oval of clear Roman sky. But never again will they frame such a moon as once they did that night so long ago.
Oh, I wish I could make that moon stay right where it is forever. I wish I could make time stop. I wish we could be like this for as long as these walls shall stand.
No dawns, no sunsets, no bright noons.
No, nothing but you and me like this. Always and always.
But nothing stands still. Everything must move, forward or backward.
I know. And you will move forward. You will leave one day to go on to the north to fight your war.
I have to.
I know. And I will go backward, further and further backward in your memory, until at last I will no longer be, because you will no longer think of me.
No, I'll come back for you.
Will you?
Yes, when the war is over, I'll come back and I'll take you to America with me.
What if you don't come back?
But I will.
What if you are killed? Men do get killed in the war.
Oh, they can't kill me now. I've got something to live for, everything. Oh, I nearly forgot.
What, Jimmy?
I nearly forgot to ask you. Will you marry me?
Oh, yes, Jimmy, yes. Amore mio.
But that was in the moonlight a long time ago. The Colosseum is hot and hard and ugly now in the baking sun. Rosanna had been right, at least partially right. What do you want to go marry an Itai for, the boys had said. Are you sure she'd be happy in America, your mother had written. The Army takes a dim view of such marriages, the company commander had said. It's a dirty trick on Helen, your conscience had said. After all, everyone in Des Moines expects you two to be married as soon as the war's over. And you listen to them, all of them. The cynics, the wise guys, the well-intentioned loved ones. But you never stopped listening to Rosanna either.
And I will go backward, further and further backward in your memory, until at last I will no longer be, because you will no longer think of me.
But she was wrong there. How very, very wrong. Have you ever ceased to think of her? Has a day gone by when you haven't remembered Rosanna? Rosanna, whom you've hurt so badly, and who, without malice or intention, has built a prison of remembrance around you from which there is no escape. Turn back from the past to which there is no returning. Turn back from the recent past as dead as these ancient ruins. Turn to the empty, noisy future. Back up the Via Veneto. Lose yourself in the swirling, chattering crowd, in the rude flatulence of the motor scooters and the screaming cacophony of Italian traffic. But can you? No, I didn't come all this way to taste the bitter sweetness of memory. I came back across space and time to find Rosanna, to tell her that I love her, that I have always loved her. Taxi! 24 Via Gabriele, il ristorante Gioconda. La Gioconda, the restaurant of the mother of Rosanna. The tiny restaurant where that woman of great heart and great bosoms had thanked you and your buddy with spaghetti and wine for giving her back her beloved city. Nothing has changed. The same tables on the same tiny terrace, the same sign needing a coat of paint. Everything the same.
Cosa desidera?
You are Gino?
Sì, sono Gino.
Do you remember me?
Remember, ma questa parola... Ah, sì, ricordo. No, signore. I regret...
Don't you remember the day we liberated Rome?
Jimmy! Ah, no, non è possibile. Jimmy, il soldato americano.
That's right.
Oh, Jimmy. Formidabile. So long time.
It's good to see you again, Gino.
You look well. Just the same.
Oh, well, maybe not exactly the same. We got older and heavier.
Sicuro, Jimmy. Troppa pasta, eh? But then, nothing stands still. Everything moves forward or backward. But this is not time for philosophia. This is time for celebration. You have a little glass with me.
Sure, I will.
Bene. I get some vino.
Tell me, Gino, does Rosanna's mother still own this place?
Oh, no, Jimmy, no. She is now with the angels of heaven. Now I am the padrone.
And, Rosanna?
She's well.
You see her often?
Si. Salute.
Salute. Do you know where she lives?
Si. Where?
Tell me where. I've got to see her. I've got to talk to her.
Why?
I was in love with her, Gino.
Si.
And she was in love with me.
Yes, I know. No. That was a long time ago.
I have never forgotten her, Gino.
Perhaps she has forgotten you.
Oh, I don't think so. We were too much in love.
Dio mio. La mia moglie.
The voice that blared out of the dark interior of the little restaurant sounded like Rosanna's mother. Only Gino had said she was dead. And then the owner of the voice appeared in the doorway. She was heavy-set and bosomy and seemed somehow familiar. She looked like Rosanna's mother, even to the mole on the chin.
Ma davvero? Ma che mi pigliasse? Jimmy. How are you, Jimmy? What are you doing in Roma? Oh, it is so good to see you again.
What?
Aha! You forget Rosanna. I told you you would.
Is it really you, Rosanna?
Well, sure, it's me. I change, huh? I get fat.
No, only...
You change too, Jimmy. You get fat too. What do you do in Rome? You have a wife, Jimmy?
Yes, I'm married.
Good, good. How many kids you got?
None, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's bad, bad. You should have lots of kids. Gino and me, we have 4.
Gino and you?
Ma sicuro. Hey, what's the matter with you, Gino? You don't tell Jimmy we're married.
Tell you, I didn't have a chance yet. You talk too much.
Cos'è questo qui? Get a good bottle of wine for Jimmy. This is a poison. What's the matter with you?
All right.
No, this is perfectly okay.
I'll go get some lacrime Christi.
Jimmy, so what do you do in Roma?
I came to look for something I lost a long time ago.
You find it?
No. No, I've looked everywhere. I guess it's lost for good.
Was it important, Jimmy?
No, I guess it really wasn't as important as I thought it was.
Ecco, lacrima Christi.
Ah, sì, it's better. Salute, Jimmy.
Salute.
So, everything worked out okay for you, huh, Jimmy? You married a nice American girl, you rich.
I'm not rich.
All Americans are rich. You remember the sister of Gino, Paola?
Paola? Oh, yes. Yes, I do. How is she?
She's rich. She married to American lieutenant just after the war. Now she lives in Chicago. She has a big car, a big television, a big fat husband. But she's not happy. Gino and me, we got 4 fat bambini.
Maybe 5.
Sicuro, maybe. We have no car, no television, no money. But we have a little restaurant, so anyway, we don't go hungry. I think I am more lucky than Paola.
I'm sure you are.
Ecco, Giovannini. What does he want now?
What does he want? Why don't you go find out?
Mo vado a vedere. Quando scocci. Se non ci vado io, chi ci va? Suo padre, no, davvero. Manco sai che è una fascia.
E vattene, cicciona. Tu fai il tuo lavoro che io faccio il mio.
Sì, invece di stare a fare niente tutto il giorno, mi dessi i numeri.
Niente tutto il giorno, sì.
I'll be right back, Jimmy, mi scusi.
Well, Jimmy?
Well, Rosanna looks fine, just fine.
She's a fine woman.
But, Gino, she talks so much. Like my wife.
Like all women. Now, you don't have to listen.
When the way she talks, to you, I mean. Of course, I don't understand Italian.
Hey, let her talk. She enjoys it. Jimmy, there's only one important thing.
What's that?
Who wears the pants in the family. So she talks, ma I'm the papa, and she knows it. So everybody's happy, eh?
Yeah, everybody's happy.
Where are you going, Jimmy?
Oh, my wife will be waiting for me at the hotel. You say goodbye to Rosanna for me, will you?
No. I thought you had something you wanted to say to her.
No, not any longer. I said it all a long time ago.
Oh, Jim, thank heavens you're back safe. I was worried about you.
I'm sorry, darling. And I'm sorry about losing my temper today, too. Did you have a good time with Mildred?
Did I? Is she the gay one? Let me tell you. Why, she knows half the men in Rome. Coming around the table and bowing and kissing our hands. What a town this is. I really believe I could... But I forgot. I talked too much.
Go ahead. I like it.
You what?
I like to hear you talk.
I swear, Jim, I just can't make you out sometimes. You're so unpredictable. Oh, my, look at the time. We got to start dressing or we'll be late for the opera.
Oh, we're not going to the opera tonight.
Why not?
I've got other plans.
Would you mind letting me in on them?
Oh, not at all. I want to show you the sunset from the top of the Spanish Steps. And then later I want to show you the Colosseum in the moonlight.
Oh, darling, it sounds wonderful.
It is. And there's no one in the world I'd rather see them with than you.
Romance is produced by William Frug and was today directed by William N. Robeson. Roman Afternoon was adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson from an original story by William Keneally and starred Vic Perrin as Jim. Others in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Nan Boardman, Paul Duboff, Peg LaCentra, and Jay Novello. Musical supervision by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. Every Sunday, the Woolworth Hour brings you talented and creative personalities who are exploring new directions in music. And tomorrow is no exception. Stay tuned now for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately on most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, the story of a soldier and a star, especially written by our producer-director, Mr. Anthony Ellis. Miss Joan Banks and Richard Crenna star in Public Furlough.
All right, listen. Look, will you listen already? Now, the captain says 3 full days with Conazale. And if that's what the captain wants, that's what the captain's going to get. How should I know what he wants with him? Okay, now you send him care of Corporal David Sampson. No, he's going on furlough. Better send him to me. Yeah, okay, pal. Hey, Dave. Hey, did you hear me give me the old double talk, huh? Boy, I wish we were going to be around to see what he sends over.
Oh, will you do me a favor?
Sure.
We see how this sounds.
Uh-oh. My dear Miss Wood. Well, okay. If you're going to be smart, okay.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
All
Go ahead.
I want you to tell me is if you get a feeling out of this. You know what I mean?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
All right. My dear Miss Wood, thank you for your last photograph. The boys and me sure think it's a swell one.
Not me, I don't, boy. To me, that dame's a slob.
Will you listen? I already know what you think. Will you just listen?
All right, go ahead.
I sure think it's a swell one. Tonight I start my furlough. 10 days, and I'm hopping a plane first thing for Hollywood. As I told you...
I told you.
As I told you in my last letter, the biggest thing that could happen to me in my life is for me to meet you personally. Believe me, Miss Wood, I'm not just a movie-struck soldier. I have a high respect for you as an artist and a person. I will be shoving off for the Pacific when my furlough is up, so you couldn't make me happier or prouder than to accept a date with me while I am in Hollywood. I will call your studio when I get in and leave my address as to where I will be. Yours very truly, in hopes, David Sampson, Corporal, U.S. Army.
How about your serial number?
Cut it out, will you? I'm serious. Now, what do you think?
You really want to know?
Well, I'm asking.
I think you're nuts.
Is the letter okay?
Sure, it's okay.
Oh, that's all.
Oh, what's the matter with you? Look, she isn't going to give you a tumble. Now, you ought to know better.
I want to meet her, not a tumble. I want to meet her, that's all.
You're going to waste all that time slopping around waiting to see her, and you and me and the boys could have a high old time in Frisco. Look, Davy, don't go. I'm telling you. Look, she's a big star. She don't need a fool around.
Thanks, Eddie.
Okay. Okay. If you want me to mail it for you, I'm going over.
No. I'm sending it by telegram.
All that? You're nuts. You can't afford it.
I wanted to get to her before I call. So long. See you in 10 days.
Oh, glory. I'm tired. Be a doll and fix me a drink, will you, Leo? Oh, my feet. Must I take pictures tonight?
Afraid so, dear.
Oh, glory. Why can't we take them tomorrow? Will you tell me that? Why?
They want to get the proofs to New York to catch the Sunday papers.
Oh. Alma!
It's Thursday, her day off.
Oh, I didn't want to go out for dinner tonight. I'm hungry. Why does she always have to have Thursday?
I'll make some eggs.
I'm hungry. Thanks.
Danny, I want you to read something.
Tomorrow.
Right now. Only take a minute.
Why did I ever hire you? What?
Telegram. It came to the studio this afternoon.
Oh. Miss Danielle Wood. Well, they spelled it right for a change. David Sampson, Corporal, U.S. Army. Who is David Sampson, Corporal, U.S. Army? Here, you read it.
No, go on. Read the telegram.
Believe... Oh, believe me, Miss Wood, I'm not just a movie-struck soldier. Oh, don't you just love that? Yours very truly, in hopes, David Sampson, Corporal, U.S. Oh, for glory's sake, Leo.
Well?
Well, what?
I think you should do it.
Do it? Me? David Sampson, Corporal, U.S. Army?
Yeah.
Not me. Oh, no. No stunts like that, Mr. Hyler.
It would be good.
For whom?
You and the kid. Look, I checked the files. He's written a dozen letters in the past 6 months. We sent out pictures, all that stuff. Now, why not give him a break?
I'm tired.
Good publicity. It won't hurt.
Look, I don't mind those dances and the hospitals. That's great, but that's where it ends. I'm not going to have some kid mooning and slobbering all over me.
It won't be like that.
Oh, don't tell me.
Give him a day. One day. Show him around the studio. Take him to Chasen's. Everything.
Who pays for it?
Expenses. I think you should, Danny.
When's he coming in?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I can't. The picture.
The picture's finished tomorrow. He's got 10 days.
Oh. I'm hungry.
Okay.
All right. Now, will you call up somebody and get some food over here? I'm hungry!
hello. This is David Sampson. I sent a telegram yesterday.
Yes, Corporal. Miss Wood received it.
Hey, she did, huh?
Miss Wood is on the set right now, but she asked me to give you a message.
Yeah, oh, well, sure.
She wondered whether she could see you tomorrow. Saturday?
Whether she... Oh, you bet. Oh, that's terrific.
Have you got a pencil?
Yeah. Okay.
The address is 1046 North Cannon. That's in Beverly Hills. Have you got that?
1046 North Cannon, Beverly Hills. Yeah, what time?
About 11 in the morning.
Morning?
Miss Wood thought it would be nice to spend the day.
Say.
You don't mind if we take a few pictures, do you, of the two of you?
Mind? Oh, boy, I don't mind anything.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Glory. Thank glory they've gone. Don't you just hate and despise photographers, Corporal?
Oh, I don't know too much about them, Miss Wood.
Oh, glory.
Well, I've got to get back to the office. Corporal, nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah, thanks.
It's all right, Danny. Don't bother. I'll see you later.
All right, Leo, dear. Well, isn't this nice?
I'll say.
Can I get you a drink, Corporal?
No, it's a little early for me, Miss Wood. Thanks all the same.
Well, it is for me, too. You know, I thought it would be nice if we had an early lunch at Romanoff's,
Yeah,
and then...
Miss Wood.
Yes?
Look, this is real good of you to spend your time with me like this. You'll never know what it means.
Oh, don't be silly. I think it's a perfectly wonderful idea. I'm so glad I had the time.
I guess an awful lot of fellows wish they were me right now.
Well, let's not think about them. This is your day. I'm going to take you to lunch, and then...
Oh, no, ma'am. I'm taking you to lunch.
Oh, well, you're very sweet, but it's all been arranged.
Yeah, I didn't arrange it, though. I'm sorry if it's upset your plans, but when I asked for a date, I didn't figure you taking me.
Well, it does upset them, really. And I'd be much happier if we did it my way. You're very sweet to offer.
Miss Wood, a guy doesn't want a girl, any girl, to do that. If you're worried about how much dough I've got, forget it. I'm fixed just fine.
You're all right, but I'm afraid it might be a little expensive.
That's swell.
Would you want to go now?
Anything you like.
Well, if you don't mind, I have 1 or 2 phone calls to make. Now, why don't you make yourself at home? I won't be long, and then we can drive down.
Sure. Oh, wait a minute.
All right, Corporal, none of that. I don't like that kind of thing. Keep your hands off or get out.
Well, I'm sorry. It was from your cigarette. I mean, the ash. It was burning your skirt. I didn't mean any...
Oh. Corporal. That was an awful thing for me to say. To even think. Oh, I am sorry. Can you forgive me?
Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, Gloria, I'm sorry. Please, sit down. Susan and I haven't seen each other for ages. She just got back from New York. I didn't mean to be so long. Oh, now, you shouldn't have waited. You shouldn't. I'll get the captain to take it away and bring you another.
No, this is fine.
Don't be silly. It looks dreadful. Dead. Henry? This one's on me. It's all my fault. I don't want to hear another word about it. Oh, Henry.
Yes, Miss Wood?
Will you bring the corporal another steak? This one is cold.
Of course, Miss Wood.
Now, do you know what we're going to do this afternoon?
No, ma'am.
Well, I think you'll like it. Susan has a swimming pool, and she wants us to come over. A lot of very famous people will be there, big stars.
Oh.
She's such a wonderful girl, much nicer than I. You should have dated with her, really. You'd adore her.
I wanted a date with you, Miss Wood.
And I'm very proud. It's one of the nicest things that's ever happened to me, really. You're just a doll.
We'll return to romance in just a moment. Join Count Basie and his orchestra, Joe Williams and Alan Freed and their guests on our rock and roll dance party tonight. They're all expecting you to attend, so don't wait for a formal invitation. Just be listening tonight when Rock and Roll Dance Party is on the air again over most of these same stations. And now for the second act of Romance.
Georgie!
Hello, doll. How are you? I saw your last picture. It was great.
Oh, I love you, Georgie. I want you to meet Corporal David Sampson. He's spending the day with me. The nicest boy. Corporal, this is Georgie Tinman. He's just about the biggest agent in town.
How are you?
Oh, pleased to meet you.
Georgie, be a darling and introduce the Corporal to some people, will you? If there's anything you want to know about Hollywood, Corporal, ask Georgie. He owns most of us. Get him a drink, Georgie. I'll be right back.
For a trip to Hollywood, Corporal?
Yeah.
How do you like it?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Hi, Jack. Been getting a lot of autographs?
No, I haven't.
Well, this is your chance, son. How about a drink?
No, not right now, thank you.
Danny's quite a girl, isn't she? I used to handle her. She's big now. And when she came to town, she was just a scared little kid. Look at her now. Well, that's Hollywood. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess so.
I'm surprised a nice-looking kid like you hasn't tried to make it.
Oh, no. Oh, movies isn't my line.
Mm-hmm. What did you do? Win a contest or something to get a date with her?
I wrote to her.
That's so. Well, you're going to be a pretty big man when you get back to camp. Say, will you excuse me a minute? There's a fellow over there I've been waiting to see for a couple of weeks now. You know, business.
Oh, yeah, sure.
See you around.
Yeah, thanks. Out of here.
Hey, Corporal. Where is everybody?
Oh, I don't know, Mr. Howard. In the house, I guess. I don't know.
Oh. Miss Wood in there?
Yeah. Yeah, she's been in there a couple of hours.
Oh. Nice pool, huh? You been in?
Oh, yeah. In, out. Oh, you want a drink?
Not right now, thanks.
Oh.
You having a good time, Corporal?
Oh, swell. Just fine.
Sit down. Or do you want to go and join the party?
No. Thanks. I'll stay here. Boy, what a setup. That pool's as big as my...
You tell me something.
What?
Why did you want to meet Miss Wood?
I don't know.
I think you do.
Oh, well, she looked like the kind of a girl a guy wants to meet. You know what I mean?
I know. We call that box office out here.
Oh.
Are you disappointed?
Oh, no. No, I think she's great. She's okay.
Uh-huh. Spent much time with her?
Oh, there's a lot of people around, friends, photographers all the time.
I'm sorry, Corporal. It wasn't such a hot idea.
This, meeting her? Oh, no, sure it was.
Yeah.
Listen, wait until the guys see those pictures. They thought I was nuts. They didn't think I had a chance.
What are you going to do for the rest of your fellow?
I guess after today, I've done just about everything. I'll go on back up to San Francisco, meet some of the guys.
Oh.
Hey, will you do me a favor?
You bet.
Look, it's past 7. Will you say goodbye to Miss Wood for me? I'll be going now. She's kind of tied up, and I don't want to bother her. Will you thank her for me?
She wouldn't want that, Corporal. You wait here for a minute. I'll be right back.
Look, listen, I'd rather...
I know, but wait. It's better you say goodbye yourself. Will you do that?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Corporal? Leo tells me you're going. I'm so sorry.
I just wanted to thank you, Miss Wood.
Oh, I wish you'd call me Danielle.
Yeah. Thanks.
We really haven't had much of a chance to get acquainted, have we?
It's been fine.
Well, perhaps next time you're in Hollywood, you'll call me up again.
Yeah. Say, those pictures that were taken today.
Of course. As soon as they're ready, I'll have my secretary send them to you.
Oh, that's it. If you, well, if you don't mind, I'd rather you didn't.
Oh? But I thought...
Yeah, so did I. I changed my mind.
Are you... Oh, you're angry with me, Corporal, aren't you? You haven't enjoyed yourself, and it's my fault.
I'm not angry, ma'am. Thanks a lot for your time.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I don't want you to go, please. I want to talk to you. Let's go over there under the trees. Oh, Glory, I love this time of evening, don't you?
Yeah.
I suppose all this must seem very strange to you. I mean, unimportant compared to your career as a soldier.
Well, this isn't my career, Miss Wood. I was drafted.
Oh. Sit down. Tell me about yourself. What did you do before?
I was a mechanic.
I think that's wonderful. I've never been able to figure out one end of a car from the other. You must be very clever.
No, I guess not.
Now you're being modest. Oh, Glory, this is heavenly.
Yeah.
I never did thank you for all the letters you sent me, did I, Corporal?
No, you don't have to.
I loved every one.
That's good.
I really did. You don't know how much it means to have someone like yourself writing to someone like me, giving me inspiration. Did you like the picture I sent?
Oh, yeah.
Am I like what you thought I'd be?
No. No, I don't think so.
What did you expect?
The way I'd seen you in the movies.
I don't know whether to be flattered
Look,
or...
thanks a lot for today, but I've got to be running along.
Do you really want to go? I thought perhaps we could go out someplace quiet and have dinner together.
You don't really want to do that, Miss Wood.
Oh, but I do. I've been just as disappointed as you that we haven't had a chance to be alone.
I don't think so.
I beg your pardon?
No, it's not your fault. I'm not blaming you. Well, it was crazy of me to think it would be different than what it's been.
I don't understand.
Well, I'll tell you, Miss Wood. I guess I'm like any other guy, looking for something. Looking for a girl. When I saw you in your first movie back at home, you were what I wanted to find.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Look, please don't do that, will you? You haven't said one word to me the whole time I've been with you.
Well, how can you...
No, you don't. You talk, but it's never to me. You kind of sing. I guess maybe you're acting or something. Just once, I'd like you to look at me, David Sampson, Corporal, and talk to me.
I don't understand what you mean.
I guess you don't.
And now I'm not the kind of girl you wanted to find.
No, it's not you. I don't know. There was something. Maybe it's the girls you pretended to be in your movies. You know, nice, honest. A girl you can have fun with, someone you can love all your life. I guess it doesn't really happen like that. I don't know.
Would you like to kiss me, Corporal?
You don't understand, do you?
Well, I thought you just got through telling me you were in love with me.
That's what you think I've been telling you?
Haven't you?
It'd make a good story for you. Go along with all those pictures you've had taken, wouldn't it?
I don't like that.
I'll bet you don't. You know what I think? I think that Mr. Hyler arranged this whole deal. I think you didn't want any part of it.
And I think you'd better go
That's
now.
what I've been saying. Except I never should have come.
Goodbye.
So long. Thanks anyway for your time.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
No, I am. You're a nice boy. I wish I could do something to make you feel better about me.
That's all right.
I don't want you to go away angry.
I'm not.
Would you rather I didn't have our pictures together printed?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather.
Well, they won't be, I promise.
Okay.
I wish you'd take me out to dinner, honestly.
Thanks anyway. I want to pick up my things and get back to the airport.
Well, you still got at least a week on your furlough. I'd like to make you forget about today.
It's all right.
Well, will you write to me? I'd love to hear from you.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Corporal?
Yeah? So long.
What's the matter? Not hungry?
No.
You haven't said anything. What happened to the corporal?
He's on his way up to San Francisco.
Uh-huh. Did he have a good time?
That's not very funny.
I just wondered what you thought.
I don't like this place. I don't like you. I don't like Hollywood. I don't like...
How about yourself?
Oh, shut up.
Hey, man, boy, crazy, huh? Hey, Davy, this is real swell, huh, man? What a night. Yeah. Hey, now be honest. And it's better, huh? No kidding?
Yeah, sure it is, Eddie.
Hey, boy, was I glad to see you. I was saying to guys, poor Davy, what he's going to be missing, huh? And now you're not missing a thing. Hey, look, it ain't none of my business, but how'd you make out?
Okay.
Yeah? You're kidding. No kidding?
Yeah, I got to see her. She was real nice. I met a lot of big stars. Had lunch at a real swell place. It was great.
Wow. What do you know, huh? And me, you know, I've been saying she's nothing but a slob. Shows you. Yeah.
Hey, I'm dry. How about another beer?
Romance is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis, who also wrote our story. Miss Joan Banks starred as Danielle, with Richard Crenna as Dave. Others in the cast were Jack Crucian, Herb Butterfield, and Byron Kane. Music supervision by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. All Americans, men and women from teenage up, are being urged to volunteer to serve with the Ground Observer Corps. Can you give a few hours of spare time each week? If you can, contact the Civil Defense Office in your community for details. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately on most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, the story of a doctor who finds out there is more than one disease of the heart. Robert Carson has written the play, and Miss Charlotte Lawrence stars in Bedside Manor.
My name is Frederick, Doc Fredericks. Anything you want to know about Blythefield, Kansas, just ask me. I was born here 65 years ago. Grew up with all of the old folks and brought most of the young ones into the world. But this was the best and proudest day of my life. After 10 solid years of working her way through school, my niece Hetty was coming for her first vacation in 10 years, coming home a full-fledged doctor, graduated with honors. I was telling George Harkness about it as the train stopped. Want to see an old theory exploded, George?
What's that, Doc?
Well, you just stick around and see what Hetty does to the one about beautiful women being dumb.
You look as proud as if she was your own daughter.
Well, by gosh, let's see, how old was she when my brother died? 2 years old? Oh, I feel like her father.
Uncle
Hetty!
Oh, Uncle Doc.
My gosh, you look great. Hey, you remember George Harkness, don't you?
Oh, sure. How are you, George?
Hi, Hetty. Hi.
Well, what's the matter with you? Can't you look a lady straight in the eye when she says hello?
Well, don't rush me, Doc. I'm the kind of a man who looks at a woman from the ground up. I'll get to her face in good time. Hi, Hetty. Say, can I repeat myself?
Hello, George. How's your wife?
Who?
Lolita, remember?
Uh-oh. Goodbye, Hetty.
Hey, where you going, George? I thought you wanted to lift back to the factory.
No, I got to stop at the public library. Want to read up on what kind of disease I can come down with in a hurry.
Oh, I can't get over it. I've been away over 10 years and nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing. Same old house.
Same old housekeeper.
You get younger all the time, Anna.
Ho, ho. Some folks can't see the forest for the trees. Population here jumped about 3,000 since the factory started up again. How could you miss seeing all the new buildings in the trailer court?
What are they making now?
Jet bombers?
That's what our senator calls converting a war plant to peacetime products, and your uncle voted for him.
Now, Anna, no politics. Hetty's first day home.
I'll just hot up this coffee for you.
Fine. I'll give Hetty another piece of your special cake.
And put it on the plate alongside of the first piece I gave her.
What? Well, I thought you liked Anna's applesauce cake.
She loves it. She just likes being whistled at more.
I didn't see you at the station.
Land sakes life. George Harkness hardly got the pucker out of his lips before I got 3 phone calls to tell me how he whistled at her.
Well, maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I like girls with a little bulk on them.
You're not old-fashioned. You're obsolete.
Oh.
Don't talk about anything important now till I get back to eavesdrop.
Well, now, Hetty.
Oh, don't try to be subtle, Uncle Doc. Obviously, you intend to change my mind, so I'll stay here in Blythefield. All right. Go ahead.
Well, thanks for making it easy for me.
Oh, I don't mean to be difficult. But I just don't want to practice medicine. Not here or anywhere.
Oh, I see. Well, I can understand that.
Can you?
Sure. Just can't understand why you found it necessary to finish medical school and then intern before you reached that decision.
In exactly 6 weeks, I start at the Enderley Foundation for Medical Research. A nice, clean little 9-to-5 job among the test tubes. No Saturdays and no night calls.
What about people?
Well, who do you think the research is for? The test tubes?
Okay. Now hear me out. Despite the increase in our population, Blythefield still has only 2 doctors, me and Doc Johnson.
Oh, is he still alive?
Thanks for helping out with my argument.
Uncle Doc, I got my medical degree only to fit myself for medical research. I'm no Florence Nightingale, no selfless angel. I'm only human.
Well, what law says that you can't be human and be a doctor at the same time?
Biology.
What?
And men.
Come again?
There may be something romantic about a man doctor.
Romantic?
But I learned in medical school that no man gets dreamy about a woman doctor. Not even interns, and they go for anything. Men just don't like their women in white. Unless it's an evening gown cut way down to here.
What happened to the dream about being the best doctor in Blythefield?
I remembered what Blythefield did to another woman doctor. My mother.
Oh, that old prejudice doesn't exist anymore. Today a sick man doesn't care who cures him, man, woman, or animal.
But I don't want to meet any sick man. I want a nice, strong, healthy, physical specimen, capable of giving me children and a home. In short, when I reach out for a man, I don't want to have to take his pulse before I dare kiss him.
You're talking like an idiot, woman.
I am a woman. I want to get married. I'm going to get married.
Don't shout. You got anyone in mind?
Well, no one definite. I'm still shopping. Casing mankind, as it were.
Well, I don't see why you can't practice medicine while you look.
Oh, something happens to me, Uncle Doc. I'm either a doctor, all antiseptic and efficient, or I'm a woman. I can't manage to be both at the same time.
Seems to me you haven't met a man.
Doc, get ready. Feller got his leg bashed in down at the turnpike.
I'm on my way.
Yeah, it took you long enough to get back.
Well, it was more than a bashed leg. It was a truckload full of assorted fractures and contusions.
For land sakes alive, now, don't sit down. Everyone in town's getting sick tonight. Here, Miss Carson has her gallbladder. And Angus Barry's youngest busted his arm.
Don't rush me. Don't rush me. Where's Hetty?
Well, she took a couple of the calls for you. She's out to the trailer camp.
Thank you, Hetty.
Oh, what's left of me?
Thanks for helping out.
Ha! Oh, if I didn't know for sure how long it takes a woman to have a baby, it's where you arrange things tonight.
Anything I should know about?
Well, you can cross the Brown, Verity, and Smith deliveries off your list. All boys.
How's Mrs. Verity?
I did a cesarean section.
She had me worried. Been saving this bottle of cordial for something special. Kind of sweet. You care to join me, or are you still concerned with the size of your hips?
Let 'em spread. I'm too tired to care.
Before Hetty knew what hit her, she was practicing medicine right along with me. Nature was pretty cooperative, too. In rapid succession, we had an outbreak of diphtheria, chicken pox, and the good old reliable flu. Every expectant mother on my list delivered ahead of schedule, and always in the middle of the night.
Doc, don't you dare sit down. I have a bonus for you. Everyone at the church bazaar came down with ptomaine poisoning. Doc, I didn't think anything else could possibly happen, but it did. The nerve of that man. You better treat him yourself. I'll kill him, so help me. He did it for spite.
Treat who? For what? What spite?
The company doctor out at the factory came down with the flu, and they want us, I mean you, to take over his practice for a while.
So we cleared out the dining room and the sun porch and ran a kind of clinic to take care of the factory personnel. Hetty and I took turns, 4 hours on duty, 4 hours out on calls, all through the 24.
Just take pills every 3 hours.
I didn't know you were on the phone.
It's no trouble at all. Call me if there's anything you don't understand. Fine. Oh, not another patient, Anna. Give me a minute to breathe.
And let him bleed all over the new rug? I should say not. Bring him right on in here, George.
Okay, Anna.
George Harkness drove this one over from the factory himself.
Hello, George.
Hi, Eddie. Eddie, this is Morgan Hale. He had an accident.
Oh, he sure did. Sit him down. I'll clean him up.
Okay, over here, Morgan. Sit down.
Right?
Yeah, all right. Take it easy now. It'll be all right. Ooh.
This may hurt a little.
Ow!
Easy.
Oh, it's not that bad. Hold still. That's pretty nasty.
So are you. Hey, ouch!
Quiet.
Look, if it's all the same to you, miss, I'll wait till Doc Fredericks gets back.
He'll be in about 6, and I don't think he can afford to bleed that long.
Eddie's a doctor, Morgan. Why not let her help you?
You're a doctor?
You haven't time to check all my credentials. Take my word for it.
Morgan, she's a real doctor, honest.
And don't think I wouldn't deny it if I could. Look, that cut has to be stitched in a hurry.
Well, I suppose being a lady, you'll need her stitches. Okay.
Very funny. There you are. Don't try to change the dressing yourself. Call me if you have a severe headache. Otherwise, I'll see you the day after tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Okay.
I'll get you a couple of pills to take with you.
You okay now, Morgan?
Yeah. Hey, she's not bad looking, is she? Nice walk.
You're okay.
1 every 4 hours if the pain is bad.
All right, thanks. Doc, is it okay for me to have lunch?
Oh, by all means.
All right, what time shall I pick you up?
I'm too busy for lunch. Thanks, just the same.
Oh, I'll wait for you.
Yeah, I'll wait with you. I'm not doing anything.
You go home to your wife. Now, how about dinner, Doc?
Oh, sorry, can't make that either.
Patient's waiting, Dr.
Well, look, you've got to eat sometime.
Look, I'm pretty busy now. You go along with George.
Okay, I'll go, but I want you to know that turning me down hurts.
I gave you some pills for your pain.
Hello? What? Oh, just a minute. You want the other Dr. Fredericks. Your patient, Eddie.
Oh, thanks, Doc. Hello?
Hello, Doctor. How are you?
Who is this?
Oh, don't be coy. It's Morgan Hale. The guy with the busted head. Your hem stitched me this morning. You said to call if I had a headache, remember?
Oh, yes. Are you ill?
Oh.
Feel faint?
No.
Any sensation of double vision or numbness in your arms and legs?
No, I'm fine. I had a headache about 3 o'clock, but I couldn't get near a phone then. You said to call if I had a headache, though, and I'm just reporting that I did. What do I do now?
Just lie down and shut your mouth. You'll be all right.
But,
Goodbye.
Doc,
Aren't you being a little tough?
Well, I warned you what to expect. I'm either a doctor or a woman, not both at the same time.
We'll return to romance in just a moment. Rhythm rides high on our rock and roll dance party again tonight when the Treniers join forces with Count Basie, his orchestra, and featured vocalist Joe Williams to give your ear a treat with that rock and roll beat. Tonight and every Saturday night over most of these same stations, listen for our rock and roll dance party. And now for the second act of Romance.
You're healing beautifully, Mr. Hale. I don't think you're going to have a scar after all.
Oh, well, that's great. I was worried about that.
I'll bet.
Hey, what do you know? You smiled.
And with my own teeth, too. Hold still and I'll get those stitches out.
Now, if you take them out, what excuse will I have for seeing you?
Oh, not that again. I'm too busy for games.
Doesn't anything happen when I hold your hand?
Oh, sure. I take your pulse, and it's pretty erratic.
Try listening to my heart.
I've heard it.
Didn't they teach you the facts of life at that medical school you went to? Holding hands and listening to hearts can be fun.
It's a nice line, but it doesn't work on a doctor. Right outside that door, I have 1 abscess to lance, 1 cast to put on, and 3 vaccinations.
Oh, you have a very narrow outlook. Look beyond the door, into the future. Don't you want a man around?
Oh, I have my dreams. One of these days, I'll get out of Blythefield and into medical research again.
You're making a big mistake. I'm quite a catch.
Let's just say I'm taking a calculated risk, okay?
No, I think too much of you to let you throw yourself away. There's a way to reach you. I'll find it.
You can reach me any time you're in pain, but only then. I'm too busy for anything else. Hello?
Hetty?
Yes.
This is George, Hetty. You better come right over. Morgan needs you.
What? Oh. All right. I'll be right over. Now, where's the emergency?
I wouldn't bother you, Hetty, but Morgan's pretty important out at the factory, and the way he's been acting, I don't know how much longer I can cover up for him.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, it's just awful the way he carries on, Hetty. Just awful.
Oh, I didn't see you, Lolita. How are you?
I'm fine, but never mind me. Now, what about poor Morgan?
Where is he?
Right in here. Morgan? Morgan, honey. Morgan.
He's not under the bed.
Oh, well, I'll try the closet. Morgan, are you in there?
Now, who told you to come barging in here? Go away. Give me some privacy.
The doctor's here to see you. Come on out, honey.
Go away.
Hetty, do you think that bump on his head could have had anything to do with this?
Come out of that closet and let me look at you.
I'm afraid. It's too light.
Turn off everything but that bedside lamp.
Sure, Doc.
All right, Mr. Hale. Come on out now.
All right. Hello, Doc. I just didn't want you to see me looking like this. I feel awful, and I look worse.
Go back to bed. Do you mind, George? Lolita, I want to examine him.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sure, go ahead, Doc.
Alone?
When I rented this apartment from Lolita, she said I couldn't have any women visitors in my bedroom.
Morgan, honey, Hetty's not a woman. She's a doctor.
Physically, you seem all right.
It's my head, isn't it? I thought so. I thought I was getting stupid.
You're as bright as you ever were, if that's any consolation to you. You've probably been working too hard.
I'm tired. I wake up tired. But it's the other things.
What other things?
The getting scared.
Of what?
Of almost everything now. Of people, the factory, the machines, even shaving. Look at my face. I started to shave 4 times today. I was too jittery.
Well, maybe you're still worried about that accident you had.
I wasn't even scared when I had it. That never bothered me.
Anything else on your mind? In love? Drinking more than usual?
Nope. All I want to do is sit in that nice, dark closet.
What happens when you go to work?
I got a closet there, too.
I see. Here, take these pills right now. You need some sleep.
Okay. Now what?
Now we see how you feel after a good night's rest. Call me tomorrow.
Anything you say, Doc. What's
Will
wrong
he
with
be
you,
all
Doc?
right? Well, physically, he's fine.
Oh, he certainly is.
But he needs a psychiatrist. And that's out of my line. I'm afraid I can't do any more for him.
You can't just walk out on him. You're his doctor. You're responsible for him.
Doc, are you up? I hit the medical jackpot tonight.
I know all about it. George Harkness woke me up. Wanted to know what kind of a doctor you were, anyhow, to even think of walking out on a patient.
Well, the fact that I'm completely untrained to cope with psychoneurosis makes no difference.
Not in Blythefield. Well, I don't know the first thing about it either, but I'm reading up on the stuff until someone more qualified comes along.
Okay, hand over the books.
You sure it's not a delayed concussion?
No, he wasn't hit hard enough for that. It's a fine case of pantophobia, fear of everything. Well, what do you know? I remember that much, pantophobia. Well. Let's see what the books say about that. Page 367.
Mm-hmm. Try having a few sessions of free association. See what happens.
Oh, that's an idea. I'll think about it. Got to get him out of that closet long enough to eat, anyhow. Now, Mr. Hale, what else do you remember about closets?
Oh, look, this is crazy. I'm crazy.
Well, you're just disturbed, Mr. Hale.
Well, at least call me Morgan so that this will seem friendlier, huh? Coming here every night talking about myself makes me feel like a fool.
Well, something deep inside you is at fault, and we've got to find out what it is. We might be lucky enough to get at it through these sessions, and then again we might not. But until someone more qualified turns up, I've got to try and help you. You've got to try and help yourself.
Okay.
Did you go to work today?
Yeah?
How did you do?
Fine. Every time there was a knock on the door, I hid under the desk. This keeps up, and you'll have my secretary for a patient, too, you know. She's really going nuts.
What was the first thing in your life that you can remember being scared about?
Oh, that's easy. I was about 3 years old. I had this... I guess about the only time I ever disliked girls, I was about 9 years old. By the time I was 10... I had a ball at college, captain of the football team, president of the junior class, and then this redhead I told you about last night. Left school just about the same time that I met the other girl. Oh, talk about perfect timing. Doc, is any of this stuff going to help you?
Oh, it might. Give me time.
You got a clue yet? I still hide in that closet, you know.
Well, so far, all I can gather from your whole life is that there's been one girl after another since you were 9.
10. Hey, maybe that's it. Maybe I'm lonesome.
I was out at the factory today and walked over to your office.
About 3 o'clock? Was that you?
Yes.
Oh, I heard the door open. I got scared to death. Why didn't you come in?
Don't you know?
Oh, that. My secretary only put her arms around me to make me stop shaking. She's a good kid.
Uncle Doc, according to every psychiatry book, there comes a time when the patient undergoes a transference and thinks he's in love with his doctor. But nowhere is there anything that tells the doctor what to do when she falls in love with the patient.
You're not serious.
Oh, serious enough to want to set up housekeeping with him in an asylum if I can't cure him.
Well, what happens now?
I face facts. I can't walk out on him while he's sick, and I can't keep him sick. That'd be malpractice. On the other hand, if I do cure him, that's the end of it. He'll be out of love with me.
Well, suppose he was cured. Cured and in love with you.
And how are you going to arrange that small-sized miracle?
Same way I got him crazy.
What?
Well, you were too busy being a doctor to be a woman. He wanted a date with you, so I advised him to take up your time professionally for a while till you could get used to the idea of being both.
I am so mad I could scream.
Go ahead. Might help you get rid of some hostility.
I got news for you, Doc. I'm cured.
I have news for you. So am I. So, You're not afraid of anything anymore, hmm?
Nope.
Wait till you see my bill.
It'll be cheap at any price. Well, thank you, Doctor. Goodbye.
Just a minute.
Huh?
Do you think you can walk out on me like that? No explanation? No nothing?
Doctor, aren't you well?
No, I'm not. I'm torn between screaming and crying, and I'm afraid you're going to leave me. Oh, darling. How much of that life story was true?
Baby, would you be happier if I told you I made half of it up?
All those women. I'd be happier if you told me you made all of it up.
As a doctor and a psychologist, you'd know I was lying.
Didn't my uncle tell you my problem? How I can't be a doctor and a woman at the same time? Go ahead, darling. Lie to me.
Romance is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Robert Carson and adapted by Irene Winston. Miss Charlotte Lawrence starred as Hetty. Others in the cast were Victor Rodman, Stacey Harris, Helen Klebe, Herb Ellis, and Vivi Janis. Music supervision by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. How mean can a man get? The standards of meanness may change from time to time and place to place, but it's difficult to conceive of anybody meaner than the man you'll meet in old-time Dodge City when you hear Gunsmoke in just another moment or two. This critter is so mean that Marshal Dillon closes Dodge City to him. Don't miss the excitement on Gunsmoke. It follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, a story based on an ancient gypsy proverb. An unmarried man is an insult to women. Should he also be possessed of youth, vigor, and fortune, his crime is the greater. Starring Terence Kilburn, Jerry Gaylor, and Ben Wright in Irene Winston's story, The Gypsy.
My father, Sir Roderick Halsey, was only 18 when I was born, so we more or less grew up together. At 38, he was typical of most sophisticates in that he fancied himself a simple man, until he met the girl. She was the essence of simplicity. He took one look at her and forthwith dispatched a letter to my London quarters.
Have young girl on my hands and need help. Come home at once, Father.
Have another, Father.
Jeff, you have no idea how nerve-wracking it is to step out of bed in the morning and literally trip over a young girl who apparently spent the night asleep on the floor.
Really, Father?
I swear to you that I never set eyes on her before. Well, that is, I did see her once, but I didn't really look at her. I mean that... well, she's a gypsy. She doesn't even speak English.
Uh-huh.
Will you stop being smug and superior, and I'll show you. Come along. There, see for yourself. Now, is she or is she not a gypsy?
Your taste is impeccable, as always. Even in gypsies. But that costume... Oh, of course, naturally, in my old breeches and shirt. You mistook her for me. Your eyes are just as bad as your lies, Father.
She was incredibly filthy, so I had a bath prepared for her, and I had her clothes burned. She had to wear something.
Hello. And hello. And hello.
I told you she doesn't speak English. Will you stop that?
Stop what?
Stop being so charming.
It had all started when Father discovered a gypsy caravan camping in the lower meadow, and he rode out to see them. It was quite eerie. About 100 of them, sitting around in a circle, all acting as if he were invisible, or they were deaf.
Well, they were all watching a dirty old crone who stood in their midst dipping a stone mug into a pail of water.
Oh, was she alone?
No, there was a rather youngish man, and the girl you just saw was standing right next to her.
I see. Well, no, first your gypsy girl drank from the stone mug, and then she gave it to the young man, right?
Well, she tried to, but I was so angered by this time that I knocked it out of his hands and dashed it to the ground. After that...
There was a fight. Who won?
Well, I did, naturally. Wait a minute. I thought you came down from London only after you received my letter. How do you know all this?
Well, later, sir, if you don't mind. Now, after the fight, did you drink any of the water?
Well, there was nothing wrong with it. It was perfectly good, well water.
My heartiest congratulations.
Huh?
On your marriage.
What?
First, you beat the other man. Then you publicly drank the water. Oh, it's all terribly symbolic. One more thing. When you returned home, did you think you'd lost any money? How much was it?
Well, it was a few shillings is all I had.
Well, there's no doubt of it now, sir. You've even paid the price for the bride. A few shillings, eh? Well, at any rate, you got a bargain. She's a beauty. To further complicate his life, my father had also sent an urgent message for help to his great and good friend, Lady Angela, a capable woman whom over the years I had been forced to call Aunt Angela, as a concession to father's respectability, an appellation I heartily despised because she was not a blood relative.
What a dreadful experience for you, Roderick. There's really no cause for concern.
Well, how can you be so calm?
This marriage has no legal standing whatsoever. You can simply pack her off back to her people.
But they've gone. They've completely disappeared.
Post a large reward for any knowledge of their whereabouts. Money sometimes improves the eyesight of the peasants.
I've already done that. It's what to do about her in the meantime that worries me. I can't just throw her out. She's too young.
I noticed that.
And besides, she's your wife.
Yes.
And my new mother.
Really, Jeff?
Will you stop that nonsense, Jeff?
Don't worry, my darling. I'll be with you just as long as she is. I'll see if I can make myself understood by your gypsy.
Father...
Unless you have a practical suggestion, please be quiet.
Well, I'll take one of them off your hands.
It's all right, Angela. Try to calm yourself. What happened?
I was trying to make her change into a dress, and she attacked me. Bravo. Bravo. She was trying to choke me with corsets, as if I need these things.
You shameless girl, have you no muss?
In front of my own husband. Why?
Why didn't you let me know that you spoke English?
I speak 9 other languages as well.
Please answer my question.
I was bringing to you, my husband, the 2 greatest gifts a woman can bring. Submission and silence.
Will you stop it, Jeff? What is your name?
The same as yours. Isn't that the English custom?
Oh, no, he means, what was your name?
Kira Bothwell.
Bothwell? What right has a gypsy to such an old English name?
My people roamed the roads of England long before your people left their trees.
I'll have you know, my family came...
Never mind that now, please. Just exactly what are you doing in my house?
Waiting to truly become your wife. You fought for me well. You publicly drank of the water. So, here I am.
Oh, you make it sound very simple.
Oh, it will not be easy. I feel a natural revulsion for a Giorgio.
A what?
A Giorgio. The Romany word for foreigner.
Oh.
But I'm resigned. I will overcome my distaste for you, and I will try to make you a good wife.
I bow to my fate.
You don't have to trouble yourself on my account. I mean, it's perfectly all right.
It is written in the tarot. Fortune-telling cards.
What superstitious rot. My dear girl, gypsy or not, stop living in the Dark Ages. This is England, 1746.
Well, Kira, how about telling my fortune?
I am your fortune.
Oh, I thought you were mine. I wish you'd make up your mind.
There are two kinds of fortune, good and bad.
What? Who is it? Who's here?
Your wife?
Oh, no. Now, see here.
Put your arms around me, please.
Look here. I'm trying desperately to maintain a friendly, fatherly interest in you, but you must go back to your own room for your own protection.
But there is nothing personal in my holding you close like this.
Oh.
Or kissing you like this.
Yeah.
I don't particularly want you, but I cannot fight against my own destiny.
It's becoming increasingly difficult for me, too. You're very beautiful, you know.
Thank you. Did you like to kiss me?
Very much.
Good. Then claiming me for your wife won't be so bad after all.
Now, really, will you go back to your room immediately? I absolutely refuse to be taken like medicine.
Every time I look for your father, he's in the stable with that black stallion. Why doesn't he look like me like that?
That horse is the last thing you ought to be jealous of. The father's just about ready to have him destroyed. He's quite mad.
He certainly is.
No, I mean the horse.
Oh, I mean your father. He knows nothing about either horses or women. Jeff, look at me. Tell me the truth. Is your father ill?
I suppose he must seem that way to you.
Can there be any other reason why he runs when I come near him?
Well, you see, he feels a sort of paternal responsibility to you because you're so young.
I'm as old as you, and that is already older than he will ever be.
I think your beauty frightens him a little, too.
Does he want an old and ugly wife? I will never understand these English.
No, you see, he doesn't want any wife. My mother died when I was born, and, well, he never quite got over it.
Jeff told me you still mourn for his mother.
I loved her very much.
What do you remember most about her? How do you see her? What did she like to do?
I always see her arranging flowers. She was rather like a flower. A bud, really. She was so young when she died.
Do you like flowers, too?
Very much.
Ring for the servants. Have them remove every flower from this house immediately. And order them never to bring another one into this house.
Why?
Mourn for your wife like a gypsy. Live without flowers in her memory. But don't try to live without love.
I do hope you won't mind, Roderick. I've been talking with Cook and planning some of the menus.
I thought dinner tasted exceptionally fine this evening. How very kind of you.
Aunt Angela selected the wine, too, didn't you?
Yes. Did you like it?
Perfect. I had no idea you were so accomplished, my dear. I always thought of you as merely decorative.
Thank you. You find that amusing, Kira?
No. Clever. Next to me, you are not decorative. So you must be something else as well.
Halsey Castle had certainly changed from a bachelor establishment. Lady Angela was there to chaperone Kyra, and at my suggestion, Father sent for his cousin Estelle to chaperone Lady Angela.
When a woman reaches her 80th birthday, anyone who chooses to create a scandal either finds himself labeled as insane or thanked for the implied compliment. So long as I'm here, your reputation and Angela's will be safe. Of that you can be certain. Angela, you have the most beautiful manners. You conceal your hatred of my presence in this house admirably.
Thank you. It is quite an effort, too.
I know. If only Roderick, poor dear, would react to your overtures and propose.
Since you're being so very candid, let me assure you I've thought of everything to get rid of you. Short of murder.
Have you thought of bribing me? I'm dreadfully poor, you know, and I don't exactly enjoy spending my declining years as a paid family chaperone.
Oh, Angela, you do know how to soothe a headache. Your hands are so cool and restful.
Keep still now. I'll rub your neck.
Jeff wants to see you in the stable.
Oh, something about the black stallion, I'll warrant. I'll have to do something about him. I'll be back directly, Angela.
Whether you like it or not, remember, he is my husband.
I'll remember that. Only after he does. Not before. Let go of my arm before I forget myself.
That would be impossible. There. Don't try to massage his poor headache away any more today.
Are you warning me?
No, I don't have to. You can't move your arm. Try to move it.
I can't. What? Oh, I can't move it. You put a spell on me. My arm's paralyzed.
Anytime you find it difficult to keep your hands off my husband, I will be glad to help you.
We'll return to romance in just a moment.
Hello, I'm Bob Trout. Covering big stories is synonymous with CBS Radio. And we're bringing you two of the biggest in the days and weeks ahead from Chicago and San Francisco. Direct from both convention halls, CBS Radio will bring you all the highlights with a team of 20 top correspondents. On our staff will be Richard C. Hottelet. Covering big news is an old story for Dick Hottelet, a roving correspondent all through the last war and a veteran at analyzing the political scene in Germany. Jailed by the Nazis for his reporting, Dick emerged as one of the finest newsmen in post-war Europe. He returns to the United States now for CBS News to bring you the political drama in the days ahead. We'll be bringing you the best on CBS Radio with Edward R. Murrow, Eric Severide, calling all the political plays just as they break. It's CBS Radio for all the color, background, and spot news. Be with us for both conventions. Thank you. This is Bob Trout speaking.
And now for the second act of Romance.
News of Kira spread around the countryside, and naturally we had many visitors, including Bertie. Or if I must be formal, the Earl of Hampshire. Bertie's the sort most foreigners call typically British. But as a matter of fact, most Englishmen can't understand him either.
I thought to myself, must see the gypsy wench with my own eyes.
Bertie, try speaking a little slower.
Oh, of course. Now, safety.
Father. Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Jeff.
Hello, sir. Father, did you shoot that black stallion?
No, I asked one of the stable boys to do it.
Well, he's not in his stall, and Angela thought she saw Kira right out on him.
Good Lord, Jeff, he's a killer.
Every man who could joined the search. We rode for hours. Didn't see a trace of either the horse or Kira until...
There he is in the lower meadow.
Couldn't get close enough to shoot. The beast took off again.
Never mind him. Keep looking for Kira.
Right.
Kira! Kira! You see anything, Jeff?
No. Kira!
Keep looking. Kira!
Kira! I found her. Kira, are you all right? Now lie still. Don't try to move till I see if any bones are broken.
Take your hands off me. I'm your father's wife. Show respect.
How badly is she hurt? Kira. Oh, you don't know what I've been through. I thought you'd been killed, trampled to death. I almost lost my mind.
Good.
What?
You're getting used to me, and that's good.
Oh, I could shake you.
You're my husband. You could beat me. Why don't you?
Look out there! The beast is coming back!
Shoot as fast as you can, Bertie.
No, leave him alone.
He's insane, Kira. You're lucky you weren't killed when he threw you.
Oh, the horse doesn't live that can throw me. We had a lovely ride until I got sleepy and laid down here to take a nap. Leave that horse alone! Don't you dare to shoot!
No!
I'm sorry. I had to stop you. Roderick, give me the horse, please.
But he's dangerous.
Not to me. Come here, Magic. Come here, boy.
Oh, you would name him Magic.
Come here, Magic. Come to Kyra and be loved. See, Rodney? The horse is saner than you are.
I gained a strange respect for Father as I watched him struggle, even though I couldn't for the life of me understand why he tried so hard. He attempted to explain.
I have to maintain my own integrity as a logical man. I don't believe in foretelling the future, or the madness of the moon, or spells and curses, or any of that superstitious rot. And furthermore, I don't believe I feel very well.
Kira, I always thought that gypsies could make love potions.
They can?
Well, why don't you fix one for Father? I'll manage to put it in his morning tea.
I don't want to force him to love me. Not unless I have to.
Not the sporting thing to do, is that it?
Yes.
How very English you've become.
Oh, there you are, Jeff. Good evening, Kira. Ready for dinner, I believe? Jeff, do see what's keeping Angela and Cousin Estelle. Never mind. Here they are. Oh, you look lovely, Angela.
Thank you.
Cousin Estelle, how was your nap?
I'd much prefer it if you said I was lovely and asked Angela how she slept. But I slept well, and now I'm hungry.
Well, shall we go in? Kira, aren't you joining us?
I will not eat this week. Did you say this week? The full moon is almost here. And if I'm to stop disaster from joining our lives, I must do something.
Well, this has been a most pleasant day. Let's not spoil it now with talk of the supernatural or foretelling the future.
For 7 days and 7 nights, I will not eat.
But you'll only make yourself ill.
I will gather herbs and roots and leaves and dry them.
Well, there's a lovely joint of mutton this evening.
Then I will press them into a thin little cake to keep next to my heart. Until what is in my heart goes into the cake. This makes the magic.
Is that all?
No, Angela. In the dark of the night, I will walk backwards towards water, with my eyes closed tightly.
Oh, you could break your neck that way.
Do be quiet, Roderick. Go on, Kira.
I will eat the cake, and then I will turn and face the water. And when I open my eyes, I shall gaze upon the face of my own true love, reflected in the water.
How very romantic.
Well, what happens if you don't see any face at all?
Then I will die.
What?
I won't want to live without love. And now, O ancient ones, let me gaze upon the face of my own true love. Oh.
Are you all right, Kira?
It is your face I see in the water.
Well, naturally, I looked over your shoulder to see what you were doing. Didn't you hear me following you?
No.
What are you crying about? Because you're supposed to love me?
There is no way out now. What will be, will be. I made the big fast in hope, but now there is no doubt. The tarot cards made the right prediction after all.
You keep hinting about this dreadful curse of the future, but I mean, what is supposed to happen?
It is clearly written, from the Father to the Son, and blood will be shed. Your blood, Jeff. You will have to fight your father for me, and win.
Oh, in other words, whoever wins the fight wins you.
It is written.
Father, I have a rather odd request to make of you. Would you mind terribly striking me hard enough to draw some blood? I shan't have to hit you back because it's only my blood that counts, you see. You can merely pretend to knock me unconscious.
Oh, Kira's gloomy little prediction. From the Father to the Son, and blood will be shed.
Exactly. But if you cooperate with me, we can stage a fight, well, like actors do, and neither of us will be really hurt. It's all in the interest of love.
I am sick to death of that word, love. There isn't one person around this entire house that even knows the meaning of the word. You mean that you want to marry Kira?
Well, yes, of course. Well, I don't intend anything so binding as an English wedding, but I won't mind a marriage gypsy style.
Well, I suppose I shouldn't be shocked. It's probably my fault for not having set you a better example.
Oh, come, aren't you being rather proper all of a sudden? Go along with the times, Father. Remember, this is England in 1746.
Well, I wasn't aware that decency and morality were so out of mode.
Oh, come now, she's only a gypsy.
As long as Kira remains under my roof, she's entitled to my protection. I really think, under the circumstances, that you'd be more comfortable in your London quarters.
Do you think seriously that you can stop me from doing anything I want to do?
I intend to, one way or the other.
Oh, really, Father?
Oh, I say, Jeff. Jeff, I'm sorry. I don't know what got into me. Are you all right?
Oh, Father, how can you be so stupid? How many times will you have to knock me down before you realize that you are in love with Kira?
I refuse to be in love with her. I refuse to believe in magic or in love potions or any of that rot. I am first and foremost a logical man.
You're also a miserable man.
Well, naturally, but I have every reason to be.
Roderick, suppose I prove to you you have just as much reason to be happy. Can there be anything in the world more logical than for a man to fight for the woman he loves? Even an Englishman?
Kira. Oh, Kira.
Romance is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Today's story was written by Irene Winston. Starred in The Gypsy were Terence Kilburn, Jerry Gaylor, and Ben Wright. Others in the cast were Norma Varden, Peggy Weber, and Stan Jones. Musical supervision by Carl Fortina. This is Dan Coverly, inviting you to hear Romance, transcribed next week at this same time. With Eddie Collins conducting the band, Jim Lowe is your host, and with an exciting array of guest stars, don't miss Upbeat Saturday Night, when it's on the air again over most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Transcribed stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, a story of 3 women, 3 memories, and 1 man. Written by Tom Hanley, we star Gil Stratton in Fielder's Choice.
Isn't there something I can do for her, nurse?
This is her third, isn't it? What'd you do for her the first 2 times?
Well, I waited. At least she knew I was around, and...
That's what I thought. Here, right in here, Mr. Fielder.
Is this her room?
Yes, I thought you might be more comfortable to wait in here.
Tell me, nurse, is it any easier the 3rd time?
For her, yes. For you, no.
How long will it be?
Well, that's hard to say. Now, look, you just settle down in here. Worrying won't help her any. Do you have enough cigarettes?
3 babies now, and all on rainy days. And you want to know something? We've been married 10 years now, and I met her on a rainy day when she was 10 years old.
That's nice. Relax, Mr. Fielder. Just think of something pleasant, and soon she'll be back.
I'll try. Oh, nurse.
Yes?
Let me know, won't you? You know, if it's a boy or a girl.
We'll let you know.
Boy, what a rat race. Cleveland, Chicago, Denver, and St. John's Hospital. Boy, look at her come down. It was this way when you met her, Fielder. 100 years ago, wasn't it? Nah, just short of that. 1930. Remember? Just like this. Not gloomy. A gray day, a rainy day, a wonderful day. Because you were 10 and destined to meet all three of the women of your life in that day. Remember? The unholy three. Gwen, Peg, Mona. You're delivering your last block of papers, and they were standing gloomily in the doorway to Peg's playhouse. Gloomy, that is, till they saw you.
Hey! Hey, you in the yellow slicker! You brats hollering at me? Well, what do you want? You're all crazy.
Wait, we want a paper. You know anybody delivers papers?
Well, now, what do you think I'm carrying here? A bag of wet mice? Oh, wet mice! Well, you girls want to subscribe?
Well, that depends.
On what?
On what paper you deliver.
Can't you read? It says right on the bag, Journal Courier. Hey, what's this? Some kind of playhouse or something?
Sure, belongs to her. We all play here.
Yeah, well, what do you stop me for? What do you want?
Paper, I told you. Give us an extra and we'll think it over.
You mean this little house doesn't even leak rain into it?
No.
Then what are you all wearing raincoats for?
We had to walk in the rain, stupid, to get here.
You better watch out who you're calling stupid. What's the matter with those two? You the only one who can talk?
My name's Mona. That's Gwendolyn and that's Peggy.
Oh, I'm Malcolm Fielder. Mac'll do. Can I see you in the playhouse?
Well, we'll have to move out to let you in, but we don't mind.
Hey, this is pretty keen. Make a few changes and this be a nice clubhouse. Hey, what you doing? Hey, let me out of here. Come on, you better let me out or I'll wreck this place.
Lesson learned at a tender age, women, you trust them one at a time, if at all. You made good on your threat, though. You really wrecked the playhouse and wrecked your financial setup for about 2 full months. Girls were for the birds for 5 tedious years after that. And suddenly you became 15 and something seemed to give way. It was at a party. Girls on one side, boys on the other. In no man's land, somebody's mother.
Well, now everybody's going to dance. Oh, now you boys, if you don't, we'll form circles, and you know what that means. No choice of partner.
Oh, here now, Malcolm, you be first. Well, go on, get something started here.
Yes, ma'am, I'll start something.
Now, there's a good boy.
You see, Malcolm's a gentleman. He knows how to have fun at parties. The rest of you boys can just follow suit.
Mona! Hey, Mona!
Why me? What'd I ever do to you?
Listen, Mona, since nobody wants to dance, then why don't we...
What? Oh! Say that again, Matt. Well, tell him. Go on, tell him. I can't. Well, I can't.
What is it, Mona, dear? Oh, surely you can tell us.
Well, all right. You asked for it. Max said, he said, since nobody wants to dance, why don't we all play post-op?
Voices and eyes, shame and embarrassment. Then some cool-headed pal hollered scrub, and all the boys gave up pretense of party and piled outside to play ball. Afterwards, you saw Mona sitting on the grass nearby watching you. A girl, trouble at best. But now, suddenly, just today, it seemed all loveliness. Hi.
Hi.
Well, I've got to get going.
Malcolm, don't go.
What'd you call me?
Malcolm,
Well, don't call me that. It's Mac. You know that.
I'm sorry about what happened at the party, Mac.
Something happened?
Well, I'm trying to apologize to you.
For what?
For embarrassing you.
You didn't.
Mac Fielder, I did too. Well, look at you right now. You're blushing all over again.
All right, then. Why'd you do it?
Just wanted to. I wanted you to look at me. Just the way you did.
Look at you?
Special like. With hate.
Hate?
Special hate all for me.
You're cracking up, Mona.
I am. It's all your fault.
My fault?
And from now on, Mac Fielder, you're going to think of me as different. Different than Gwen or Peg or any other girl, for that matter.
See you later. Mona tried desperately to fan the fires of change that year, but it didn't work. Basketball, football, and an old jalopy took most of your time. Then in 1937, a big high school affair kicked you off to a siege of dating. Peg came beautifully onto the scene. Alice in Wonderland, grown up she was, only she had a turned-up nose and the earnest manner. With Peg, there was never anybody else in the room. Nobody but you.
Gosh, I sure do love that tune.
It's not bad.
How are you coming with that car of yours? Think you'll ever get it running again?
Oh, one more part of timing gear. It'll be fine.
Do you always drink this many Cokes when you go out?
Oh, not always. Peg, would you like to dance?
Oh, I'd love to. On one condition.
What's that?
That you wipe that look off your face.
Look?
Like you're going to the executioner.
Maybe you are. I never learned to dance.
Oh, you'll learn fast. Come on, I'll teach you.
Some other time. Tonight, just struggle with me. I promise not to break anything. Well, it's more like it.
You do fine. I like dancing with you.
Yeah, but I gotta rest up for tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? What happens then?
Arthur Murray. He wants another lesson.
Oh, Mac, you kill me.
There goes old Gully's dog. Cyclops, we always used to call him. He lost an eye in a fight one time.
How terrible.
That doesn't bother him. He barks all night, every night.
Without stopping?
Well, there was a night old Gully woke up thinking that something was wrong, and it was just that Cyclops had quit barking. So the old man went back to sleep.
Good for Cyclops.
No, it turned out the dog was a welcoming committee.
Oh, Mac, you're making this up.
No, I'm not. They cleaned him out, took everything that wasn't tied down.
Oh, Mac, stop it.
You know, you're beautiful, Peggy.
You must be crazy.
Is it crazy to think that about a girl you like?
Well, about me it is. I'm too tall and freckly and pigeon-toed and...
And beautiful.
Maybe we better go into the dance.
No, stay here with me. Peg, I love you.
You do?
Peg.
You're the first boy I ever kissed.
You'd have to say that.
Oh, no, I wouldn't. Not if it weren't true. Someday maybe you'll know me better.
It'll be your fault if I don't. Hey, looks like another bad night for old Gully.
Why?
Cyclops. He quit barking again. From that night on, it was a year of Peg. Fun, happiness you'd never known existed. Then came a night you went to her and found her in tears.
Mac, I've got terrible news. Just awful.
What is it, Peg? It can't be as bad as all that.
Well, it is, though. It's worse. Dad's being transferred to Chicago.
What? Oh, no, Peg.
We're moving away. The end of this month.
What'll we do?
What can we do? You can't very well get to Chicago. Will you write me every day?
Chicago? I can't believe it. It might as well be South Africa.
Will you write to me every single day, Mac? Will you?
Chicago.
We will return to romance in just a moment. Ever hear about Ben Adam, who was so happy when he found that his name led all the rest in the Angel's Book? Well, no need for your name to be first in the registration book of your local voting precinct, but better be certain it's somewhere among the listings. Make sure you don't miss registration day in your community, because you have to register if you wish to vote. And now for the second act of Romance.
For 3 months, the letters flew back and forth in ever-diminishing numbers until by early 1939 you'd all but forgotten Peg. You began to notice Mona again. Mona the crazy one, the dare-taker, the first in and the last out. You dated her and found that to her a mere beach party was a kind of a pre-Olympics warm-up. And just when you knew she wouldn't stop, she would. And she'd look at you with large, moist eyes, and you'd know that you were Lancelot and she was Guinevere. She wore a hair page boy for a while, Mona-style page boy. It turned up in all the wrong places and was something like Mona herself. Kind of untamed, disorganized. But fun. Fun like there was no tomorrow. Until the night of the picnic at Friper's boat landing. Hey, here, have a can of beer, Mona Mouse.
No, thank you.
Oh, Europe's got a war and Mona's got a bore. Why are you so quiet?
Don't you think you've had enough, Mac?
Ah, come on. What's the matter with you? Hey, get a load of the rah-rah girl herself.
Stop it. Don't be such a pig.
Come on. Don't you run out of me, Mona Mouse.
Leave me alone.
Ow. Mona. I'm sorry. You hear me? I'm sorry.
I'll find someone to take me home.
What's got into you?
Nothing's got into me. Just that getting full of beer isn't my idea of fun.
Well, I'm no fuller than anybody else.
Does that make it right? You get home the best way you can. If you can find the car.
After that, you never fought with Mona again. Big reason being because she wouldn't go out with you. It was all right. You were busy with college, and it wasn't the extracurricular activities so much, but the fraternities and the hazings and the decisions. The decisions were the worst because the war was getting closer, and, well, some of the boys were waving their arms about being the next batch of cannon fodder. Others were talking Air Corps and the perils of 9G pullouts. Finally, with the necessary 2 years college behind you, you decided in the summer of 1941 to try for the Air Corps. And among other things, it brought you smack into the disbanded camp of the Unholy Three again. Only this time it was Gwen. Handsome, steady, serene Gwen. Raven hair and an olive complexion. You'd lost track of her until that day you walked into the bank.
Yes, may I help you?
Gwenny!
What?
When did you start working here?
Mac Fielder. It is. Not a day older.
How long you been here, Gwen?
Oh, about 6 months. How you doing?
Oh, fine. Listen, is Mr. Moylan in? I want to see if he'll write me a letter of recommendation for the Air Corps.
Oh, sure, he'll see you. Just tap on the door and walk on in.
Oh, it's good to see you again, Gwen. Listen, if you're not doing anything tonight, hey, you're not engaged or anything, are you?
No, I'm not engaged or anything.
Well, then let's get together tonight. You know, maybe a show, and we can talk over old times.
Oh, listen to the boy. Old times.
Well, you know what I mean. Gosh, we've known each other for so long, more than half our lives.
It seems longer the way you say it.
But it's true. Hey, I'll go in and see Mr. Moylan now, and then you and I'll go out tonight. Okay?
We'll see.
Everything was all Gwen after that. Then one night you had to break the news to her. It was at the fairgrounds that you told her.
I thought you'd never win me one of these. Somehow they look so cheap on their shelves, and then when you got one of your own, it's so important. You're a good shot, Mac.
I should be. I've hunted all my life. Gwen, there's something I want to tell you.
What do you want to tell me?
I got my orders today.
Oh, no.
I'm to report to the pilot replacement center at Kelly Field within 10 days.
Oh. Well, are you glad, Mac?
Well, it's what I wanted for so long, the chance, and I don't know, now somehow it doesn't seem important. That's because of you, Gwen.
Every night I've said my prayers against this moment while you...
Well, I've been praying that they would accept me. I know, Gwenny.
But why, Mac? What's it all about? We aren't at war. Why do they have to take you away now?
We're not the only ones affected by this. If I wait around, they'll draft me eventually, and, well, I'd rather be in the air than on the ground.
But it's not our war.
Well, they call it preparation, to make sure we win it if it ever becomes our war. Hey, Gwenny, dry those eyes. People are beginning to look at me like I'm a girl beater.
Then I'll join the service, too. There must be something I can do. Red Cross, something.
That's right. You'll be a big help. Come on, I'll shoot you another doll. The name Mac Fielder disappeared in an airport in Texas where it was all but replaced by a serial number. You were young and healthy. It was hard and tough, but you made it and found that a hot pilot was mostly a careful pilot. And the ones who most often came back from raids out over England were those with good navigators and a lot of luck. And Gwen? Well, 9 months of training had just about buried Gwen, and 30 missions over Germany and reassignment to the South Pacific completed it. 6 missions with the 5th Air Force in New Guinea rated you a furlough to Sydney, Australia, where you walked into a bar with a great Aussie flyer, Pev Martin.
Come on, matey, let's have a go at it. There's nothing says a few elbows won't get us to the bar in 3 minutes flat.
Well, just don't get in my way, Pev.
Well, if it weren't for the bloody Yanks crowd in the bar, a thirsty Australian could get a decent drink. Come on, Yank, don't walk up me back. You get the first drink after me and my mate here.
Well, then get it moving, Aussie. Hey, Mac Fielder, it can't be.
Boney, what are you doing here?
Well, trying to get a drink, lunkhead.
Hey, Pev, meet a guy from my hometown, Boney Belinsky. Boney, this is Pev Martin.
Hi. Hi, Barney. Listen, lads, grab that booth right behind you. I'll work myself up to the dispensarium and bring your drinks back here.
Oh, got it. Hey. Thanks, Pev. Slide in here, Mac. Oh, I mean Captain Mac.
Oh, can it, Boney? Hey, I see you got yourself plenty of action.
Oh, too much. Turned in 3.5 months of repairs out at the 727th General Hospital. But, oh, hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Those nurses.
Yeah?
Hey, have I got news for you? Guess who's here?
Where?
Guess who's a nurse out at the hospital?
Oh, I can't guess. Who?
Uncle Sam's prettiest.
I still can't guess. Come on, tell me.
It's one of your unholy 3.
Who? Come on, Boney, tell me.
I'm going to be Mr. Mystery. You go out to the 727th General Hospital and ask for all 3 girls, Peg, Mona, and Gwen. One of them you'll get. Surprise yourself.
Ah, Boney, come on.
To the 727th, Mac. She's out there.
It's you. So it's you who got the flag waved in your face. I ran into Belinsky. He said Uncle Sam's prettiest nurse was here. And you know something? He was right. Within a year from that time, you were married. This time you knew which one of the unholy 3 you wanted. And it's been 10 of the greatest years you could imagine, too. Yeah, it sure has. Relax, Fielder. She's gonna be all right. It's like the nurse said. Relax, and before you know it, she'll be back in here safe and sound.
Mr. Fielder, she's here.
Oh, so soon? It's over so soon? Well, where is she? Nobody told me about the baby.
She wouldn't let us. Made us promise.
Well, may I talk to her?
She's still pretty loopy. She'll be fine by tomorrow.
Hello, sweetheart. How do you feel?
Not at all, Malcolm. Oh, I love you, Malcolm.
Oh, come on. Aren't you going to tell me? What do we get?
A boy. What else? You said you wanted one.
Oh, I did not. I said either. Troublemaker.
Sure. Mona's always a troublemaker. How are the children?
Oh, they're fine. Just fine. You rest. We want you. You and that man home with us again. Sleep, Mona.
Romance is produced and directed by Anthony Ellis. Today's story was written by Tom Hanley. Starred in Fielder's Choice was Gil Stratton. Others in the cast were Dick Beals, Eve McVeigh, Paula Winslow, Peggy Weber, Gloria Grant, Miriam Wolfe, Ben Wright, and Peter Leeds. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. This is Larry Thor inviting you to hear Romance transcribed next week at this same time.
Douglas Edwards speaking. The Republicans move into San Francisco next week, and there may be some big surprises. Stay tuned to this station for convention coverage so colorful and complete, you'll feel you're there.
Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, we bring you a story of a young couple who met during a bombing raid and parted, then found each other again. It is written by Ann Dowd and stars John Daner and Virginia Gregg in London Interlude, 1940.
We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and oceans. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing ground. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender.
1940, the Battle of Britain, now a page in history. "16 years, over 3,000 miles, and another lifetime away from this November day in 1956 at Newark Airport.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wrobleski, but flight 613 will be delayed 45 minutes.
But I have a business appointment. It's important.
Sorry, Mr. Wrobleski.
I figured my time according to your schedule.
These are circumstances beyond our control.
I'm a busy man. My time is valuable.
I'm sorry,
Mrs.
Mr.
Robert
Wrobleski.
Elwood, will you please step to the baggage counter? Mrs. Robert Elwood, will you please step to the baggage
In the
counter?
10 years since the end of World War II, Stanislaus Wrobleski had made $1 million. Needless to say, this had taken a bit of doing, and his time was indeed valuable.
Mrs.
He made
Robert
3 phone
Elwood,
calls,
please
bought a
step to the
newspaper, and
baggage
settled
counter.
down on a bench in the
Mrs.
airport
Robert
waiting room.
Elwood.
He glanced at the paper, put it down, and opened his briefcase. He was going through a sheaf of notes when he became aware of the
Mrs.
voice on
Robert
the loudspeaker.
Elwood, please step to the baggage counter. Mrs. Robert
He
Elwood,
listened a moment.
please
Then he got up
baggage
and slowly and carefully looked around the crowded waiting room. When he sat down again, he put his notes away, leaned back in his seat, folded his hands in his lap, and for the first time in a long while indulged himself in a memory. It was a November night in 1940, when time was carefully measured for more precious reasons than a business appointment. He'd been in London exactly 1 hour and 35 minutes on his first pass in 4 months, 2 weeks, and 6 hours when the thing started. He cursed his luck, remembered the rules, and checked the nearest air raid shelter. He was following the grim but orderly crowd when he saw her. She was standing apart, her arms straight at her side, staring up into the night sky. She looked awfully young and awfully scared.
Hey, you! Look, this ain't no time to be stargazing. Come on.
I'm scared.
Sure.
This is the first time I've been caught in one of these things, and I'm scared.
Well, so am I. So is everybody. Don't let it get you down, though. Just get moving.
Where?
To the shelter.
One of those underground places?
Sure.
Oh, no. No, I couldn't close in like that.
Well, you can't stay here. Come on. Up to Daisy.
Put me down. Put
Now,
me
just
down.
take it easy, honey.
You put me down. This is none of your business. You put me down.
Not much warning this time. We'll have to duck in one of these buildings.
Put me down.
How about this? Mrs. Perkins' bakery.
You put me down.
This must go to the cellar here. Now, there, you sit here. Oh, I guess you don't weigh much more than a full field pack, but then a field pack don't fight back.
They're close, aren't they?
Darn right they're closer. They're too close. Hey, you. Hey, cut it out. Will you shut up?
Don't you dare shout at
Just
me.
cut out that stuff.
You can't talk to me like that.
You're an American, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Well, so am I, and I'm ashamed of you.
You're ashamed of me.
Yeah, sniveling around like that, acting like a dope.
You have no right to talk
Anyway,
to
how come you're not home in America, tucked away safe in bed?
What business is it of yours?
How come?
Well,
How come?
It happens that I'm visiting with an aunt who lives here in England. My parents sent me over to finish my education abroad.
Well, that's real great. You got a lot to learn.
Why, you rude...
Still scared?
I'm furious. What right do you have to... What did you say?
Are you still scared?
Well,
It don't hurt to get your back up once in a while. Just keep it in mind. And remember, Stanislaus Wrobleski told you.
You were just goading me.
Yeah. Now behave yourself.
I'm afraid I was behaving badly. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay, kid. Okay. Just relax. Hey, wait, listen. You hear that? The Spitfires. Could be my own squadron. And here I sit.
How come you're with the Royal Air Force? How come you're not home in America, tucked away safe in bed? Huh? How come?
You're doing all right, honey. I joined up in Canada.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. When I tell it to my grandchildren, I guess I'll make it sound real noble-like, but actually, I guess it was the excitement that appealed to me. And besides, what was there for me in St. Paul?
St. Paul?
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Minneapolis.
Oh, Twin Cities. What do you know?
We're neighbors.
Oh, honey, it's as far as from here to the moon, where Stanislaus Wrobleski lived. On the wrong side of the tracks in St. Paul to where you live in Minneapolis.
Oh, I'm not sure I know what you mean.
Well, Don't matter now, not right at this moment.
Robert wanted to join the RAF, but his parents wouldn't hear of it.
Well, what do you know about that? Who's Robert?
A boy I know back home.
Oh?
It was really because of Robert that my mother and father sent me over here to school.
How come?
Oh, they thought I was becoming too interested in him.
Well, what's wrong with that?
They felt I was too young to think about getting married.
That's when you should have got your back up. Did it work?
What?
Well, sending you away from what's his name?
Oh, I don't know. He seems awfully far away right now.
He is, honey.
It's dark.
Just as well. You're probably a mess from all that crying.
I don't even know what you look like.
I'm a pretty good-looking guy.
By the way, my name is Guinevere Bradley.
Guinevere?
Right out of Tennyson. My mother had pretty romantic notions.
Yeah. Well, I'll just call you Mac.
Mac?
Yeah, you know, when a name gets out of hand, you just say Mac, like, hey, Mac, slip me another bottle of beer.
Oh. Yes, of course. Do you know any of the Gilbert and Sullivan operettas?
You say the craziest thing.
No. I was just remembering. When I was a little girl and afraid of the dark, my father used to recite Gilbert and Sullivan to me. I didn't know what he was saying, but it had a nice jingle.
No, you got the wrong boy, Mac. There's some pretty good limericks going around at the base, but I don't think I could clean them up for you.
Then we'll sing.
Sing?
Yes, that's what people do in time of stress. Like when the ship's going down, you know, they sing.
You're a real screwy dame.
What songs do you know?
You ain't gonna get me to sing.
What songs do you know?
Well, I know, row, row, row your boat, period. That's...
Well, that'll do.
You're nuts. Look, we're gonna sit here in Mrs. Perkins' bakery and act like people without holes in their head until the all clear.
Do you hear them?
Yeah.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 but a dream. They aren't very far from here, where they fell, are they?
No, not very. They're far enough. We're still alive.
But maybe... Somebody over there not very far from us isn't alive anymore. Maybe somebody over there just a moment ago was singing a song, but now they're not alive anymore.
Boy, you a cheerful little chick.
Sorry. It's just... Well, let's talk about something. Anything.
All right.
What do you want? What do you want to do?
Well, I want to make $1 million.
Why?
You see, you're nuts. You're a real screwy dame.
No, really, why?
Well, because that's why, because I'm not going to be like my old man. He comes over from the old country. That's the big deal. That's all. And then he's satisfied to work along at a crummy little job all of his life, living on the wrong side of St. Paul. And no, not me. I'm going to have me $1 million.
I hope you do.
I'm going to chance it.
What?
My flashlight. I just got to have a look at you. Well, what do you know? You got a dirty face, but it's a pretty one. I'm going to kiss you, Mac. This guy back home you're so nuts about, what's his name?
Robert Elwood III.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. He's loaded, I guess.
What?
He's got a lot of dough.
Yes, I guess
Yeah, that sounds about right. He's a nice guy, huh?
so. Well, yes.
Mac,
Yes?
Oh, just nothing, I guess. Well, Mr. Goering's boys are going to be ready for another go-around pretty soon. You got anything else up your sleeve, like we're going to sing or something?
I know a poem.
Oh, great.
It's a love poem, a sonnet.
Romantic?
Yes.
Did your mother write it?
No, Shakespeare wrote it.
I guess I can stand it.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed. And every fair from fair sometime declines by chance, or nature's changing course untrimmed.
Take it easy, Mac. Hey, you! Hey, Mac! Mac, answer me, oh, God! Mac! Mac, look. What's the idea? You don't answer me.
Well,
You okay, Mac?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
That's good.
Are you all right?
I'm afraid one of Mrs. Perkins' walls dumped over me.
Oh, no.
It's okay now. Let's not blow your stack. Look, can you move over this way? Now, watch it. Watch it. Any little jar is going to start things falling again. Just reach out your arm. Yeah. Yep. That's me under this hunk of rubble.
Oh.
No, not just take it easy. Like if you could maybe dig me out a little so I could get my arms free.
Of course. Now, here.
Yeah. Now, careful. It ain't going to take much to send Mrs. Perkins sealing down on us.
Yes, I'm sorry. We've got to get you out of here.
Yeah. Now.
This one.
There. There, now my arms are out. Maybe I... Oh!
You're hurt.
No, it's okay. It's okay, but look. This beam, or whatever it is, can you...
It won't move.
Yeah, well, hold it a minute. We'll try it again. Okay. Now I'll try to lift up on the darn thing and you shove, all right? No.
Didn't I feel it move?
No, I don't think so. It's got me pinned tight.
Well, now let's see. Maybe if I could... Here, let's try it again.
Mac.
Yes?
Mac. I want you to take the flashlight. Find your way out of this room. Get way over there at the far side of the building.
Why should I do that?
I don't want you asking silly questions. Just do what I say.
And leave you here?
Just go on. Just do what I say.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
Look, when those bombers come over again, even if they drop their eggs miles from here, the concussion is going to send the ceiling caving in. Now just get out of here.
No.
Get out, will you? Oh, you fool. You stubborn dame.
There must be something we can do.
There's nothing we can do. I'm stuck. Period. Now get out. I don't want you here.
I'm not going. So you'd better think of something.
Oh.
Well?
Do you know the principle of the lever?
No.
Never mind. Feel around in that junk. See if you can find a piece of pipe or a long board you can handle.
All right.
Watch it. Watch it. There's no need rushing things.
Oh, all right, yes. Here. Will this do?
Let's see. Yeah, it feels about right now. Look, slip that pipe under the beam.
Like this?
Yeah, that's right. Now, it's good. Now, lean your weight on the end. And when I feel the beam lift, I'll try to wiggle my way out. All right?
There. I think I felt it give a little.
Yeah, now I'll try to...
Oh, your leg.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
No. Wait. I think I get it.
Oh, hold it. Hold it, they're coming back. Now listen to me. I want you to get out of here.
No, I won't do it. Now you save your breath. I think we can make it this time. Now, come on now.
All right. Yeah.
Now, can you get up? Here. Hang on to me. Hang on to me.
Yeah. You. You're a real stubborn dame.
Now, here, put your arm around my shoulder. We'll make it.
Easy, easy. I'm glad we weren't under that. Thanks, Mac.
I wish it weren't so dark.
You're a weirdie, but you're a brave dame.
This seems to be a clear spot.
You're a brave dame and a stubborn one.
Here. You sit down here.
Yeah.
Let me help.
Okay.
You lean on me now.
Yeah.
Here.
You're a little squirt, aren't you?
Here. Now let me.
All right.
Can you manage?
Yeah.
There. 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 Oh. You should have some care.
No. I'm okay.
Don't you think I ought to try to get out and get some help?
No, not with that going on outside. We'll just wait. We'll wait for the all clear. Then we'll have our turn.
Your leg. Does it hurt very much?
No. It ain't bad.
Would you be more comfortable if I'd sit down there so you could put your head in my lap?
Yeah. I'd like that. Oh, this is good. This is real good. Mac?
Yes?
You know something? I never figured it was in the cards for me to ever know a dame like you. You got class.
What will happen when they sound the all clear?
Oh, the people will start back about their business. And the crews will start digging out.
But what will happen to you?
Oh, they'll pack me off to the base hospital. Won't be much good in an airplane for a while. But I'll be back up there flying.
Will I see you again?
It's hard telling, Mac.
I've never known anyone like you before.
You can say that again. Mac, you go home. You go back to America, and that guy, what's his name?
Robert Elwood.
Yeah. You go back to Robert Elwood, back home where you belong.
Where's your flashlight?
Over here. There.
Your face is dirty. But you're a pretty good-looking guy. I'm going to kiss you.
Mac.
Yes.
Mac, well,
Yes.
No, nothing. I guess you just go home, Mac. You go home where you belong.
All right.
Hey, Mac, you know that poem Shakespeare wrote?
Yes?
It's real pretty. Will you say it again?
All right. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's leaf hath all too short a date. Sometimes too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometimes declines. My chance.
Mr. Robleski glanced at his watch, picked up his briefcase, and walked over to the airport baggage counter. He studied the woman standing there. There was no mistake. He waited until she turned to leave.
Pardon me, but are you Mrs. Robert Elwood?
Yes.
I thought I recognized the name. Well, that is, I heard the name on the loudspeaker, you see. Well, I believe we met some time ago, that is. My name is Stanley Robleski.
Oh, why, of course. Well, my goodness.
It was in England during the war.
Yes. Why, yes, of course. Well, my goodness. Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yes, that was a long time ago.
Well, are you
Are you just arriving or just leaving?
No, I'm on my way to a business appointment. My plane's been held up.
Oh, dear. I've just been to visit my son. He's in school in Connecticut.
Oh, you have a son. Well, that's nice.
Oh, I have 2 sons and a daughter.
Well, what do you know about that? That's fine.
Where's your home now?
I live in California. I'm in the building business.
Flight
Well-
613 now boarding at gate 5. Flight 613 now
Oh, that's
boarding
my
at
flight.
gate 5.
Well, I guess I'd better get aboard.
My goodness, it was nice to talk to you.
Yes. Well, you see, I heard that name over the loudspeaker, and I thought I recognized it. It was a long time ago.
Yes,
Flight
it
613
was.
boarding at
It was
gate
a long
5.
time ago.
Flight 613.
Well, it was nice to see you.
Yes, it was very nice.
Well, goodbye.
Goodbye.
The Battle of Britain. Now a page in history. A memory.
Romance is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Today's story, London Interlude, 1940, was written for Romance by Ann Dowd and starred Virginia Gregg and John Daner, with Victor Perrin and Ben Wright. Sound patterns by Tom Henley and Bill James. Musical supervision by Jerry Goldsmith. This is Dan Cubberly inviting you to hear Romance next week at this same time. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, we bring you the story of an unusual love affair. It is written by Tony Barrett, who also stars in The Guitar.
You hear them, amigo? They seem to like what I play, no? And why not? Is it not their music, of them, from them, a thing they know and live, a thing they understand? See, their music, the beat, the fire, the wildness, all theirs. But there is also this, that one can be sure of a people and still be wrong. Is puzzling, amigo? Then listen, please. For the story is of the people and their music. And it began where it should, at home in Cuernavaca.
Pepe. It's the bueno, my son.
Mamacita.
I interrupt? Oh, I'm sorry.
No. No, it's just that I thought I was alone.
I know. Ay, Pepito. Those are fingers of magic.
Mamacita, please, is enough with him, not with you as well, huh?
He's home now. I will go to him.
Mamacita,
Si, niño.
you will say nothing, huh?
Of the music?
Of the music.
Of course not. I wish only for a house that has no angry voices.
Very nice, Pepe. Very nice.
Gracias, my father.
Especially for one who has no heart for what he does.
I have been practicing as you wished.
Practicing, see. But not as I wish.
But I tell you,
Pepe. Is it not bad enough that we live a constant quarrel? Must we have the lies as well? I heard you as I neared the house. The devil could have heard you. Flamenco. Gypsy music.
Enough, my father.
Is that what you have the fingers of God for? To waste them on music like that?
What is wrong with flamenco? What? Always I ask. Never once can you make an answer, a real answer.
It is not a question of wrong. It is just not worthy of a talent like yours.
Talent? A word.
Will I never make you understand, Nino? The guitar, it was made for the gentle sounds, the classical, the ancient music.
Why? Because you say so? Because it is the music that you teach?
Pepe.
Listen to me, Papacito. I have no wish to quarrel with you. This gentle music that you love, that you teach better than any man who lives. See, so good that all know the name of Miguel Galvan, even Norte Americanos. What has it brought you, my father? A big house, riches, suits of gold? We have nothing.
And what has your music brought you? A niño who could know greatness, but chooses instead to be a mariachi.
Si.
A street musician who plays for money thrown at the feet.
At least there is the money.
Si. And those few pesos, they give you this great love for flamenco, eh? For the gypsy music.
For the music the people want to hear. The pesos are the proof.
For the first time in my life, I wish for money, my son. It seems that your love can be bought with it.
What was the use? He did not understand. He never would. The guitar and I, we left the house of my father. Went in search of the pesos he so despised. At all the usual places. The playa, where those in love walk heart and heart under the trees. The barrio, where matadors gather to talk away the fears of Sunday's blood. And at end of day, the best place of all. The patio of La Monte Hotel. Best because it was the, gathering place for Americans in Cuernavaca. I played much, wanting many pesos to take away the sting of my father's words.
Oh, you played beautifully.
Gracias, senora.
Won't you sit down?
The management, it does not permit.
Oh, then I won't embarrass you. My husband will be down from Los Angeles on tonight's plane. I'm having some people in, and your guitar would make a very nice background. Are you available?
Oh, I would be delighted, senora.
Good. 8:30 then? Here at the hotel, Suite 3A. The name is Considine.
Considine?
Yes? Is anything wrong?
No, it's just an unusual name.
Oh, to you, maybe. You should hear me try to pronounce some of the Spanish ones.
Sí.
Well, then it's all arranged. You will be there?
Oh, sí, senora Considine. I will most certainly be there. Oh, Sarita, I'm sorry, my love. I did not even see you.
Well, I'm surprised. You have a look of dreaming, Pepe.
See, wait until you hear. Come and I will tell you, huh?
I had expected a different look in your eyes.
Okay. Well, what do you speak of?
I was to your house earlier, Pepito. Your mother told me of a quarrel.
Subject hardly new.
But nonetheless of shame.
Sarita, please.
He is your father, Pepe.
See, he is my father, so everything must be as he says.
You know that was not my meaning, but he's old, and I worry for him.
Worry for us, Sarita.
Pepito.
Listen. Do you want to sell flowers on the street all your life?
You know better, querido.
I want a life for us, Sarita. My father has his own. I want ours. Without money, what can there be? How can we marry? There has to be money.
You will make money.
See, the only way I can with the guitar. Playing what the people want to hear, what they pay for. Sarita, listen to me, listen. Tonight I play at the hotel. A party for a man who could give us a whole new life. Charles Considine.
Pepito, no man gives you a life. One makes his own
Will
life.
you listen? This Charles Considine. He's a big man of music among the Norte Americanos, the biggest of the concert managers. Maldonado, Capetin, Huerta, all the great flamenco players were brought to the States by this Charles Considine. You know I am their equal, and Considine will hear me tonight, querida. Do you not see where it could lead?
Pepito, you excite yourself.
Is it possible? Did you hear nothing I said?
Of course I heard. It's only...
Only? What is only? Well, I do not play well enough. Is that what you think?
You know that it's not so.
Well, then tell me what is so.
That you frighten me. Because of this thing within you, this impatience.
Oh, Sarita, listen to me.
Pepe, what if tonight does not turn out to be the success you dream of?
No, it must. It must.
You see, that is what I feel, mi corazón. This desperate thinking born of wanting, not of things as they are.
Words, Sarita, only words.
But they make a thought. Pepito, this success, do you want it for us? Or only to make your father feel older than he is?
To the guests, the party for Charles Considine that night was simply a chance to laugh, to drink, to make much talk. But to me, a chance to leave the streets of Cuernavaca behind. Never once did I stop playing. There was not a single moment without music. And all the while I watched carefully, trying to figure which was the Senor Considine. For the musician of the streets, he is never introduced. He is just there. Like the whiskey, the laughter, the furniture. See, just there. It was late when it was finally over. And only the Mrs. Considine was left.
Good night, Connie. It's so glad you could play. Good night. Oh, the music was just wonderful, Pepe. I'm sorry they stayed so late. Will this take care of it?
Oh, it's more than enough, senor. The Senor Considine, was he also pleased with my music?
Oh, well, I guess you didn't know. He wasn't here.
He wasn't here?
No, some last-minute business in Los Angeles. Is something the matter?
No.
Well, come on. I'll give you a lift home. It's the least I can do after keeping you this late.
No, it's not necessary, senor.
Oh, it's no trouble. I'm going out anyway. Oh, if I don't get a breath of air, I'll never get to sleep. Come on.
That is my house, Senora Considine. The second one there was very nice of you to drive me.
It would have been quite a walk.
The street musician, he gets used to walking.
You play beautifully, Pepe.
Gracias.
Did you ever think of going to the States?
Yes, senor. I have thought.
Well, my husband is in music. He might be able to help you.
But you said he was not coming.
Oh, no, I said he was delayed. He'll be down in a few days, and I'll just have to give another party. Oh, that man, the way he makes me spend money. You will be able to play again.
Oh, si, senor. Si, I will be able to play.
Oh, wonderful. But this time I want to make sure he's on that plane. I'll let you know when. Good night.
Yeah, good night, senora.
It must have been a party of much enjoyment, my love.
Sarita, it is late. You should be asleep.
Oh, see? But instead I wait at my window to see you. And what is my reward? What do I see? The new way. The rich patroness drives the handsome mariachi home, sits in the car with him, laughs with him. Well, she can have you, mariachi.
Oh, wait, Sarita. You misunderstand. Sarita! Oh, women. They are all crazy. Well, crazy or not, there are not too many girls like Sarita. Not with the skin and the eyes and the lips, all of a special loveliness and softness. So, I decided I will apologize. For what I do not know, but I will apologize. But even though I go to her house 5 times in the next 2 days, she will not speak to me. See, between the callings of Sarita and the waiting for the call of the Senora Considine is a time I would love to forget. And then, on the 3rd day, I made the music at a small wedding. Came home thinking much of Sarita. Lovely Sarita.
She was here, Pepe.
Ah, Sarita?
See, she wanted to make up to forget this whole thing between you.
Oh, gracias, mamacita, gracias. Está bueno. I go to her.
I don't think so, my son.
Okay, but you just say.
The Senora Considine was here, too. They arrived at the same time.
Hey, mamacita.
See, and the message the Senora left for you did not help matters.
Message?
See? Tonight, 8 o'clock, Pepe.
Oh, women. I have to make the music. It's a job.
There are things of more importance than a job, my son.
You speak of Sarita?
And your father. This quarrel with him. It gives him much sadness, Nino.
Yeah, I seem to bring home nothing else. Well, I will try again to talk to him.
He's not home.
Huh?
He walks in the playa with an old friend. Not the Americano. Probably to show him where tomorrow's fiesta will be held.
Caray, the fiesta. Oh, I had forgotten.
But you will be there.
Well, I probably will work so late tonight, mamacita. I do not know.
For shame, Pepe. You will not do such a thing to your father. Hurt him so. You will be there. You hear, my son?
Was it not like my father? A man with his talent, his genius for teaching. And what was his most important moment each year? La Fiesta de la Playa. Oh, see, it sounds impressive. But in reality, it is no more than a concert for the poor. Those who can afford only to walk in the park. For more than 30 years, my father has played his gentle music for them on this day. You think he will accept 1 peso? But that was tomorrow. Tonight was still to come. Tonight, and the chance to play for the Senor Charles Considine. Even before I heard him called by name, the smiling eyes of his wife told me which was the Senor Considine. A tall, quiet North Americano who seemed to give his attention to my music from the very first moment. And I knew he liked what he was hearing. See, I played well. I had to. Was I not playing for our life, Sarita's and mine?
Beautifully played, Pepe.
Oh, muchísimas gracias, señora.
I'd like you to meet my husband. Charles, this is Pepe Galvan.
Oh, it's an honor, senor.
Galvan? You're not Miguel's son.
Si, senor. You know him?
Oh, we're old friends. I was with him just this afternoon.
Oh?
I guess he must have been pulling my leg.
¿Qué?
I asked him to recommend some young talent, but he never even mentioned you. I guess he decided to let me hear for myself, huh? You play very well, Pepe. Give my regards to your father, won't you?
And that was all. Polite interest, nothing more. But worse, the knowledge that my father couldn't have known the Senor Considine and I would meet. He did not even know about the party. Well, it was late when I got home, but I did not care. I went to the room of my father.
There is anger in your face, my son.
You know not why, my father.
When you tell me, I shall know.
One thing only I want to hear. The Senor Considine, did he ask you of talent?
Pepe.
Did he?
He did.
And you made no mention of me?
No, my son.
Gracias, my beloved father.
Pepe.
Much thanks, my father, for nothing. For hours, I walked the dark of Cuernavaca streets, caring not where, knowing only the tearing inside. For the anger was like fire and the hurt was deep. And I knew only that I could not return to the house of my father. And then, when finally the tiredness came, I stared about me, realized where my feet had carried me. See, it was the playa, the favorite place of the poor, because it cost nothing. I stretched out on the ground, and I remember thinking how fitting it was to be here. Because now I was truly one of them, one of the poor ones.
Pepe. Pepe, Pepito. Wake up, please, Pepe.
Sarita, what is it? What are you doing here? How did you know that?
Gracias por Dios. I thought we would never find you. All morning we have looked, your mother and I.
You know, then, of last night. What my father has
I
done.
know only that in a few moments he played for the fiesta. And how it would shame him if you were not there. Now, come on.
No, we are finished, he and I.
You must, Pepe.
No, not for him. He has no love for me.
Love? What does a niño know of love?
Sarita.
You listen to me. You think I am jealous of the Americana woman, huh? No. Only what she represents. I want a husband who does not need rich ladies, who makes his own life. I want a man, not a niño.
That has nothing to do with
See, it is part of the same problem. Think like a man, Pepe. Your father loves you. There must have been a reason he did not recommend you. Trust him, and do not shame him now. Come, Pepe.
Quickly, we moved across the playa to the festivities less than 100 feet away. On the small platform, my father was just sitting down at his chair, his guitar held lightly, with love, with respect, as though it were a thing of holiness. And in the faces that pressed around him was the look that one sees in a church, a worshiping. And as his fingers touched the strings, his eyes quickly searched the faces, as though seeking a special face. Only when our eyes met did he smile, his lovely smile, begin to play. Papacito, what is it? What, my father? What?
This is nothing, Pepito.
One does not clutch at the chest for nothing.
Oh, a little pain. It will pass.
Here, let me help you, please.
Then pray if you will help. The people wait for their music. Do not disappoint them. Play, Pepe. Please. Better than the best.
Gracias, Papacito. You seem to have recovered quickly. Huh?
It seems he does everything his own peculiar way.
Senor Considine.
Miguel, you are an old fox.
See, Charles. It is as you say.
Beautifully played, Pepe. Beautiful. I think I've found my talent.
But, Senor Considine, I thought that...
There are many who play flamenco well, Pepe. What you just played, that's what I was looking for. I'm very glad I found it.
And over his head, I saw the twinkling eye of my father close slyly in a wink of knowing. And suddenly, I understood everything. That my father had known what it was that Senor Constantine sought. But how could a man of much pride recommend his own son? See, it was the right way. The way of my father. And that is how it was, amigos. This moment which was the beginning of happiness. For what is greater happiness than to marry Sarita, then go to the country of the Norte Americanos and play in the concerts of the Senor Constantine? See, that is how it is now. And the music of the concerts, see, the gentle music, the music of my father. Oh, see, what I play at the moment is flamenco, but only one in each concert. Because there are some people who like it. You know, amigo?
Romance is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Today's story, The Guitar, was written for Romance by Tony Barrett, who also starred as Pepe. Others in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jack Crucian, Lillian Bayef, Paula Winslow, and John Daner. Music was composed by Jerry Goldsmith and played by Lorenzo Almeida, Jose Barroso, and Nicholas Dan. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance next week at this same time. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today, we bring you a story of a very unusual New Year's Eve. It is written by Anthony Ellis and stars Virginia Gregg and Stacey Harris in A Quiet Little Party.
I'd been assigned as London correspondent for my paper in New York. The job had started a couple of weeks before Christmas, and I guess I'd been feeling a little lonesome away from home. So I felt good when a newfound friend of mine who worked at the BBC invited me to spend New Year's Eve at his house in Essex. Well, the drive from London wasn't any fun. A strange car, rented, driving English style on the left-hand side of the road, and rain, and more rain. Well, it was 9 o'clock New Year's Eve on a kind of lonely stretch when I saw the girl standing next to her car. She was waving frantically. Yeah, what's the trouble?
Car. It won't move. Start her or something.
Oh. Well, I'm not much of a mechanic, but I'll take a look for you.
Hey, you're American.
Yeah. Hey, you too, huh? Well, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, isn't this rain awful? I was on my way to a New Year's party.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Can't do something, huh?
Wait a minute. I'll release the hood latch.
All right. Come on, I'm getting wet. What's the matter?
It's stuck. Okay.
I got it.
Here's a flashlight.
Oh, thanks. Have you had the battery checked?
Yes, just before I left London.
Oh. Well, could be one of these connector wires. Yeah, that one seems kind of loose. Have you got a pair of
Look
pliers?
out!
What? Huh? The first thing I remember after that was a trickle of water running down my neck under my collar. Then I looked up, and in the light from the headlights, she came into focus, kneeling beside me.
You okay?
I'm wet.
I know you're lying in a puddle.
Huh?
I didn't want to move you. We learned that in my first aid course.
Oh, that's very sensible. And your patient can die of pneumonia. How long have I been out?
A few minutes.
Oh. Well, we're not going to be able to get your car started from the looks of it. I'll give you a lift.
Well, that's very nice of you. How does your head feel?
Lousy, thank you. Oh, by the way, my name's Alex Chappell.
Oh, how do you do? Anne Crawford.
Better lock up the car.
I did. I thought you'd give me a ride, if you revive.
Yeah, sure.
I'm very sorry. About your
That's
head,
all right,
I
forget
know.
it.
You're mad at me. I know it's all my fault. I should have had the latch fixed on the hood. I knew it slipped.
Well, it could have happened to anyone. It just happened to me, that's all. That's great.
It won't start?
No, it won't start.
Maybe it's flooded.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, dear, what a mess.
Yeah.
What do you think we should do?
I don't know. It's about 6 miles back to the last town. According to the map, the next village is 4 miles up the road. Now, do you feel like walking in this?
No.
Well, neither do I.
What's the time?
Well, Oh, fine. Fine, I smashed my watch when I fell. Said I was out only a couple of minutes. It must be about 9:30, I guess.
Gosh, I'm sorry. I really am. I bet you were going to a party.
I was.
So was I.
Well, that's that. Look, I noticed a house as I came along not too far back. Perhaps we could telephone. You want to stay in here? I'll go.
No, thanks. If you don't mind, it's kind of, lonely, I guess. You know.
Yeah. Okay, come on. We might as well run for it.
Oh, that's better. Does it always rain like this in England?
Don't ask me.
Oh, I'm a mess. I'll never get my hair right. Look at it.
Oh, it'll dry.
Ooh, I hope they've got a phone.
Keep your fingers crossed.
It's an ugly old place, isn't it? Gives you the shivers.
Well, it's going to be drier than outside.
Maybe nobody's home. What do you think?
Oh, I hear someone.
Holy smoke.
Yeah? Hello. Say, we're sorry to trouble you, but our car's broke down. I wondered if we could use your telephone.
Your car's broke down? 2 cars?
Yeah. That's right, both of them.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, do you mind?
Come in. If you will await, I shall inform the master.
Well, now, if you'll just show us to the telephone, we don't... What?
Is that a gag?
Well, I hope it is. Poor guy's probably got rheumatism. It's damp enough for it in here.
It reminds me of a movie I saw once. Only difference was that butler had iron buttons in his neck right here.
Yeah, I remember the movie.
I never would have believed it.
Believed what?
This place, it's too corny. Look at those paintings up the staircase wall.
Ancestor.
Hey.
Huh?
One of them's moving.
Shh, it's the lady of the house, I think. How do you do? I hope you don't mind. We...
Oh, how do you do? You've come to the party, haven't you? I'm so glad Francis will be delighted, too. Oh, how gay we shall all be tonight. How terribly, terribly gay. True, it will take you things. Yes, true, it always takes things. Truett? Truett? Truett?
I think we'll have a look for that telephone and then get out of here. There must be one in the hall somewhere. You look over there, huh?
I'll look with you.
Okay.
Why don't they get more light in here?
That's part of the rustic charm, I suppose. Candlelight.
I guess so. You see a telephone?
No.
You want to know something? I don't like it here.
I think you've read too much about English ghosts.
No, it's not. Ah!
Miss Crawford, you... Well, I like being hugged, but you make it a little difficult to breathe.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're here. I thought that you would be over there. The master asks that you go into the drawing room.
Look, all we want to do is use your telephone.
The master wishes to see you. The telephone is in the drawing room. This way.
You think it's safe?
I guess so. Why not?
I don't know. I'd like to get in here with an oil can someday.
Shh.
The lady and the gentleman, sir.
How do you do? I am so sorry that you have been inconvenienced. Jewett tells me that you wish to telephone.
Yes, sir, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Absolutely not. But, unfortunately, the wires seem to be slightly out of order. The storm, no doubt?
Yeah.
We're having a little party, you know, to celebrate the Odyssey of the New Year. My name is Sir Francis Lamb.
How do you do, sir? I'm Alex Chappell, and this is Miss Anne Crawford.
Ah, so nice. This is our jolly gathering. My wife, Amanda.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do?
The other guests have not yet arrived, but we're going to have a perfectly scorching time. It does seem a shame that you can't telephone.
Well,
but...
sir, if you have a chauffeur, we're only a few yards down the road. Perhaps he can...
I'm afraid not.
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. You see, there are no cars here. We don't use cars, do we, Francis?
No cars. But why don't you stay here until the storm abates? We should love to have you.
Well, that's very kind of you, but
Oh, my dear, you're welcome to stay with us. We have tons of room, haven't we, Francis?
Oh, tons.
Well, then it's settled.
Well, then at least until the telephone line is repaired. Now, you're sure we're not imposing?
No, my dear sir, bless you, no.
Oh, Truett will show you to your room. You must get dried off. Truett,
Madam,
show Miss Crawford and Mr. Chappell to the guest rooms.
this way, please.
We were taken upstairs along a gloomy hallway to adjoining rooms. It was drafty and extremely cold, and there was a steady patter outside the window from a branch of a low-hanging limb. My room was high and large. There was a fire laid in the grate, but it was unlit. I found a box of matches in my pocket. Now, where the devil is that wind coming from?
Anything wrong, sir?
Where did you come from?
The hall, sir.
Well, don't you usually knock?
I did, sir. You didn't hear me.
Well, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Not at all,
Oh,
sir.
by the way, can you light this fire?
Certainly, sir. Will there be anything else, sir?
No, thanks.
I trust that everything is satisfactory. Sir Francis will be in the drawing room.
Boy, what a creep. What is it? What's the matter?
Over there, on the wall.
On the...
I thought it was a shadow, but it looks like a man.
Yeah. Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Somebody's hanging. It's just a shadow hanging on the wall. Oh.
We'll return to romance in just a moment. Make sure the safety catch is released on your radio today because you'll want to be in on all the shooting going on around here in the next exciting episode of Gunsmoke. Get set for some real action when you hear Gunsmoke just a few minutes from now. And now for the second act of Romance. And today's story, A Quiet Little Party, written by our producer-director, Mr. Anthony Ellis.
Anne Crawford fainted. For a second, I stood looking at a shadow on the wall, the shadow of a man hanging by his neck. It flickered, and in the firelight seemed to sway a little back and forth. I could only have looked at it for a second because my immediate concern was for the girl. She was pretty, that fresh, healthy loveliness, which even in unconsciousness can only be American. Miss Crawford? Miss Crawford?
It's gone?
Hmm?
The shadow, whatever it was.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that was pretty silly, you know that. I must be hungry.
Yeah.
What was it?
Imagination, I think. Hallucination. There are shadows there, and we just saw what we imagined to be there.
Oh, now, really, I saw it first, then you did.
Well, do you see it now?
No, but...
Well, there you are.
Oh.
Oh?
I know it's a bit late for it, but do you mind turning around for a minute? I hung my dress up to dry.
No, I don't mind.
It's freezing in here. I couldn't start the fire. Then that spook came in and did it for me.
He did he?
There's something funny about this place. It's safe now. You can turn around.
Oh.
Maybe the shadow was imagination, but I've got intuition.
Oh, and what does it say?
That we're crazy. We should sit in one of the cars until the rain stops.
Oh, we can if you want to.
Well, I suppose it is silly, isn't it?
I think so. Oh, shall we get downstairs?
All right. Does my hair look too awful?
No, it's nice.
You mean nice or all right?
I mean, nice, pretty.
Then why didn't you say so?
You been over here long?
Well, 3 months. I'm staying for a year. Postgraduate work at the University of London. What do you do?
I'm a newspaperman. London correspondent for the news.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah.
I never would have thought it.
Oh, well, what would you think I am?
Oh, I don't know. But not a newspaper man.
It's the influence of films.
This is quite an adventure for me, you know. Wouldn't it be nice if the house were really haunted?
What?
Are you sure this is the way?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, what do you call the wife of a sir?
It depends. My etiquette book says lady, even if she's not. It's Lady So-and-so.
I hope that's somebody telling a funny joke.
Sounded as if it came from over there under the staircase.
Do you hear anything?
No. To it? To it? To it!
Look out!
What? How that does it. And... Oh, she's fainted again. I was near the staircase when she'd called out, and a suit of armor had come crashing down right on the spot where I'd been standing. She came to after a minute and explained that her psychiatrist had suggested that fainting was an escape for her. She did it quite often. Well, the most sensible thing to have done then was to leave, but I wanted to find out what was going on. I didn't believe in ghosts, not even English ones. So we searched the rooms on the ground floor. There was no sign of our hosts. Finally, there was just one door left.
Oh, what a beautiful library.
Hey.
Billions of books.
Oh.
There you are. We wondered where you were.
Oh, we were looking for you.
Oh, didn't you tell you? I mean that we were in here? Oh, how thoughtless of me. Francis.
Yes, my dear?
Where are you?
Here.
Oh, don't be difficult. Where?
Oh, are you in the study?
Yes?
Well, I shan't be a moment.
Did you hear a noise a little while ago, Mr. Chappell?
Yes. Yes, I did. A suit of armor fell down from the landing.
Oh, dear. Truett is up to his tricks again.
I beg your pardon?
I told him to behave. He simply won't listen.
Lady Amanda, you mean he's...
Oh, yes, always on New Year's Eve. He's absolutely beyond control. He means well, though.
Oh, so that's it. Drunk.
Oh, good gracious, that too? Francis, how rude you are. Our guests are here.
I'm sorry. Give me a hand, would you, my darling?
Oh, men, do forgive me. Truett will bring some drinks for us in a moment. I wonder where the others are. I do hope the storm hasn't held them up.
It isn't exactly the way I planned to spend New Year's Eve.
No, me neither.
Hey, there's a telephone in here, too. I wonder if it's working yet.
We'll soon find out. Nah, it's no use. It's deader than... Hello!
It's working?
Yeah.
Number, please.
Operator, would you get me, Malden 3795, please?
Yes, sir. Hold the line, please.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
great.
wonderful.
Beginning to think that we were going to... Reggie, this is Alex.
Where the devil are you? You were supposed to be here an hour ago.
I know, man, but I'm sorry. It got washed out in the rain.
Bad luck. Well, where are you?
In a house a few miles beyond Brentwood.
Well, look here. Do you want me to pick you up?
I hate to ask you.
But I hate to do it. Everybody's here. We're stinko. Wonderful. But I'll run down for you.
Good. Now, look, my car's parked just a few yards from the house, and there's another one in front of it, a black Sunbeam.
Right.
We'll meet you there.
Good-o. Are you sober?
I'm afraid so.
We'll take care of it. See you none.
Say.
Oh, that's good. Though I almost feel sorry for those people. I think they must be lonely, don't you? They seem so glad we're here.
Look, this party you're going to, I don't suppose...
School friend of mine. She'd be very hurt.
Oh, yeah.
But I think she'd understand.
You think she would? Well, then, would you...
I'd love to.
Oh, that's swell. Well, then we may as well thank our... What is it? What's the matter? She fainted, and I couldn't blame her. I nearly did myself. So Francis and Lady Amanda Lamb were standing in the doorway. In their right hands, each carried a glass raised in a toast. And under their left arms, they carried their own heads.
We're so sorry about our appearance. Terribly rude, I know, but it's all Truett's fault.
Yes, we simply cannot control him on New Year's Eve.
Truett! Oh, no! Francis, tell him not to.
Truett? Stop it this instant.
Truett!
I had just time to turn around and see the butler, Truett, standing behind me. In his upraised hands, he held a tremendous cleaver. I saw the flash of the blade as it started down. Oh, my head. What the... Miss? Miss?
Oh, you're all right? I'm afraid I fainted when the hood of the car came down on you. You are all right, aren't you?
Yeah, I think so.
It was silly of me, but I do that sometimes.
An escape?
Yes, that's what my psychiatrist said. How did you know?
Well, I don't. I mean...
Oh, there's a car. Perhaps we can get a lift.
Can't be. Look, if it is, well, would you come with me to my party? I know.
I'd love to. Didn't I say that?
I must be nuts.
Alex!
Reggie!
Alex! Oh, you naughty fellow. Introduce me.
Oh, Miss Crawford, isn't it?
Miss Crawford, how do you do?
Reggie, that house over there, do you know it?
The house? Oh, that one, yes.
Well, I rang you from there, but I didn't. Well, I mean...
Well, you couldn't have, old boy. It's empty. It's been empty for 2 years or more. It's been locked up. Boarded up.
Haunted?
Yeah, so they say.
What happened?
Oh, come on, let's go.
No,
home.
Reggie, I mean it. What's supposed to have happened?
Oh, the usual nonsense. 50 years ago, a man and his wife murdered. 3 of them haunt the place, so the locals say.
Now, the man and his wife, Sir Francis and Lady Amanda Lamb, and the murderer, the butler Truitt.
Is this a joke?
No, I was in there. So was Miss Crawford.
Yes, I remember. I think I do.
Reggie, did they hang Truitt?
Yes.
The shadow on the wall.
What I'd like to know is, where did you call me from?
That's a funny thing. I'd like to know that myself.
Romance is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis, who also wrote today's story, A Quiet Little Party. Our stars were Stacey Harris and Virginia Gregg. Others in our cast were Irene Tedrow, John Daner, G. Stanley Jones, and Ben Wright. Musical supervision by Jerry Goldsmith and Amerigo Marino. This is Dan Cubberly, inviting you to hear Romance next week at this same time. Under the sensitive direction of Leonard Bernstein and with a group of distinguished soloists in the famed Westminster Choir, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard tomorrow in a performance of Handel's Messiah. Listen for it tomorrow on most of these same stations. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Now, from Hollywood, Romance. Romance. Stories of love and adventure, of comedy and crisis, of conflict and human emotion. Today we bring you a story which proves that a smart man plays a waiting game, and sometimes even geese do. Our story is written by Charles B. Smith and is called Uncle Fats and the Goose Step.
If anybody was to ask me what kind of a wild creature my Uncle Fats Luther puts me in mind of, I'd say it was a bear. Bears are big and they're clumsy, but they're smart. And there ain't hardly nothing as skittish. No, sir. If they think something's not just like it should be, they take off. Like my Uncle Fats usually does, but didn't the time he spent every cent he owned on a few oversized geese. Me and my brother Wiley Burris were working on a bait barge down at Biloxi when we got a telegram from Uncle Fats saying he wanted to see us right away. So about 10 days later, we were driving over a red clay road headed toward Greenville. Hogging the highway in front of us was a car with 2 women in it. Wiley started to pass them when suddenly they swerved over towards us and then stopped. Why, that crazy fool woman. Wiley, you reckon she's sick or maybe been drinking? I don't know, but we better find out. Come on.
Oh, get out of the car, Peaches.
Good night, Wiley. What's wrong with them?
Following me. Oh,
Why, it looks like
please,
something's pestering the birdie, what?
Oh, I can't stand it. Oh.
Well, now it'll go away if you ladies will hold still.
Kate, hold still. That wasp will sting me.
Oh, no, ma'am. First place, it ain't no wasp. It's a dirt dauber.
Stop jumping around, Peaches, and do what they say.
There. You see? It's gone.
Oh, thank goodness.
Thank these two boys, you mean, Peaches.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, indeed, Mr.
Burris, ma'am. Wiley Burris. And this here's my brother Homer Lee.
Oh, well, we're mighty grateful for your help, Mr. Burris. Oh, Malie.
We certainly are. I'm Mrs. John Masters, and this is...
I'm Peaches Drew.
Well, glad to know you, ma'am. You too, Mrs. Masters.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Masters, Miss Drew.
Oh, you just call me Peaches, Homerly, honey.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Burris, you must be mad at me for almost forcing you off the road, but when that bug flew in the window, well, I just lost all control.
Flying bugs are the one thing this girl can't stand.
Well, there wasn't any harm done.
Homerly, what you call that thing?
A dirt dauber.
Dirt dauber. Samantha, Homerly barely saw it before he knew what it was.
Well, Peaches.
Oh, I'll bet you know all about birds and bees, don't you, Homerly, honey?
Well.
Oh, I just love natural things. Nature, I mean. You'll have to teach me all about it sometime.
Well, Peaches, we better be on our way.
Oh, you're the boss, Samantha. And if you boys would like to see us, you just ask for the carnival set up in Greenville.
Carnival?
The Master's Fun Carnival. Samantha and her husband own it.
Sure do. And Peaches is our star dancer. Oh, here, you boys. Have some passes. 2 each.
Well, thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Miss Masters.
Now, Peaches, John will be wondering what happened to us. Let's get moving.
Oh, whatever you say, Samantha. You remember now, Homerly, honey. Opening tonight.
I'll remember. About 45 minutes later, we came in sight of Uncle Fat's chicken farm. Only there wasn't one chicken in sight anywhere. And when we got close enough, we could see the whole place was sort of run down. While we got out and headed up the steps to the back porch, we tried to figure out what had happened. Then we shut up when we heard Uncle Fat's coming to the door.
Boy.
Hi, Uncle Luther.
Boy. Wiley. Homerly.
Sure good to see you, Uncle Luther.
Must have been hard tearing yourselves away from that bait boy.
Well, now, what do you mean by that?
Took you 10 days getting here.
Well, we had to give him some notice, Uncle Luther.
Oh, don't bother explaining to him, Homer Lee. He won't bother listening.
You see, your stomach's still sour, Wiley.
It may be sour, but I can see over it.
Boy, if you weren't my late brother Henry's son,
Hey, Wiley, listen.
Who you got walking around in there?
Man who's taking your place 'cause you're so late.
Well, what place is that?
My partner.
Partner in what?
You come on out the barn. You'll see, boy.
Well, why the barn? Don't look like you got any chickens left out there.
I ain't.
What happened to them, Uncle Luther?
Sold them.
So, how come you do that? Wasn't they laying?
Sure, but I don't have no time to mess around with chickens. Besides, I needed the money to start up my new enterprise. Now, Q, come on, boys. I'm out here, bidding the nephews welcome.
Hey, Wiley, didn't that sound like Uncle Tiny?
Yeah. Well, good night it is.
Well, you little old hot dog.
Well,
Uncle Tiny.
Just fine, Uncle Wilbur.
Man, we ain't seen you
since you was knee-high to a stink bug and a Homer Lee had sucked eggs.
That's right. How you been, Uncle Wilbur?
Oh, tolerable. That is till few days ago. That is.
What happened then?
Was kinfolk, close kinfolk, you know. He had me invest in his new business.
Now, you'll get your money back, Wilbur, and gravy, too.
Maybe.
Would I have put in everything I own if I wasn't sure?
Well, maybe.
Sure. What?
Yes, maybe you're a big fool.
Wilbur, you're flapping your jowls awful wide.
Well, I'm a fool, too, for letting you talk me into this crazy dang thing.
Tiny, I'll tell you. Why don't we let the boys decide?
What?
Decide what, Uncle Luther?
If and it's a money-making business or not. What do you think, Tiny?
Well,
I... If the boys say it ain't, I'll give you your money back.
Well,
Your money back.
I know, Luther.
Don't know where I'll get it.
Mm.
Get it, but I'll get it somehow.
Well.
Now, come on. Let's show 'em what's in the bar.
Bar?
In the bar. On.
Well, me and Wiley still didn't know what kind of a business they'd entered into, but from the way they both acted, whatever it was mighty unusual. We crossed over the yard and went on into the barn. Wasn't nothing much to see in there, just the usual farm stuff. An old phonograph and 10 or 12 geese honking around.
Well, I don't see nothing unusual in here.
I don't, eh?
It don't, huh?
Shows how smart you are.
Yeah.
Homily, you wind up that phonograph.
Yes.
Phonograph.
I fetch the geese.
Yeah.
Geese? Well, they got something to do with it, Uncle Luther?
They got all to do with it, boy. They're trained.
Trained to do what?
To march.
To what?
March. You got wax in your ears, boy.
March like how?
Like anybody marches.
Well, you mean keeping step and all that?
Well, beginning to sink in, ain't it? Course I mean keeping step and all the rest.
Well, good night. Who trained them?
Me.
You did?
Yeah.
Well, how'd you move fast enough to do that?
Did it sitting down on the back porch. After they hired me a small boy and 3 bird dogs. Bird dogs. Coming, let's go, Wiley.
Sure must have taken a long time to train them.
It did, a heap of money, too, especially for the bird dogs.
Yeah, bird dogs, they cost a lot. Yeah.
Jane, son. Yeah. Homily, start up the record of that machine.
Yes.
Yeah, ready now. Pass in review. Forward. Pause. Yeah. Come on, boy. Yeah. Right turn. Pause. Yeah. Left turn. Pause. Yeah. Eyes. Right.
Great day in the morning.
Well, even though I was standing right there, it was still hard to believe. Uncle Fats put those geese through just about all the commands there are. And the geese did every one of them. Good as the Biloxi police marching on the 4th of July. When we'd seen enough, Uncle Fats stopped them.
Here, company. Halt. This. Smith. Well, Wiley, you think I can make money with him or not?
Yes, sir. It just seems to me folks would pay to watch them in a show.
Me, too.
There you are, Tiny. You doubting old buzzard.
Uncle Luther, have you let anybody know about him?
Of course I have.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I got hold of a show business paper called the Boarded Bill.
No.
Boarded Bill.
Billboard.
Billboard, yeah. Now, I sent some letters off to folks who are advertising it for acts.
Agents.
Agents,
Well,
that's right.
You get any answers?
No, not yet, but I will.
Hey, Wiley.
Yeah, boy.
Well, I was just thinking, what about that carnival?
Carnival? What carnival?
A fun carnival. It's in town starting tonight.
What?
And me and Wiley know the lady what owns it.
You do?
Uh-huh.
Now get that look out of your eye,
Oh,
Wilbur.
but Luther, this is our chance.
You mean you'd put my marching geese in a cheap, traveling, fun carnival? Carnival?
Sure. Well, besides, half of each one of them critters belongs to me, you know.
No.
What do you mean, no?
I mean no geese I raised from goslings are going to be sold down the river.
Well, no, not even if they paid us enough?
They wouldn't.
Well, how do you know?
Because I once owned a fun carnival, and I know what they pay. So all of you just shut up. My marching geese are going to work the best places or they ain't gonna work at all.
Well, the two uncles argued about those geese clear till dinner time. Then after dinner, on account of I wanted to go and Uncle Tiny wanted to get away from Uncle Fats, me and him sneaked off and headed for the fun carnival.
Wiley? Yeah, you know, Homily Wiley told me that you got one of them carnival gals that's sweet on you, huh?
Well, I met one of them.
Homily, you suppose we can get her to take us a boss man?
What for?
Oh, we'll make a deal, for the geese.
You mean Uncle Fats changed his mind?
No, boy, no. But to make a mule change his mind, you got to nail him between the eyes with a 2x4, And that's what we're going to do to Fats. You understand?
No, sir, I don't.
Well, if the carnival owner comes up with a good offer, he will once I talk to him. Why, Fats is going to see the light.
Took us about half an hour to reach the carnival grounds, and another 15 minutes to get to the tent where Peaches was advertised as being. After a bit, she came on, and let me tell you, boy, well, I even caught a piece of her tassel when she threw it from the stage. Of course, a man came to take it away from me right away, and when he did, Uncle Wilbur told him I knew Peaches and gave him my name. After the show was out, that same fella came walking back to us.
Okay, Mr. Burris, she'll see you right through there.
Thank you, sir.
Boy, I'd wait a couple minutes if I was you. Boss is having a word with it.
You mean Mr. Masters?
That's right.
Well, that's who we really want to see anyway.
Come on, boy.
Get back to the tent, sir.
Well, I'm not going to do it. If that stupid chef can't recognize art, I just won't perform here.
Peaches, honey, that's nowhere to be.
I mean it, John Mason.
Now, baby, you do another show like that when you're going to be in jail before the morning.
But I can't have it. Don't you understand?
Oh, now, Peaches...
Homily, don't you understand?
Ma'am?
When I get the beat, the rhythm and the beat and I rock with it, well, I just gotta let go. Really, I don't even know what I'm doing up there.
You did real fine, Miss Drew.
Well, thank you. This your Uncle Homily.
My Uncle Wilbur, Miss Peaches.
Oh, please, I'm sure. And this Mr. Masters.
Hi. Mr. Masters, could I speak to you for a moment, please?
No, what about it?
Oh, about something important,
Well, now, what's more important than my star here?
Well, money's usually worth listening to, isn't it? Money?
Well, you want to come on over to the office?
Yes, yeah. Now, Homily...
I'll be right here, Uncle Wilbur.
Homily, you didn't see anything wrong with my dance, did you?
No, ma'am. Not a thing. Only,
Yeah?
Well, it bothered me at first. Later, I forgot about it. But...
Well, what was it, honey?
Well, don't all those lights shining on you when you're dancing, don't they draw a lot of bugs?
They would, if I didn't spray my whole body with bug oil before I go on.
Oh.
And besides, keeping the bugs away, it makes me glimmer all over.
Ma'am, you don't need no bug oil to do that.
Why, Homily, that's the nicest thing anybody ever said to me.
Well, I meant it. Yes, ma'am. Seemed like only a minute before Uncle Wilbur was back. And when he got there, he was smiling. On our way home, he told me he'd made a real good deal. Only thing was, Mr. Masters wanted to audition the geese before he signed their contract. Well, the next morning, it took some real talking on Uncle Tiny's part. But along about 11:30, he and Uncle Fats and the geese left for the carnival. While they were gone, I told Wiley all about what had happened the night before and about me and Peaches. Well, they got back a couple hours later, and they sure were happy.
Well, I reckon you and the geese did good.
Yeah, you reckon right, boy. Boy, they were magnificent.
Yes, they were.
Magnificent.
Just fine.
Yeah.
Just perfect.
Well, how
perfect.
much did you get?
$100 a week starting Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Signed, contract, and all.
And that's for 10 weeks, guaranteed.
10.
When do they start, Uncle Luther?
Start Monday.
Monday.
Take that long to get their music and costumes together.
Pardon me. We're going to have them dressed up like toy soldiers.
No, now you know I said I didn't like that
Well,
idea.
pardon me.
They're going to be dressed just like. Who are you?
My name's Grant, Barry Grant. I'm looking for Mr. Luther Burris.
What for?
Well, are you Mr. Burris?
Maybe. It depends on what you want.
Well, Mr. Burris answered my ad in Billboard regarding animal acts for the Amalgamated Theaters and Fair Owners Association.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember.
Well, Mr. Burris, if your geese can do everything you claim, we can open them next week.
You can what?
Open them in our theater in St. Louis.
That's so?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have a contract for 1 year and a check for the first week's salary right here in my pocket.
Well, it won't do you any good at all, because we've already made a deal for him.
The contract signed?
Yep.
Well, in that case, I'd better be on my way.
Oh, wait a minute, mister.
Yeah?
Yeah. How much you gonna pay?
Well, besides all your traveling expenses, $500 a week.
What?
Good day, gentlemen.
What?
500.
See, I told you.
No,
Wait, I said. You traitors.
No,
You Judases.
Now, don't get
You
me
dirty
mad,
old man,
Luther.
you will be,
Luther.
Burris.
No,
You
honey,
get off
Luther,
my
don't-
property.
Don't get mad.
Get. The whole kid. Get and taboo. Get and taboo. Olivia. And don't you come back neither. You hear?
Naturally, after that, there was only one thing to do. So, right after dark, me and Wiley and Uncle Wilbur went over to the carnival grounds. I figured we were going to ask Mr. Masters to let Uncle Luther out of that contract. But instead of looking for him, Wiley led us to the exotic dancing tent. And soon as we got settled in there, Wiley left. He got back just before Peaches came on.
Everything all right, Wiley?
Fine, so far. You see the sheriff?
Oh, yeah. Him and his two deputies are sitting right over there.
Oh.
Well, folks, like I said before, you ain't seen nothing yet. No, sir. You art lovers better tighten your seatbelts, because comes now the piece de resistance. It's the star of our show, our own little belle from Dixie, and watch her ring it, Miss Peaches Groove.
Well, Peaches started out just fine, real ladylike. Then she seemed to get to feeling the rhythm and the beat, like she'd explained to me and Uncle Wilbur. But then something sort of went wrong with her, because she gave a little scream and started pulling and slapping at what she was wearing. Then I saw what it was. It was bugs. Yes, sir, bugs flying all around in front of her, and some of them hitting her most likely. Well, she pulled a little more here and there and tried to keep on dancing at the same time, and the place, well, it just went to pieces. We left right after the sheriff and his deputies arrested Peaches. About 3 hours later, me and Wiley drove back into the back of Uncle Luther's. He was standing outside with a shotgun in his hand.
Wiley, Pomalee, I'm warning you.
Well, don't need to, Uncle Luther. We got your contract back.
You did what?
Yes, sir. Mr. Masters gave it back to us.
Let's see it.
Here it is.
Well, yeah. Yes, sir. Boy, how'd you do it?
Well, Wiley did it, Uncle Luther.
Well, with Homer Lee and Uncle Tiny's help.
Huh?
Well, we knew Peaches was afraid of bugs and sprayed anti-bug juice on herself before every show. So I just emptied the spray guns and filled them with water.
Well, doggone.
Then when she got arrested, we went to Mr. Masters and said we'd get his star out of jail if he'd give back the contract, and he did it.
Well, say, where's Wilbur?
In jail.
Jail? For what?
Well, somebody had to explain to the sheriff what had made Peaches dance like she did and take the blame for emptying out the anti-bug juice, so being as putting the geese in the carnival was Uncle Tiny's idea in the first place...
Boy! Nephews, mine.
Romance is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Our story, Uncle Fats and the Goose Step, was written by Charles B. Smith and starred Sam Edwards, Victor Perrin, John Daner, William Conrad, Eve McVeigh, Virginia Gregg, Stacey Harris, Parley Bear, Joseph Kearns, and Ben Wright. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Musical supervision by Jerry Goldsmith. This is our concluding story on romance. We hope you have enjoyed our series. Dan Cubberly speaking. Later in the day today, most of these same stations will bring you an exciting and unusual new program featuring Kathy Godfrey. It's called Personal Angle, and with Kathy as your hostess, you can count on meeting fascinating people today and every Saturday from now on. Stay tuned for Gunsmoke, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.